5 minutes earlier than the estimated time, I said, looking at the ingredients that one of Asong's semi-demigod aid delivered. Well, I do pay them more than the market rate. So this much is the bare minimum and to be expected. Asong bragged. You don't pay them with your money, but the taxpayers' money. Anna corrected Asong, who claimed to be paying for her aids when the government was paying for them using the taxpayers' money. Huh? Then where does the Southern family get their money for your lavish life, Commander of the Southern Watch? Is it not the tax they collected from their citizens? Asong pointed out Anna's hypocrisy. There is now winning with you, but still 10 semi-demigod bodyguards. Aren't they too many to protect a single card soldier? You don't see me going around with semi-demigod bodyguards. Anna argued, saying that 10 semi-demigod bodyguards were too much. First, I too don't want 10 semi-demigods constantly monitoring me. But this is the mandatory security detail. I can do nothing about it but complain. Second, you don't need semi-demigod bodyguards when you can kill a demigod. Yes, I know you killed the demigod Widow 3 days ago, and a devil the very next day here in Sky Blossom City. And for your information, the Yin-Yang Harmony sect will soon be sending an envoy to the south to fetch Widow's grimoire. Apparently, she raided their treasure vault and stole a bunch of valuable stuff which they will demand you to hand over. Asong seemed to know a lot about the affairs of the southern region, especially the ones surrounding Anna. Widow's grimoire? What grimoire? I don't know what you are talking about. Anna was puzzled. She did not understand how the government and the Yin-Yang Harmony sect know that it was her who killed the demigod. Suit yourself, and congrats on becoming the official heir of the Southern royal family. I really don't know what your grandpa was thinking, but considering the partner you choose for yourself, I think you will do good. Asong congratulated Anna while throwing a glance at me. Thank you, but FCK, is a person's privacy no longer a thing? How is the government able to find everything I do? I can understand if I were in the southern capital, but how is it possible back here in nowhere? Don't tell me the government has informants throughout the southern region. How are they avoiding the southern region's guardian array formation? Anna cussed in annoyance, knowing that her being selected as the official heir of the southern region was no longer a secret between few people, but had become the gossip of the town. Anna, language, said Asong, not tolerating Anna's use of profanity. FCK, Anna, you killed a demigod 3 days ago? I had no idea that a human demigod had attacked the Sky Blossom City 3 days ago. Was it the matron's minion? 3 days ago. Isn't that the day I sealed the demigod Redfall's soul in the heathen stone prison back, when Sarah had comprehended the bloodline memory meaning of blood rule under the influence of demigod Redfall's soul? Wait, does the Widow have any relation with the demigod Redfall? Was she the one who helped Van escape the disaster along with toddler Sarah? Wyatt, don't panic. She wasn't here for you. She was here for her son, said Anna. Her son? Hasn't demigod Redfall died? Asong blurted in confusion. Hearing Asong, I was enlightened and most of my doubts were cleared. Demigod Widow seemed to be the mysterious hand helping Van and the toddler Sarah escape the disaster that had struck everyone that had the slightest connection with demigod Redfall. I know, right? But she kept asking me to hand over her son. I had no idea of what she was talking about, but she seemed really desperate and seemed to be carrying a soul status candle. Anna spoke, narrating the odd behavior of the demigod Widow. Soul status candle, this isn't good. That devil spawn seems to have returned to the world of living using the bloodline memory rule, but I thought all his direct line descendants were killed. This is bad. Anna, how come you did not mention this in your report? Asong asked Anna with an aghast expression. Wait, how do you know what I wrote in my report? How did you guys infiltrate the royal family's archives? This is too much. FCK, first the matron, and now you guys. Has the royal palace become so easy to infiltrate for all the spies in the world? Anna yelled in irritation, finding out that not just matron, but the government has infiltrated the royal family. Stop overreacting, Anna. Whenever there is a breach in the southern region's guardian array formation, the central region is notified, and the southern royal family is required to send in a report regarding the affair. The same goes for the demon worshippers' attack. So stop complaining about the details and tell me everything that transpired during your fight with demigod Widow. That takes priority. If Redfall is back again, he will start sacrificing millions of lives once again just to get back his old strength. Therefore, you need to focus, Anna. I need to know if Redfall is back again, and if he is, I need to know where he is hiding. This time we will be able to punish him for his crime against humanity to the full extent of the law. Asung still remembers the day she found out about Redfall sacrificing hundreds of thousands of innocent souls to make a little progress in his realm. Therefore, Asung knew what Redfall would be up to if he were alive again, sacrificing humans to achieve the power he had in his heyday. Well, instead of going through all that trouble, why don't we just unlock Widow's grimoire, where she seemed to have a soul status candle card? If demigod Redfall is alive, we can use that card to track him down. Anna really did not want to go into the embarrassing details of how she defeated Widow using An's help. So she came up with the brilliant idea to unlock demigod Widow's grimoire to get the soul candle card that Widow was using to track demigod Redfall to the Sky Blossom City. That would be way more efficient than trying to find out if demigod Redfall was alive or not based on Anna's narration of her fight with Widow. Well, your brain seems to work just fine when you want to escape work. If only you had used half of it to write your report, Redfall would be in custody, but instead he is out there roaming. I cannot imagine how many innocent soul Redfall must have ruined in these 3 days. Asung sighed, and then looking at Anna she added, I thought you had no idea about demigod Widow's grimoire. Widow's grimoire? I have no idea what you were talking about. Anna took out a diamond grimoire from her storage card, and hearing Asung she still denied that she had Widow's grimoire. Shaking her head at her friend's response, Asung asked, Give me Widow's blood. I will give it to my aide and use it to create a substitute. About that, I forgot to collect her blood, Anna replied while scratching the back of her head. What? Then how are we supposed to unlock the grimoire? Asung glanced at Anna in irritation. How about we get her direct descendant's blood? Anna thought of a solution. Widow's had only one direct descendant, Redfall. Isn't your purpose of opening her grimoire to find him if he has returned from the dead? God, Anna, why can't you take things seriously? Who forgets to collect the corpse of a demigod? Do you know how valuable it is? FCK, what would a prodigal like you know? Asung blurted out in frustration. She did not mean to blame Anna, but she believed that Redfall had been reborn and was scarifying innocent souls to regain his strength. Despite knowing all this, she wasn't able to do a thing because of the incompetence of her friend, so naturally, she was frustrated. I know someone who would have stored demigod Widow's corpse. Anna suddenly responded. Unlike Asung, who wanted to save every soul possible, Anna only cared about saving what she can. Mistakes happen, and it is not possible to save everybody. What are you talking about? Didn't you write in your report in bold letters that you killed her alone? Asung wondered how childish was her friend to brag about her deed in a report using bold letters. Technically, I was alone when I slew Widow, but there was someone else. She must have remembered to store Widow's corpse. Answered Anna. Was it in? Asung shook her head, realizing her friend wasn't bragging, just lying. Well, and was Anna's origin card, so technically Anna killed Widow by herself. Yes, since and is my summon, technically I have killed a demigod all by myself, said Anna, but it felt more like she was convincing herself. What about the devil? Was and present then too? Asung asked Anna. Nope, that was me alone, all by myself. And was back in the base helping Luna defend the dungeon relocation apparatus from demon worshippers. Anna answered enthusiastically, because killing a devil trumps a demigod anytime. Good for you now. Asung was going to ask Anna to call, but was interrupted. And is your summons? Anna, what do you mean by that? And told me that she was your twin sister. First, what heck was the soul status candle card? And the fact that card apprentices can unlock the grimoire of a dead card apprentice using their blood. Now the truth about, and I couldn't keep quiet. I had to get some answers. If it was really possible to open a dead card apprentice's grimoire using their or their direct descendant's blood. And how can and be Anna's summon? When I used my soul pupils on her, I felt no difference between her soul pathway and a regular human soul pathways. If creating such summons was possible, then my idea to create pleasure cards was in jeopardy. Well, Anna and I are twin sisters, or at least that is what my family and she claim. But the truth is she is my origin card, a high-level independent avatar / incarnation card that was created using my second personality. Though she looks like me, she isn't me. So if you were to mistake her for me, I will not forgive you. Anna warned me with a stern gaze. Oh, okay. Learning that and was Anna's origin card created using her split personality, I was amazed and sighed in relief. knowing that my pleasure card business was safe. Next, I wanted to ask Anna about the unlocking grimoire and the soul status candle card, but was interrupted by Asung. I am sorry, Wyatt, but Anna, hurry up and contact, and we need to find Redfall before he does too much damage. Yes, I have already sent her a message. She will be here, Anna said, hearing Asung, and then turned to me. You wanted to ask something. What is a soul status candle card? I asked Anna. It is a high-level card created using the placenta of the newborn baby, often created by mothers to track their babies and their health, Anna answered. Hearing her explanation of the soul status card, I started panicking, because I had demigod Redfall's soul. If Anna can take out the soul status card from Een Widow's grimoire, then how am I going to explain to them why I have Redfall's soul? And why is stored in an unknown gem? As all these thoughts flooded my mind, I started to panic, but my expression remained peaceful as I asked, Anna, is it really possible to unlock the grimoire of a dead card apprentice and take their card? Yes, but it is expensive and complex, Anna answered with a short reply and didn't go into details and added, we are going to perform it shortly, you can watch. Hearing Anna, I understood why I had not heard anybody mention this method. If something was complex and expensive for rich ladies like Anna and Asung, the regular people can forget about being able to use that method. This was for the good, as it would stop card apprentices from killing each other for their cards. After all, card apprentice killing for higher-level grimoire is already enough problem. Big sis Asung, and who arrived at the warehouse, greeted Asung enthusiastically. Little girl, how are you? Asung was delighted to see and, unlike her friend Anna, and was very reliable. I am fine. What about you? With that, Asung and in exchange small talks about each other, mostly why Asung was here and rebirth of demigod Redfall. Now that both of you have caught up, why don't we get started? Anna said to Asung, who seemed impatient to catch Redfall earlier, but now she was taking her sweet time talking to Anne. Okay, and give me Een Widow's blood, Asung asked Anne. Here. Following Asung's request, and took out Een Widow's corpse from her storage card and extracted a few drops of blood and handed them to Asung. Taking the blood drop, Asung signaled her aide, who appeared next to her in an instant. Asung handed the blood drops to her aide, who fed the blood drops to her card in the grimoire. Then Asung said, now we wait. What is happening? Clueless, I asked, hoping to get an explanation of what they were trying to do. Hearing me, and Anna both turned to answer, but seeing Anna was about to speak and backed away, but still she had to explain to me as Anna signaled her to answer me. This was best for me as Anna was not well versed in theories and gives a very vague explanation with no details. Let's hope that, and was different. She should be, based on what I have heard about her so far. Master Wyatt, we meet again, and started with small talks and went on to explain. There is an SS rank card called the dummy card. This card is a one-time use card usually used as a precaution against the curse, but we are going to use it to trick the world will and unlock the diamond grimoire. Card name, the dummy. Card type, one-time use item card. Card rank, SS rank, legend grade. Card rate, 9 stars. Card durability, 89/100. Card effect, the user is able to summon a doll. When fed the blood of the user, it can automatically act as the user's replacement to face deadly attacks. Additional effect, meat shield. Note, after feeding it blood, once it cannot be reused. Meat shield. The user is able to transfer all the physical damage suffered to the dummy doll once at will. Note, after feeding it blood, once it cannot be reused. Going through the card info of the dummy card, I was puzzled as to how they were going to use it to trick the world's will to open the diamond grimoire, and why did they have to do that? And seemed to have noticed the confusion on my face and answered my confusion even before I asked her. Master Wyatt, you must be puzzled about why we are trying to trick the world's will and how it all affects us retrieving the cards stored in the diamond grimoire, right? For that, you will have to understand how a grimoire is created and the principle behind its working. And gave a dramatic pause as she said those words. I understood why she did that. She wanted to check with others if it was okay to tell me about the creation of the grimoire and its working principle. I could see An's eyes seeking permission from Asung and Anna. And, you can tell, but don't go into details as some of the parts of explanation are too much and taboo for him. Asung spoke, giving and permission to explain to me how the grimoires were created and what was their working principle, while avoiding the taboos that apparently I wasn't ready for. This did not make sense, I am not ready for this information, then how is Asung, who is in the same realm as me, ready to know the taboo knowledge? Asung and I, both were in the card soldier realm, so if Asung can know the secrets behind the grimoire, then why was it that I was denied permission to know those secrets, and they went as far as to call it taboo? I was indeed dissatisfied by their remarks, but I knew better than to rise my dissatisfaction and question their judgment. Let's first hear what they were willing to tell me, and then maybe I can get other parts through other means. Master Wyatt, you know that grimoire allows us to do many magical and powerful things. To access it, we make a contract with the grimoire. What you don't know is when you are creating a contract with the grimoire, you are actually creating a contract with the worlds while using the grimoire as a medium to access the power of the world. And pause to let the information sink into my mind. After all, she did reveal a huge secret. You were telling me, a grimoire is just a vessel, and in reality, we are actually contracting with the world's will? How does that work? And what do you mean by accessing the world's power? Hearing, and I felt like everything I knew about grimoire and cards was a lie. If it were not from a trustable source, I would think that, and was trying to punk me. Master Wyatt, to understand this, you have to question yourself. We were not born with this power, so where is power coming from? Yes, we practice our active soul control, but all we are doing is strengthening our souls and enhancing our control over them. So how are we able to create cards? And why does it has to be cards? Why not scrolls or some other item? Or why can't we directly use this power? Why do we have to use cards to access them? An's explanation only added to my confusion. Thankfully, I had no opinion about grimoire before today, so I was a lot more open-minded to hear what An was trying to explain. If you think about it, by practicing their active soul control, the card apprentices strengthen their soul and their control over it. In return, their accessible soul energy increases. Other than that, there was no other benefits to practicing active soul control without the grimoire. Now the question was, why can a grimoire give such magical abilities to the card apprentice? Where do these powers come from? According to And, this power belonged to the world, and we gained access to it by forming a contract with the world's will with the grimoire as the medium. But how does that work? Why was there a need to use the grimoire as a medium? Why can we not directly establish a contract with the world's will? Seeing that my confusion grew with her words, and offered, Master Wyatt, I know it is confusing, but this is all I can disclose to you about the grimoires. If you have doubts, ask away. I will try to answer them to the best of my knowledge without touching the sensitive and taboo stuff. And why is there a need for users to use a grimoire as a medium to establish a contract with the world's will? Why can't we do that directly? I asked, and, taking up on her offer, Master Wyatt, you should already know that to feel the presence of the world's will, you will have to forge an ego gem. Considering the average talent of people all over the world, it was impossible for everyone to form an ego gem. Of course, there are some exceptions such as yourself. But do you believe the monsters would have waited for us to forge our ego gems? The world back then was not peaceful enough for us to patiently forge an ego gem and independently form a contract with the world's will. Therefore, the first of us to walk on this world thought of using the grimoire as a medium to form a contract and borrow the power of the world, and answered by saying that humans need to forge an ego gem to feel the presence of the world's will. So it was impossible for humans to form a contract with the world's will at the card student realm, and went on to explain to me that at the being, the world was plagued with monsters, and it was not ideal for humanity to patiently forge ego gems to establish a contract with the world's will and borrow its power. Therefore, our ancestors came up with the idea to use a medium to form a contract and borrow the power of the world's will. Does that mean that the ego gem can do everything that a grimoire can do? Doesn't that make the grimoire redundant? So why do card apprentices with ego gems fight for higher grade grimoire? I asked, thinking that if the ego gems could also perform the same function as the grimoires, shouldn't the grimoires become obsolete after the card apprentices forge their ego gems? Master Wyatt, what you are saying is correct if we consider that grimoire and ego gem play the same role in a card apprentice's growth. But are the grimoire and ego gem the same? And answer me with a question. No, I didn't understand. Wasn't saying that grimoire and ego gem were not the same. Then wasn't grimoire a replacement item for ego gem? Master Wyatt, grimoire is indeed a medium used by card apprentice to form a contract with the world's will to borrow its power but it is not the same as ego gem. They both have two different functions. Grimoire deals with the world's power, that is the soul pathways, and the ego gem deal with energies in the world's will, that is the rules and their meanings. The grimoire gives the card apprentice access to soul pathways, which we make use of through cards, while the ego gem gives us access to rules, which we make use of through runes. Therefore, both the grimoire and ego gem are important to a card apprentice, and narrated the importance and necessity of both the grimoire and ego gem for a card apprentice, and how they gave them access to two different power systems, soul pathways and rules, while the card apprentices made use of these two power systems through cards and runes. Hearing N's explanation, I understood that grimoire and ego gem were two different things that helped the card apprentice borrow two different power systems from the world. But in end, one question remained: how is grimoire created? I now know where it gets its ability from, but the principle behind its creation was still beyond my reach, as I knew that enter the taboo part which N wasn't supposed to explain to me. So I decided to go around it. And so why are the grimoires divided into 5 different grades? About that, the materials, and was about to explain why the grimoire was divided into 5 different grades, but was interrupted by Awesome. And stop it right there. You were just about to reveal how the grimoires are created to explain why they are divided into 5 different grades. Awesome interrupted, and who was so keen on explaining to me that she forgot that she almost revealed what she asked not to. And then glancing at me, Awesome said, "Master Wyatt, please don't try to take advantage of the courtesy we have extended to you." What? I am innocent. All I wanted to know was why the grimoires are divided into 5 different grades. I said, putting on an innocent smile. Yeah, right. Awesome rolled her eyes at my response. I did expect that it would not be easy to get the privileged information, so I was not discouraged and instead demanded, "So, why are the grimoires divided into 5 different grades?" You, hearing me demand, Awesome looked at me in disbelief. "Big sis, let me," said Anne. "I promise I won't speak about the privileged stuff." "Fine, but watch out for that boy. He has very thick skin for someone his age," Awesome warned, and who nodded hearing her words. "Master Wyatt, since I cannot go into details about this, let us use an example. Assume that the world's will is similar to a company, card apprentices as its employee, and the grimoire is your employment contract. Consider the card apprentice's active soul control percentage as the achievement made by the employees and power borrowed by the world as the employee salary. The company gives more benefits to employees with more achievements. That is, the world will give more access to its power to card apprentices with a higher active soul control percentage. As employees climb higher in their company, they are asked to renew their employment contracts with more benefits. Similarly, when the card apprentice achieves a certain percentage of active soul control, they are asked to renew their contract with the world's will for better terms with a higher grade of a medium, allowing the card apprentice to borrow more power from the world. Therefore, based on the different achievements in active soul control percentage, one can renew their contract with the world's will using a higher grade grimoire to access more power. Narrating that, and peeked at me to see if she was able to answer me without leaking the privileged information. Contract renewal. To access more power from the world, you need a higher grade of medium to renew your old contract with new terms based on your new active soul control percentage. I understand that, but my question is, why do that? What is stopping us from depending on the same old medium to renew contracts with the world's will? Why do we have to keep renewing the contract with different medium? Why can't the world give us direct access to its power like it did with ego gems? In order to avoid revealing something privileged, and came up with a half-backed way to explain why the grimoire was divided into grades. But it had a lot of holes in it. Especially, why can't the world give complete access to the grimoires as it did with ego gems? First, ego gems too have grades. They are graded based on the card apprentice's natural talent. Lower the talent, fewer rules available to comprehend, and slower the comprehension of the rules. Likewise, higher the talent, more rules available to comprehend, and faster the comprehension of the rules. Second, we have to keep renewing our contract with the world as our achievements in active soul control increase, because our soul is not strong enough to directly handle complete access to the world's power. So as our active control progresses, we have to keep renewing the contract to gain more access to the world's power. Third, the creation of grimoires is not cheap. We can't just hand over diamond grimoires to everyone to access the full power of the world, when we don't even know if their soul would ever grow strong enough to access even a quarter of the world's power. Therefore, keeping all this in mind, the first of us to walk this world divided the grimoire into 5 grades based on the talent of the people, and finally explained where the crux of the issue lay. It was our soul. It wasn't strong enough to hold everything the world had to offer. Hence, we practice our active soul control to slowly make ourselves strong to bear the burden of accessing the world's power. As for why we don't use the same grimoire to keep renewing our contract with the world, was because the creation of the highest grade grimoire, the diamond grade grimoire, for everyone was impossible, as it was expensive, and it was a waste of resources because not everyone would be able to persist the practice of active soul control and achieve the highest there is to achieve. So instead of wasting precious resources, the ancestors, the first to walk this world, decided to separate the grimoire into 5 different grades based on the average talent of the people. So, I take it you understood why the grimoire is separated into 5 grades, and said, feeling satisfied as she was able to answer without leaking any privilege information. Yes, but why do you keep saying the first to walk this world, and not our ancestors? I asked, and noticing that she didn't call the predecessors of this world her ancestor, but the first of us to walk this world. Hearing my new doubt and panicked and hurriedly explained to Ah Sung and Anna. I didn't lead him to this. I didn't know he would catch on to this. Honestly, I would not have felt something was amiss here if I hadn't heard Anna, too, call the predecessors of this world first of us to walk this world before. It is okay, and it is not your fault. It appears Master Wyatt is very detail-oriented. Others would still be trying to digest the information you just unloaded, but he is sharper. Master Wyatt, please stop making things difficult for the little girl, said Ah Sung, indirectly asking me to stop asking and questions whose answers were above my privilege level. Fine. I agreed with Ah Sung and asked her, what did it mean by first of us to walk this world? Hearing my shameless question, Ah Sung rolled her eyes at me and said, Master Wyatt, the answer to your question is the taboo secret of this world. So please refrain from searching for answers, as it may have adverse consequences that even you cannot bear. And I also hope you understand that what you learned here is not something you can reveal to another soul. I will keep that in mind. Saying that, I turned to glance at Anna, but she looked away. Clearly she too didn't want to answer my question, and I didn't want to put her in that position. Your Highness, I too swear to not reveal everything I have heard here to another soul. While Ah Sung was making sure neither and nor Anna would dare to open their mouth to answer me, Susan's meek sound sounded, enveloping the warehouse into an awkward silence. Under the gaze of the 3 most powerful women I have known so far, Susan stood, not knowing how to deal with the predicament she was in. She had just heard some privileged information that she shouldn't have, and now the other 3 were deciding what to do with her. Nervous, Susan once again swore, Your Highness, I swear I will not pass everything I heard here to another soul. Ha ha ha, relax, honey. We are messing with you. Most of the stuff we just told is common knowledge for the people in the central capital. So, no harm done. Ah Sung laughed and assured Susan that the information she just heard was common knowledge in the central capital, but privileged way down the south, especially here in Sky Blossom City. Manager Susan, you have to relax a little bit, like your boss. Look at him shamelessly demanding privileged information as if it was his right, said Anna. Your Highness, I wouldn't dare. Susan was a law-fearing citizen whose parents taught her to thank the Southern royal family every day for the bread she was able to eat 3 times a day without having to bloody her hands. Aside from her parents' teaching, Susan had huge respect for the royal family and its members, who maintained the peace in the South. This was one of the reasons Susan was not more aggressive about pursuing her young love and confessing her feelings to him, because she felt she was stealing him from the Southern Emperor, so it was wrong. Just when Susan overcame her moral dilemma of falling for a younger man, and her boss at that, new obstacles were erected in her path. Amped up with her feelings for her boss, Susan did try to fight for her love against Her Highness, but soon felt huge guilt. Her heart was in love, but it was also loyal to the royal family. Caught up in a moral dilemma, Susan could never bring herself to confess her feelings to her boss. Susan, we have been in each other's company for more than a week, so I think you should get more comfortable around us. Therefore, ditch the honorifics, will you? As a woman, Anna knew that Susan did not look at her young lover as her boss, but more than that. Susan wasn't alone. Her young lover seemed to feel the same way for her, though he would deny it if asked. Anna knew better. Her woman's intuition was ringing crazy on this. Therefore, she herself had indirectly warned Susan to back off. That was one of the low points in her life. Later, she lamented how far her obsession had dragged her down because love would not do that to her. Realizing her mistake, Anna wanted to recognize her love rival and wish that the best of them would win. This did not mean she would go easy on Susan. Susan looked at Anna, not knowing how to answer. Her guilt towards Anna increased, seeing her being so welcoming despite their clash a few nights ago. The members of the royal family are so good and forgiving, just like the stories she heard about them when she was little. Susan, what happened to the girl from a few nights ago? She had some fight in her. Now that was the girl who knew what she wanted and didn't hesitate to roll up her sleeves to get it. I was quite impressed. Anna was not lying when she said these words, as she really believed Susan to be her love rival. Hearing Anna, Susan's respect for the Southern royal family grew, and so did her resolve from a few nights ago, which was shackled by her guilt. Her resolve got rid of those shackles, and glancing at Anna, she said, "Southern Emperor, forgive me if I offend you." "Offend me?" "Manager Susan, now you are just being full of yourself." Seeing the familiar resolve burning in Susan's eyes, Anna thought, "Since when did I have to scare little girls to get a man? Bring it, little girl, let me show you the charm of Anna Heat-Send." Little did Anna know that she would come to regret and applaud this moment for underestimating the country girl, as this country girl will be her greatest rival. Ah-sung was surprised to hear Anna's conversation with Susan and looked at Susan in a new light, but what surprised her, even more, was that Anna's love started to sound one-sided. So she could help but glance at her friend's crush, who seemed to be lost in his thoughts, seeing his employee was no longer in trouble. And she couldn't help but wonder, what does Anna see in him? He has potential, but not enough to fall madly in love with him. Well, love is unreasonable. To think one of the goddesses of our batch would fall for some unknown country boy. As for Anne, she was busy occasionally peeking at her crush. She has been aching to meet him, but she had to control herself, because if Anna knew about her thoughts, she would lock her up in her grimoire for the rest of their life. So she could not be obvious with her feelings, which was very hard considering her bond with Anna. While Anne was peeking at her love, she also continued to think of a solution to her problems. Anna. Now that I knew why they had to trick the world's will to open Ian Widow's grimoire, I could not understand how they were going to use a few drops of blood from Ian Widow's corpse and the SS rank the dummy card to trick the world's will. The effect of the dummy card was to protect the card apprentice from immediate deadly damage and transfer the sustained damage by the user to itself. So how does it help in tricking the world's will? Not to mention Ian Widow was dead. How was her blood going to be used by the dummy card? Was that even possible? Anna, how are you going to trick the world's will into opening the diamond grimoire using the dummy card? I racked up my brain for every possible way, but I could not think of an answer to how the dummy card would accept the blood of a dead person. Well, and showed you the effects of the card, right? Anna spoke as if the answer to my question was in the dummy card info. Yes, she did. Are you implying that the dummy card works on the blood of a dead person too? I asked, as it was too bizarre for me to just accept it. Yes. Mind-blowing, right? Even the creator of this card would not have thought of this. They say some drunk card emperor found this method by mistake. Anna was not enthusiastic about going into the technical details, but was enthusiastic about gossiping stories with no merits to them. Ignoring Anna, I turned to, and she seemed to go out of her way to make sure that I understood what she was explaining. How considerate of her. Glancing at, and I cannot help but wonder, how can there be an origin card that was the better version of the card apprentice? It was like the universe mocking Anna that she could be replaced with a better version of herself. No wonder Anna would hide her origin card. Feeling my gaze, and looked at me and answered without me having to ask her. Master Wyatt, the dummy card is one of a kind. You already know that it replaces the card apprentice to take immediate damage, be it physical or soul-related damage. It is able to do that because it assumes the identity of the card apprentice whose blood it has been fed with. So what happens to the card when it is fed with a dead person's card? Does it assume the identity of the dead person? I answered, understanding how the dummy card worked. My eyes shined bright as finally I knew why the card would accept a dead person's blood. Earlier, I was too stuck with the card effect, and forget to ask how the effects of the card were possible. Yes, and responded with a gentle smile. So, what are we waiting for now? Why aren't we summoning the dummy to open the diamond grimoire? In curiosity, I even forgot that if the diamond grimoire were to be opened, I would be in a lot of trouble. Well, though the dummy has assumed Widow's identity, it does not have her soul energy to open the grimoire. Normally, we could feed the dummy with soul energy, and it would open the diamond grimoire, but Widow is dead for a long period now, so the grimoire will scrutinize the soul energy fed by the dummy before allowing it to open the grimoire. Since we are feeding the dummy with external soul energy, its soul energy signature will not match Widow, so instead, we will end up alerting the world's will. As the consequence, the grimoire will be destroyed by the world's will, and it will punish the dummy and the card apprentice equipping it. And paused, allowing me to soak in the consequence of failing to trick the world's will. So, how do we address this problem? I asked, and thinking that since Widow is dead, mimicking her soul energy is going to be impossible. But if that were true, they would not try to open the diamond grimoire in the first place. Since they are trying it anyway, then they should have a way around it. We fed the dummy a little soul energy, and wait until the soul energy inside the dummy adapts the signature of the Widow's soul energy, and answered. Is that possible? I know I am asking the obvious. Since they are trying it, then it was 100% possible. Yes. Since the dummy has assumed the Widow's identity, once the soul energy adapts to the dummy, it will resemble the Widow's soul energy. And knew what I meant by my question, so explained to me how the soul energy fed to the dummy would duplicate the signature of the Widow's soul energy. So, how long will it take for that to happen? I asked Anne. About 9 to 12 hours, and answered casually. Okay, responding to, and I thought, that means I still have time to get rid of Redfall's soul. Master Wyatt, since all the ingredients you ordered are here, so why don't we get started with my origin card creation? Ah-Sung asked, seeing that I was done with my questions. I thought she wanted to wait until after she handled the Redfall matter, but there was a lot of time to spare in between, so I guess she wants to get it over with and use the available time more appropriately. Sure, since it is about time for dinner. Why don't start after our dinner? I made an excuse to buy myself some time to think of ways to get rid of Demigod Redfall's soul. If I am caught with his soul on the person, I don't know how I am going to explain myself to Anna and the rest. Okay then. Ah-Sung agreed. After all, it was not every day she got to eat with friends. Did somebody say dinner? The dinner is ready. Let me set up the dinner table, Agatha announced as she walked out of the kitchen, and glancing at duplicate Anna and Susan, she added, It seems we have additional guests. No worries, I made extra. Agatha summoned a huge-ass fancy dinner table, covered it with a clean white tablecloth, arranged all the plates and cutleries, and placed her home-cooked dinner on the table. With that, the whole warehouse was filled with a flavorful smell that would make a person's mouth water. It seems Agatha went all out preparing the dinner. The table is set. Your Highness Ah-Sung, please. Agatha invited Ah-Sung, and then looking at two identical Anna, she did not know how to react. Which one was the Southern Emperor, and who was the doppelganger? Agatha, this is, and Anna's twin sister. I introduced Anne to Agatha, as not many people seem to know about Anna's origin card, and then preferred to identify as Anna's twin. Agatha wanted to invite Anna and Anne to the dinner table, but they had already taken a set at the table while I introduced Anne to Agatha. Where is ABA? Why is she not here? Ah-Sung asked. Your Highness, the princess is still sad about your health and is crying in the kitchen, Agatha answered. Let me go fetch her. Ah-Sung headed towards the kitchen. She knew ABA was attached to her, and as somebody who lost her mother to an illness, ABA was really sensitive about these kinds of stuff. Knowing that ABA was sad for her, Ah-Sung, who did not want to talk about her condition, decided to have a heart-to-heart with ABA. But as she headed towards the kitchen, she did not forget to throw a glance at the pre-son responsible for all this mess. Shaking my head at Ah-Sung's stare, I then looked at the dinner table. Aside from Ah-Sung and ABA, who were in the kitchen, everyone had taken their seat at the table, even Susan. She was seated between Anna and Anne. Seeing this, I could not laminate how considerate they were. After all, Susan was the only outsider in this group. Feeling my gaze, Anna signaled me to sit next to her. I shook my head with a sigh. Though I want to enjoy dinner with everyone, I still had other pressing matters to deal with, and this was the best time for me to go get rid of the evidence connecting me to Demigod Redfall's soul. Thinking about what I had to do next under Anna's puzzled gaze, I looked at all and said, "Guys, I have to leave for some urgent business. You folks enjoy the dinner without me." "Master Wyatt, can't that wait? Everyone will miss you at the dinner table," said Cole, not because he will miss his cousin's lover at the dinner table, but because with him gone, he will be the only male on the dinner table. Not that he minded it. After all, it helped with his fantasies, but he knew a small slip in his expression, and these ladies would make him regret it. Therefore, he hoped that another male would be present to share the burden in such conditions. "Yes, Master Wyatt. I have prepared a lot. It will go to waste," added Agatha. "Well, Agatha, it seems I don't have the fate to enjoy your hand-cooked meal." It did appear like that, so I couldn't help but say it. "No need to be sad, Master Wyatt. I will make sure to save some and reheat it for you when you arrive later," Agatha offered. "Thank you, Agatha." I don't know if Agatha was being serious, but I didn't care. "Wyatt, let me tend to that business. You have dinner with everyone." At the dinner table, Susan felt like the friend who got a last-minute invite to the New Year's dinner out of pity, especially with Anne and Anna going out of their way to make her feel welcomed and comfortable at the dinner table. "No, Susan, that won't work. I have to be there for this. Please understand," I said, eyeing both Susan and Anna, as they were the only two whom I felt obliged to give an explanation. As for the others, FSAM, they are not the boss of me. Hearing my words, Anna and Susan nodded in agreement. With that, I hurried out of the warehouse, and summoning my hover bike, I called Courtney while heading towards the Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon Seal. "Hello, Wyatt. What is it?" Courtney answered the call immediately. It appears she too was not busy with other matters. Fortunate for me. "Courtney, where are you now?" I asked her. "At the orphanage. I wanted to come to the warehouse, but the kids and Bloodette hit it off, so I decided to stay here." "Why? Is there a problem?" answered Courtney. The sound of children and Bloodette's laughter in the background were proof of her words. "No, don't worry about it. As long as you are within the Sky Blossom City array, it is fine. I called you for personal matters. I need a favor." I asked Courtney a favor. "Sure, what is it?" Courtney didn't hesitate and immediately agreed to help. This was the loyalty I could expect from Courtney. If it were somebody else, they would not agree without knowing the nature of the favor, and only after I had answered them would they show their true colors. At times like this, having a friend like Courtney was helpful. "Meet me at the Dungeon Seal. I will explain everything there." I did not go into details about the favor and asked Courtney to meet up at the Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon Seal. "Okay, meet you at the dungeon gate," Courtney answered affirmatively. Date: April 2nd, 2321. Time: 21:05. Location: Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon Seal. I had arrived at the Dungeon Seal location, but there was no sign of Courtney. I wasn't worried that Courtney wouldn't show up. There must be a strong reason why she hadn't arrived yet. Therefore, I decided to wait while making appropriate preparation. By appropriate preparation, I meant upgrading a storage trunk card to a bonded storage trunk card. What's the difference between the two? Bonded cards were the cards that can only be used by the predetermined card apprentice, and nobody else could use the card. So by upgrading a storage trunk card, I was making sure that only I could activate the card. This way, the contents of the storage trunk would only be accessible to me and nobody else. Upgrading a regular item card to a bonded item card was not that hard for an array master. But due to my multiple talents, I faced a problem when it came to choosing between the multiple methods to bond a card. Soul Energy Signature Bond, Blood Rule Bond, Password Protected, and my personal invention code bond. Soul Energy Signature Bond was the popular one because this method was easy to set up, as any rookie array master could set it, and was hard to cheat. Blood Rule Bond. This method was popularly used by big families to make sure that the secret cards of their family do not get leaked and stay within their bloodline. Password Protected. As the name suggested, to activate these cards, one had to satisfy the predetermined conditions set by the creator. This required a very high level of array mastery. I wasn't there yet. But I invented my own way to achieve a similar effect and named it Code Bonded. Code Bond was the product of the new way of array formation I was coming up with. It was nothing special. It made use of numbers to identify various soul pathways in nature surrounding us, just like how the binary code was used to interact with the computers back on Earth. This idea was still in its infant stage and needed a lot of work, since I needed to be able to define everything surrounding me using a number system, which was easier said than done. especially when I had yet to decide how many numbers I should use to create a computing language, as I did not think that binary and ternary computing language would be enough to define the boundless and ever-expanding nature. Since the code bond was still in the development phase, I ruled it out, leaving me with two options: blood rule bonded and soul energy signature bonded. Since I was the only one going to access this card, I went with the simple and popular method, the soul energy signature bond. Considering the trouble one had to go through to get past the soul energy signature verification, I felt like this was the best option available fitting my needs. So without any further ado, I upgraded the storage trunk card to a bonded storage trunk card. Card name, storage trunk. Card type, item card bonded. Card rank, E rank, common grade. Card rate, 1 star. Card durability, 100/100. Card effect, the user can summon a standard military-grade storage trunk by activating the card. Additional effect, soul energy signature bonded. Note, this card is bonded to a specific card apprentice and cannot be accessed by others. Having successfully created a bonded storage truck card, I used it to store the storage card containing the heathen stone box that housed the calamity trap trapping demigod Redfall's soul. Then waited for Courtney. Considering that Bloodette could return to the dungeon seal any moment she wanted to with Courtney hiding in her rune, I could not help but lament that it was taking too long for Courtney to get to the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon. Growing impatient, I was about to call Courtney, but didn't have to as I watched the dungeon gate finally open. I walked into the gate, and it closed behind me. "Courtney, what took you so long?" I couldn't help but ask because I had explicitly explained to Courtney that I needed her help and to meet me at the dungeon seal. Yet, Courtney arrived so tardily, therefore I couldn't help but vent. "I am sorry, Wyatt." Bloodette wouldn't listen. And kids also weren't willing to let go of Bloodette. Courtney apologized. I chose to forgive her for the delay but turned to glance at Bloodette, who glared back and yelled, "You guys have problems every day, but Bloodette doesn't get to have fun every day." Bloodette looked like the kid whose mom forcefully dragged her out of the arcade. But considering that not every day Bloodette gets to meet someone who would not fear or feel disgusted by her appearance, I decided to not blame her. It was okay for her to lose track of time playing with people who don't judge her, kids in this instant. But I still advised, do you know that there are blood rule meanings that allow one to assume the appearance of the target whose blood they had consumed? I know, but I don't seem to find them, and this is way better. The kids at the orphanage do not seem to be bothered by my appearance. I had so much fun. You have to meet Daisy, she is super cute, and Brain too. He is a jerk, but he is fun. We did all sorts of crazy stuff together. God, I miss them already. Bloodette's mood improved as she spoke of her new friends. "You can leave Courtney's innate rune when outside of the dungeon seal?" I asked, hearing that Bloodette had a fun time with the kids at the orphanage. No, her main body was still in the innate rune. She created a small incarnation of hers and possessed it to play with children. Courtney answered, "And the orphanage staff were okay with it?" I sure as hell wouldn't be okay with a midget humanoid made of blood playing with a group of kids. I told them that she was my familiar, so they were not opposed to the idea of her playing with the kids. Courtney whispered, but Bloodette's senses were sharp. "And thanks to that, Brain kept teasing me that I was your pet." Bloodette growled at Courtney. Bloodette wasn't really angry that Brain teased her, because for some weird reason it helped her mingle with kids faster. "Bloodette, if I hadn't said that, they would not have agreed to let you play with the kids." Courtney reasoned with Bloodette. "It seems you two had a fun and eventful day. Well, you guys deserve it after being held in the military base for days against your wish." I was happy and sad for Bloodette, as aside from innocent children and us, nobody else would ever accept and treat her as one of them. And it was kind of funny to hear that Solemn Blood Supreme was bullied by a kid. I don't know if my assumptions held any merit, but I was willing to bet on the mysterious dungeon seal. There was another reason I wanted to hide Demigod Redfall's soul in the dungeon seal. That was if by chance Demigod Redfall were able to break free from the calamity trap and escape the heathen stone box. The dungeon seal itself would act as a prison for him. I know that it wasn't a brilliant idea, but it was better than letting Redfall's soul free. This F. Kerr was someone who had sacrificed 100,000 innocent souls for power. I can't imagine how far he is willing to go regain his realm. Instead of letting out this disaster into the world, I thought it would be better if his soul stayed imprisoned in the dungeon seal in case he was able to break free from all his other restraints. I know if that were to happen, then the dungeon seal would not be accessible to either of us. Still, it was better than the alternative. Not to mention the possibility of this happening was very little, taking into consideration that Redfall's soul is not strong as it used to after returning from the other side. I thought Redfall's soul would not be able to break free from the calamity trap under the effect of the heathen stone. To be honest, there was my selfishness hidden behind this choice. I did not want to lose a high-grade ingredient like an ex-demigod's soul. By keeping Redfall's soul in the dungeon seal, I could access it whenever I wanted to, but if I had made any other arrangement, I would not have this convenience factor. Trusting my deduction, I threw the doubts to the back of my mind and looked at Courtney and Bloodette. They seemed to be done playing around, so I asked, "Girls, did you have dinner?" "No, I rushed over here for you," replied Courtney. "I am always hungry," Bloodette yelled. For someone of Bloodette's realm, the blood of low and medium-grade monsters wouldn't satisfy her hunger despite the amount. She needed a high-grade monster's blood, but the Sky Blossom City didn't have any high-grade dungeon for her to harvest monster blood. Therefore, Bloodette was experimenting with the monster's blood and blood rule. For example, enhancing the monster's blood using the blood rule. This way, the resulting blood would have the nutrition of the blood rule and flavor of the monster's blood. Good. I too feel famished. Let's go and get ourselves some dinner. I remember Anna saying she would save some food for me, but I did not want to eat alone when I could fill my stomach in the company of my loyal friends, Courtney and Bloodette. Yeah, and later we can return to the orphanage and play with Daisy and Brian. Bloodette cheered enthusiastically. Bloodette, that is not possible. It is late. The kids at the orphanage must be fast asleep by now. But you can play with them tomorrow morning. Courtney poured water on Bloodette's enthusiasm. Hearing Courtney, Bloodette's mood turned for the worse. "Hey, you two, don't dilly-dally, we gotta get going. It is late already. There won't be enough portions left." I hurried Courtney and Bloodette. I know Bloodette was feeling down, so I decided to give her some space to deal with it while we were on the move. Bloodette entered Courtney's innate rune and then opened the dungeon gate. I followed Courtney out, and we too summoned our hoverbikes. Just as we were about to leave, a ball of blood escaped Courtney's body and took a humanoid shape, and then "I want to drive the hoverbike." "No way." Courtney immediately denied Clone Bloodette's request. This hoverbike was her baby. Courtney would not want to hand it over to someone who has never driven anything in her life. Courtney would have considered if her financial situation was good as before, but with her mother imprisoned, Courtney was broke again. The royal family did promise her mother that they would take care of her, but she didn't know if it covered a hoverbike. And her mother did leave some emergency backups, but she would be stupid to use them for a hoverbike. What? Facing Courtney's immediate rejection, Bloodette was hurt. Didn't they just agree on what's mine is yours? Did that only apply to her? "Bloodette, please understand. This is expensive. If you were to get into an accident, I can't afford another one of this." Courtney tried to reason with Bloodette. "Why do you think that I will get in an accident?" Bloodette asked. "Because you don't know how to drive. Be good, I will teach you how to drive some other time." Courtney promised Bloodette that she would teach her how to drive if she behaved now. Bloodette stared at Courtney for a few seconds before she turned to me asking, "What about you, Wyatt?" "Sure, why not?" I wasn't worried about Bloodette wrecking the nanomorpher as it had sentience and could assist Bloodette and help her learn how to drive. "Wyatt, if she wrecks your hoverbike, I do not have the money to pay you for repairs. You have been warned." Courtney considered herself responsible for Bloodette's action. "Wyatt, don't worry. If I were to wreck your hoverbike, I will pay with the blood rule pills you like." Hearing Courtney warning the only person willing to lend her his hoverbike, Bloodette immediately tried to assure him that she was not financially helpless, and that if she were to wreck this hoverbike, she would pay him with blood rule pills. "Wow, is that how little you two think of me?" I said, looking at the two. "Wyatt, I didn't mean it that way." Courtney immediately tried to console me while Bloodette did not understand what I meant. "I was kidding." I laughed, and scooting backward on the nanomorpher, I said, "Bloodette, get on. Didn't you say you wanted to drive?" "Yeah." Bloodette cheered. After the dinner, Courtney and Bloodette decide to return to the orphanage. They planned to sleep there as people from Fine Gold would be meeting Courtney there tomorrow morning to discuss the future of the orphanage. As for me, I returned to the warehouse and was greeted by Susan. "Wyatt, you are here." "Susan, what are you still doing here?" It was way past 10 in the evening. Susan would usually get off work by 8:30 something, so I thought she would have left after dinner, but that doesn't seem to be the case. With so many guests, how can I leave? Susan asked. Don't worry, we have ABA and Agatha for that now. Hearing my words, the two hostages glared at me. What? You two just sit around all day? Might as well help around a little. I glared back at the duo, reminding them this was my warehouse. Wyatt, what's wrong with you? ABA asked. She clearly remembers repeatedly asking her friend not to talk to her like that, yet he keeps at it. ABA, chill. I am messing with you. I said to ABA, and then read the message that I just received in my grimoire. It was from Agatha, and it read, Wyatt, you better pray that So Then Emperor doesn't lose her interest in you. The day she loses interest in you, it will be your DOD. Reading the message, I replied, Agatha, come on, don't be like that. I thought we were friends. I pull your leg, you pull my leg. Why take it as far as to threaten each other? Agatha suddenly glared at me. It seems she read my reply. In response to Agatha's glare, I just shook my head thinking, people are way too serious these days to react so seriously to a snarky comment. See, awesome. Wyatt is here. We can check on the dungeon relocation testing some other day. Anna persuaded Asong, who kept asking to check on the dungeon relocation testing that Luna was conducting. Good. Let's do that. Hearing Anna's excuse, Asong knew Anna was trying to hide something from her. If she were here as a politician, she would have tried to uncover what the Southern royal family was up to this far down south. But she was here as a client, so she decided to lay back and not make things difficult for her friend. Master Wyatt, was your work unhindered and successful? Cole said, seeing he wasn't the only male in the warehouse anymore. I don't know, Mr. Cole. The results will be out tomorrow morning. I desperately hope that it works out, I answered to Cole. Then I will pray for you, replied Cole, saying that he will pray for my success. I didn't know the royal family was a believer. I said because I have been with the Southern royalty, and they did not seem like a group of God-fearing people. Especially Anna. No, they don't. But we Wilsons do. We pray to our ancestors. Cole answered proudly. That's not even a thing. You damned fatty. Anna yelled, hearing Cole claim that the people of the Wilson family were believers and prayed to their ancestors. Cousin, sorry, but I think I know better than you about the Wilson family. Cole didn't stop having his lie pointed out by Anna. Instead, he doubled down on it, burning full of confidence. If it were some stranger, they would think Cole was telling the truth, but unfortunately, he faced his cousin. Fatty, tell the truth, or I will use your arm to bash your skull in. Anna threatened Cole. What's the big deal? I was just making small talk. This is the way of the merchants. Do you have to police even that? Cole confessed, believing that Anna would stand true to her words. If he had continued to insist on his lie, then she would have definitely used his arm to bash his skull in. No, but I don't want Wyatt to get the wrong impression of my family and its vessels, said Anna. Hearing this, Cole almost coughed out blood, unable to suppress his anger, but in the end, he sighed, letting go of his anger helplessly. Master Wyatt, if you are free, can we get to the origin card creation? Asong asked me. Though her voice and tone did not suggest any impatience, I could feel that Asong just wanted to be done with her origin card creation. It seemed she was having a hard time believing my promises for her origin card. Well, I don't blame her for that, as her condition was chronic, and everybody she met in search of a solution for her condition must have had no answers for her. Helpless, she wants to believe in my words, but her rational self said otherwise because it did not want Asong to get hurt by getting her hopes high only to face a disappointment at the end yet again. Yes, let us get started right away. Asong wasn't showing it, but I could see that she was worried about her origin card creation. After all, no matter how rational she forced herself to be, there was a little part of her that hoped for a miracle. I don't know how to create miracles, but what I was going to create as Asong's origin card was nothing short of a miracle for her. Not wanting Asong to suffer anymore, I decided to create her origin card right away. Wyatt, you can work after having your dinner. I saved some dishes, let me reheat them for you. Anna stood true to her word. She had saved some dinner for me as she said she would. Now I felt guilt for eating out. But that guilt vanished remembering the company of Courtney and Bladette. It was fun. I am sorry, Anna, I ate out. With Courtney and Bladette. I am full. Madam Asong, let me lead you to the card lab. Hoping Anna would understand, I lead Asong to the card lab. Leading Asong up to the card lab, I walk into the lab after her. Getting comfy on a futon, Asong said, I take it you already know Anna has a bus full of ex-lovers. but I have never seen her so head over heels for someone until I met you. What's your secret? Susan had neatly arranged the ingredients in the lab. While going through them, I answered Asong. Secret? Honestly, I don't know what Anna sees in someone like. So your lack of trust is the reason why your relationship with Anna did not progress to the next stage. Asong in her time has seen many relationships, and they all had problems that stemmed from the same source, trust issues, and her friend's relationship was no different. Hearing the doubt in her friend's love interest, Asong knew that the problem lay with him. As for Anna, she was ready to go all in. Having figured that out till here, keeping the health of her friend's love life in mind, she asked, "So what is it that is holding you back? I thought we were in here to create your origin card, not a relationship counseling," I said, turning to look at Asong seated on her futon. "We are here for that, but it would not hurt if we talked about your trust issues, right?" said Asong. "Wow, aren't you brave for trying to dig up the emotional scars of the guy who will be pulling your last straw for a long and healthy life? Your origin card." I scorned Asong for trying to turn an origin card creation session into a counseling session. "Okay then, so why do you keep taking a step back when Anna takes one step forward? You do know that for this relationship to work, you have to meet her in middle." Asong ignored my scorn as a classic lass out from the patients who does not want to speak about their problems and went ahead to question me what was holding me back from taking the hand that Anna was extending. She wasn't the only one who knew to ignore others. I too could do that. So I ignored her and continued to go through the ingredients and arrange them in the order I planned to use them. "You know, the faster you participate, the sooner this will be over." Asong indirectly warned me that she won't stop asking until I voluntarily participated in her heart-to-heart, which seemed one-sided as I was the only one being asked to share my feelings. I could ask her to share her feelings too, but I didn't give a damn about them. Women, I tell you, they love making other people's business their business. I don't heed Asong's warning and continued to go through the ingredients and arrange them, but Asong spoke, saying, "Wyatt, you know how difficult it is to fit in the top university mint for a card apprentice when you aren't one. The students and professors felt I didn't belong there and hated me because they felt I was occupying the place of hard-working eligible card apprentice who got railroaded because I used backdoor to take one spot in the limited enrollment of the university. When I decided to enroll in the Morningstar University with an iron-grade grimoire, I knew that it was going to be tough, but I didn't know how tough until I actually attend the university. It is hard to be in a place where nobody wants you, especially if you are a helpless little girl. It felt like the whole world is rejecting me for not being a card apprentice. No matter how much I steeled my heart and mind, the constant rejection I faced in the university finally got to me, and I planned to quit. But when I was about to apply for a college transfer, a girl walked up to me and said, "Hey, follow me, you can apply for a college transfer tomorrow." Back then, Anna had the reputation as a bully. So out of fear, I decided to follow her, and that day onwards, I never felt the need to apply for a transfer again. As with her, I found my group of misfits, and together we ruled the campus until our graduation. Those were some fun times. And because I was able to persist that day, now the Morningstar University has a few reserved seats for outstanding mortals with high achievements, Asong narrated. So what's the point? I asked about the point of Asong's story, forgetting that I had decided to ignore her. Well, that wasn't going to work anyway since I had to help create her origin card. That is how much Anna is important to me. So you better believe it when I said I would not stop until you open up, Asong said with a gentle smile, but I could feel a stubborn fire in her eyes. Fine, you want to know why I am hesitating? First, I don't even know if I want to be in a relationship with everything going around me, and second is that I am afraid. Afraid that once we take the next step in our relationship, Anna is going to realize that what she felt for me was not love, but obsession, which was no longer present now that she got what she wanted, and would discard what we have built together like one of her old toys, which no longer interests her as she got new ones to play with. Irritated by Asong's question, I finally opened up about my insecurities to her. First, you cannot pause living your life just because you have a lot of things going on around you. And second, how do you know that it is Anna who will dump you for such a silly reason? It could be some other reason, or it could be you who dumps her. All I am trying to say is you won't know until you give it a try. Nothing is set in stone, so don't miss out because of your fears, and if it doesn't work out between the two of you, then move on. That is how a mature relationship works. Hearing my worries, Asong barely managed to hold back her laughter, and then explained to me that My worries were only of concern if I were to give it a try, but if I were to continue to stall and do nothing, then these worries of mine were nothing but shackles that I created out of fear. In conclusion, according to Asong, I should stop holding myself back by worrying about things I cannot control and jump in head first and experience the ups and downs of life with a positive attitude. Yeah, what a sound piece of advice, as if that didn't cross my mind. Have you ever thought I want to hold back, don't want to rush into things, and want to explore other options? I know you were looking out for your friend, but I'm going to tell you the same thing I told Anna. Don't push it. We will get there when I am ready. I sighed, feeling that this conversation was tedious. Wait, do you mean you swing for the other team? Asong finally understood why an inexperienced virgin could resist the charm of her friend and could not help but feel sad for her friend because she fell for someone who played for the same team. Hell no, why the FCK would you think that? Hearing Asong speculating about my sexual orientation, I denied it desperately. Language, Asong warned me and then added, didn't you just say that you wanted to explore other options? In what universe does that mean that I prefer sausages over buns? Let me be clear, if I wasn't earlier, I like big buns. In fact, the bigger and plumper the buns, the better. I made it clear to Asong that I preferred buns over sausage. Okay, I get it. Then what did you mean by exploring other options? Asked Asong. Obviously, I meant I want to meet new people and experience everything life has to offer, I said without thinking, but then immediately closed my mouth, feeling Asong's glare. Why would you see other people when you have Anna? Said Asong while cussing in heart. All men are dogs. What do you mean by I have Anna? I didn't dare to talk further, as I knew in the heat of the moment I had stepped on a landmine. The only way to make it out of here alive was to patiently disarm it. I mean, she loves you. At the least you could give her a shot and take responsibility for her feelings. Asong was caught off guard, but she skillfully handled it. How does that work exactly? What Asong said felt funny to me. A guy has to give a girl a fair shot just because she loves him, based on what logic? If not, don't tell me you will heartlessly break a maiden's heart. Asong argued, but her arguments started to sound weaker the more she spoke. Madam Asong, are you married? Or perhaps you in a relationship with somebody? Asong was a politician, not a love guru. Her take on love was too naive and self-centered. She was not fit to lecture anyone about relationships, or love for that matter. No, I was too busy with work and never got the chance. Sighed Asong, because her work life wasn't the only reason for her lonely love life, but her health conditions too. The movement she knew about her health, she shut the door on her love life and gave her undivided attention to her work life. I see, I said, giving Asong a meaningful look before adding, what if I were to say I like you and would like to go out with you? Hearing my words, Asong grew speechless. Her brain was having a hard time processing what she just heard. For half of her life, she was immortal, so she spent it proving to others that she was no less than any other card apprentice out there. So she never had the time to explore the romantic part of her life. But Asong would be lying if she said that she never wondered what could have been. Therefore, when she heard the teenager in front of her asking her out, it took her a while to get hold of herself before she said, "You must be joking." "Am I? Why don't we find out on a date? Are you up for that? I heard the mountains in the northern region are beautiful this time of year and the best places for a couple's retreat," I said, looking into Asong's uncertain eyes. "I know you are messing with me. I am not in terse set." Asong obviously rejected me. I was expecting that, otherwise I wouldn't dare to play with this fire. Why? What's holding you back? You know you got to meet me in the middle for this relationship to work, I said with a sad face, as if I was really hurt by Asong's rejection. Okay, I give up, all right. Stop at this instant. Asong ordered me to stop playing. But how could? I have just begun. How can say that? Is it because you don't trust me enough? How will you know if you don't try it? Let us get together. If it doesn't work out between us, we can move on like adults. After all, that is how a mature relationship works, I said while getting close to Asong. Seeing my advance, Asong got up from the futon and wanted to go for the exit, but it was behind me, so she could only move backward until she was backed up against the wall. Then I stopped, not wanting to alert Asong's 10 demigod bodyguards, who would not think twice to kill me for Asong's safety. For some reason, Asong would not back way in face of the card emperors and demigods, but right now, she could not maintain her calm in front of a teenager. She felt her cheeks heating up and tried hard not to get her face flushed, and tried to reason with the boy, saying, "Wyatt, I don't know if you are being genuine or not. But listen to me, I am not in a place to accept your feelings, and I am not interested. You should find someone who will like you instead of wasting time obsessing over me. How could you break my heart so heartlessly? You should take responsibility for my feelings. I demanded. Ah-sung went quiet, hearing the familiar lines spoken by the teenager. Ah-sung finally understood what the teenager was getting at. She never thought she would be schooled about romantic feelings by somebody one day, not to mention a teenager no less. Turns out she was too naive when it comes to romantic feelings and still had a lot to learn about love. Now Ah-sung felt embarrassed for trying to force her friend's love interest to take responsibility for her friend's feelings when she had no experience in this part of life. Then she remembered a wise saying, "If you don't know, then shut up." Right now she regretted meddling in something she had very little knowledge of. Understanding where she went wrong, Ah-sung looked at the teenager, standing a foot away from her, and apologized. "I am sorry. It was not my place to tell you what to do." I nodded, hearing Ah-sung apologize. I could see she was being genuine. It seems my word got through to her. And to mess with her a little, I moved my face closer to her ears and said, "You know I wasn't lying when I said I was into you. I really am, and I would always prefer mature over the rest. So, what are your thoughts about a couple's retreat in the mountains of the northern region?" Seeing the boy move his lips closer to her ears, Ah-sung panicked, but soon she froze, hearing what he had to say. His words made her heart start beating like a drum roll, and her mind went into overdrive, trying to process the numerous thoughts that crossed her mind right at that instant. As a result, she was speechless and was unable to answer the boy's question. "I will take your silence as a yes and go ahead with the bookings. Don't worry, Anna doesn't have." Awakened by my words, Ah-sung frantically tried to deny. No, I don't agree. I cannot do this, Anna." "So, if Anna is out of the picture, will you agree?" I asked Ah-sung with my eyebrows raised. "No, I didn't mean it that way. I would never say that." Seeing Ah-sung grow more frenetic, I decided to call it quits before all this ends up as a huge misunderstanding and blows up in my face. "Calm down, Ah-sung. I was just messing with you." Hearing my words, Ah-sung, who was overwhelmed earlier, looked at me in disbelief. It didn't take long for that look to turn fierce and yell, "Why you? How dare you trick me?" And she started hitting me with her small fists. Ah-sung was too weak, and added to my Voltronian physique, I felt nothing. Ignoring Ah-sung's weak fists, I said, "I wasn't lying when I said I preferred mature women." Hearing my words, Ah-sung's fists grew more aggressive and she yelled, "You still dare to make fun of me?" Shaking my head, I grabbed Ah-sung's fists by her wrists and said, "Ah-sung, stop. Otherwise, your bodyguards will kill me over a misunderstanding." Unable to free her hands, Ah-sung glared at me and said, "Good. They should. That way I can relieve a quarter of the anger I am feeling right now." "Ah-sung, don't even joke about it. They might really kill me," I said, looking towards the ceiling. Ah-sung then, preferring to me, addressing her directly with no honorifics, added, "Wyatt, isn't your tongue taking too much liberty with me? I believe now we are at the point where we can skip honorifics while addressing each other. Don't you think so too?" I said, being cheeky. "What gave you that idea, and when do you plan to let go of hands?" Ah-sung asked, struggling to free her wrists. "Never, but since you are asking, I will let them go for now," saying that I let go of Ah-sung's wrists. "You know I can sentence you for life for harassing a government official." Rubbing her wrists, Ah-sung joked. "I protest. Harassing a government official will not do justice to your beauty and my street cred. How about you change it to harassing a beautiful government official, as whenever anyone hears the word government official, a middle-aged, bare-bellied blad dude comes to their mind," I said with a straight face. "You and what street cred? You look like a geek who would take his fat cousin to his prom." Ah-sung mocked me, implying that I could not get a date. "Says you, who almost betrayed her friend for this young man," I said, pointing my thumbs towards me while referring to my episode with Ah-sung earlier. "Don't remind me of that, or else I will charge you with a crime," Ah-sung warned as she rolled her eyes. "Good. Go ahead and charge me for falling for the wrong woman," I said in satire, turning the earlier episode between Ah-sung and me into an inside joke between us. "You are still at that. Wyatt, stop it before I get angry," Ah-sung yelled while dodging me and returning to her futon. I too felt enough, and then decided to stop and return to sorting out the ingredients before this conversion could take a grave turn. After all, Anna was right in the next room, making it a perfect recipe for a disaster. Looking at her friend's love interest's surprisingly broad shoulders for his age, Ah-sung had a feeling that she could see why Anna fell hard for this guy. At first, Ah-sung only had a good impression of the boy for his skills other than that she was curious as to why her domineering friend would fall head over heels for him. It made no sense. But then he slowly started to grow on her. Soon, without her realizing, she began to think her life would not be so dull if she had such a person in her life. Thinking of this, her cheeks felt warm, and she couldn't help but condemn herself for what she was thinking. Forget the age gap between them. He was her friend's crush. While Ah-sung was condemning her thoughts, she heard, "Ah-sung, I sent you the party request. Join it." "Okay," Ah-sung replied as she confirmed the party request. Receiving the confirmation of Ah-sung joining the party, I asked, "Ah-sung, you fate ingredient." Here, Ah-sung summoned the oddly large storage box, and taking out her fate ingredient, she handed it over. "Okay, everything is now set. Let's start with card creation," I announced while going through the ingredients one last time. A rank Deepwater Clam Monster Core X1. A rank Hairy Triton Monster Shell X1. A rank Hairy Triton Monster Core X1. B rank Deep Sea Murex Monster Shell X1. B rank Deep Sea Murex Monster Core X1. A rank Ocean Dream Turtle Monster Shell X1. A rank Ocean Dream Turtle Monster Core X1. A rank Mayasled Cowrie Shelled Monster Shell X1. A rank Mayasled Crowy Shelled Monster Core X1. A rank Origin Core X1. B rank Saltwater Weed Monster Core X1. A rank Boulderback Turtle Monster Shell X1. A rank Boulderback Turtle Monster Core X1. C rank Thorn Shell Snail Monster Shell X1. C rank Thorn Shell Snail Monster Core X1. E rank Clearwater Oyster Monster Core X1. E rank Clearwater Oyster Monster Shell X1. A rank Water Nymph Essence X10. A rank Water Nymph Core X10. Hearing me declare the start of the card creation, Ah-sung considerately nodded in agreement because she did not want to interrupt the flow with her unnecessary words. Holding Ah-sung's fate ingredient Deepwater Calm Monster Bivalve Shell, I took out the origin card from the row of ingredients. Then, placing two of them on the card creation page of my grimoire, I transferred the soul pathways of Ah-sung's fate ingredient Deepwater Calm Monster Shell into the origin core. Next, I reached for the A-rank Deepwater Clam Monster Core and transferred its soul pathway into the origin core. Then I fused the soul pathways of the Deepwater Clam Monster Core and Bivalve Shell. This was easy as these two belong to the same species of monsters. In fact, by fusing the core with the shell, I had rejuvenated the shell's abilities that needed Deepwater Clam's other organs to function. Done with that, I took the A-rank Water Nymph Essence and cores, 10 each, and used them to enhance the soul pathways of the Deepwater Clam shell that was rejuvenated by fusing with the Deepwater Clam core. I had planned to add numerous features to Ah-sung's origin card, so I need her fated ingredient to be strong enough to withstand the fusion of the various abilities. After enhancing the soul pathways of the rejuvenated fate ingredient, I decided to begin adding the various features I had stored for Ah-sung's origin card. First, I began with transferring the soul pathways of the A-rank Hairy Triton Monster Shell and core to the origin core, and then fused it with the enhanced rejuvenated fate ingredient. The reason for adding the Hairy Triton Monster Core and shell was the ability of this monster's shell. The Hairy Triton monster's shell was called hairy because of its unique thorns extending out of its shell. There is a purpose for these thorns. They were part of the respiratory system of the Hairy Triton monster. This unique respiratory system of the shell not only allowed the monster to breathe deep underwater, but also purified and filtered the air so that it could supply the monster with fresh and pollutant-free air. The unique respiratory system of the Hairy Triton monster wasn't the only reason I chose its core and shell as ingredients for the creation of Ah-sung's origin card. It had another ability that made it a rare commodity: its natural cleansing and defense mechanism. Unlike humans, the Hairy Triton monster does not have extensions such as arms or tentacles to clean itself, so they are helpless if parasites were to latch onto them or enter their shell. Therefore, to fight against and cleanse itself of parasites and other impurities, it secretes a liquid that surrounds all the filth and parasite in its body and pushes them out of its body into the body of water in the form of sediment. All shell monsters have such mechanisms with different approaches to deal with the same problem. After adding the two abilities of the hairy Triton monster to the enhanced rejuvenated fate ingredient, I took the Mayasled cowrie-shelled monster shell and core and transferred their soul pathway into the origin core. The abilities that I planned to extract from the Mayasled cowrie-shelled monster for Asung's origin core was its shell's unique ability to miniaturize its humongous main body and fit into the shell. The main body of the Mayasled cowrie-shelled monster compared to its shell is 3 or 4 times bigger. Yet its huge body can fit into its small shell because the shell itself sucks in the main body by actually shrinking it. This ability of the shell makes it a very useful commodity for the creation of advanced storage cards. Though this ability of the shell was unique to itself, other shells of the shelled monsters too addressed this problem with different approaches. Then the cleansing and defense mechanism of the Mayasled cowrie-shelled monster. It too secretes a chemical that can actually break all the filth and parasites to small molecules that will be discarded through its urination system along with other bodily wastes. As for the respiratory system of the monster, its shell does not participate or aid the creature in respiration. Discarding the rest of the soul pathways to the side in the origin core, I add the unique ability of the Mayasled cowrie-shelled monster to the modified fate ingredient along with its cleansing and defense mechanism that it uses to keep itself and its shell parasite free. Though I am extracting the abilities of the other shelled monsters to add to Asung's fate ingredient, I did not think using the hairy Triton monster and Mayasled cowrie-shelled monster shell hardness to Asung's fate ingredient, because when it comes to the hardness of the shell of the deep-water clam monster was harder than the other two. After adding the abilities of the Mayasled crowy-shelled monster and the hairy Triton monster to Asung's enhanced and rejuvenated fate ingredient, following my plan, I reached for the B-rank saltwater weed monster core and transferred its soul pathway into the origin core. B-rank saltwater weed monster, also known as the star of the seabed, as it has the capability of producing light called bioluminescence. The saltwater weed monster emits light as the product of its bodily process. The reason I chose this monster's core is not because of its bioluminescence, but the process behind it that caused the saltwater weed monster to emit light, known as soul energy osmosis. Most of the time, the saltwater weed monster gets its nutrition by osmosis like regular plants. Similarly, it meets its soul energy needs through osmosis. Many plant monsters similarly intake soul energy through osmosis, but I especially chose the saltwater weed monster because of 2 reasons. 1. Saltwater weed monster and deepwater clam monster soul pathway arrangements are 85% identical. Therefore, I believed I could add it to Asung's origin card, allowing it to help Asung absorb the surrounding soul energy through osmosis. 2. Unlike the soul energy osmosis practiced by other plant monsters, the soul energy osmosis practiced by the saltwater weed monster doesn't just absorb soul energy from the surroundings, but the soul energy absorbed by it was purer in nature. The soul energy absorbed by osmosis gets filtered and processed by natural gelatin coating covering the cells of the saltwater weed monster, which results in bioluminescence displayed by saltwater weed monster. Apart from this soul energy osmosis, I was eyeing one other ability of the saltwater weed monster, its durability. For a B-rank monster to be able to survive at the seabed, it would have to overcome the insane pressure of the sea. Hence, the saltwater weed has developed very high durability to withstand the pressure of the sea. The high durability displayed by the saltwater weed monster was also due to the gelatin coating covering it. It helps the cells of the saltwater weed monster withstand the pressure deep in the sea. Since the gelatin coating covers every individual cell of the monster, it leads to a very solid frame, making the saltwater weed monster a bit more durable than required, which it exploits by using its long, tentacle-like leaf blades to defend against predators. So for me to add the 2 abilities of the saltwater weed monster, I will have to make sure to add the gelatin coating to the origin card, as it was the essential part of the 2 abilities. Without it, these abilities would not be possible to be displayed. Therefore, after a long and tedious process, I was successfully able to introduce the 2 abilities of the saltwater weed monster along with its gelatin coating to the soul pathways of the modified fate ingredient while making sure that it will not affect previous abilities in any way. But due to the addition of the gelatin coating to the cells, the hardness of the modified fate ingredient has grown more durable. Next, I took the A-rank boulder-backed turtle monster core and shield, then transferred their soul pathways into the origin core. Like all shell monsters, the boulder-backed turtle monster also has the problem of parasites that hide under its shell and that grow in its body. Like the other monsters, it also has its own way of dealing with this problem, and the boulder formation on its shell is part of it. The abilities of the boulder shell of the boulder-backed turtle monster were the reason why I have chosen this ingredient to be introduced into the origin card I am creating for Asong. The two abilities of the boulder shell I speak of were 1. Deep transient hibernation. As the name suggests, this ability of the boulder shell of the boulder-backed turtle monster sends the main body into hibernation for a brief period when its main body retracts into the shell. The boulder-backed turtle monster needs to go into deep transient hibernation not to survive the winter, but to not feel the pain of its other ability, boulder formation cleansing. The deep transient hibernation of the boulder-backed turtle monster has various benefits compared to regular hibernation. During the deep transient hibernation, the natural recovery ability of the turtle monster is increased by 5 folds. This recovery included all the stats of the turtle monster: health, soul energy, stamina, etc. 2. Boulder formation cleansing. This was the cleansing process of the boulder shell of the boulder-backed turtle monster to deal with the parasites infesting under its shell and inside its body. How it works was that the boulder shell and the main body of the boulder-backed turtle monster secrete a sticky chemical fluid that surrounds the parasites and impurities under its shell and inside its body. Then this sticky chemical fluid containing the parasites and impurities gets slowly deposited out on the back of the boulder-backed turtle monster's shell, which hardens, forming an extra layer of protection to the boulder-backed turtle monster shell. Over the years, this deposition of hardened parasites and impurities gets accumulated and starts to look like a boulder on the back of a turtle monster. Hence the name boulder-backed turtle monster. As the sticky chemical liquid secreted by the boulder-backed turtle monster needs to move between the main body and the inside the shell while carrying the parasites and impurities in it. This process becomes very painful for the turtle monster, so it needs the deep transient hibernation of its shell to sleep through the painful cleansing mechanism. Impressed by the turtle monster abilities, I added the soul pathways related to deep transient hibernation and the boulder formation cleansing ability of the boulder-backed turtle to the soul pathways of the modified fate ingredient, making sure that it would not affect the other abilities of the modified fate ingredient. After adding the soul pathways of the boulder-backed turtle monster's ability to the modified fate ingredient soul pathway, I grabbed the thorny-shelled snail monster's core and shell. This shell monster's cleansing mechanism was the same as the boulder-backed turtle monster, but there was one change. Instead of the accumulated sticky chemical fluid deposit hardening into a boulder, it hardened into thorns, forming a thorny shell that the snail monster is named after. The thorny shell was not just used for defense, but also exists to be used for attack purposes. The snail monster can shoot these thorns covering its shell whenever it feels threatened. Though I do plan to use this ability of the snail monster to give Asong's origin card more features and options to choose from. This wasn't the main reason I chose it as the ingredient for the creation of Asong's origin card. The ability of the snail monster that I took fancy to was its unique mucus secretion, which not only aids the sticky chemical fluid with the cleansing of the monster's shell and body, but also gets used by the snail monster for mobility, but the card creationists use it to create skincare cards that can rejuvenate the cells of the human skin cells, helping them keep the youthful look. This ingredient I had specifically chosen to help Asong regain her youthful appearance. I have other more permanent solutions, but this ability here not only helps human skin maintain its youthful appearance, but also makes it glow like newborn baby skin. With this feature in Asong's origin card, she would never have to worry about zits or wrinkles. I know that this ability will become redundant with the increase in Asong's realm, but I was hoping that it will get enhanced by the baptism and help Asong to prolong her life by rejuvenating her cells, allowing them to overcome the natural lifespan limit of Asong's realm. I am going to add this unique mucus of the thorny-shelled snail monster to take care of Asong's momentary problem and to give her a chance to overcome the natural lifespan limit set by the card apprentice's realm. The ability to overcome the natural lifespan limit set by one's realm is something every card apprentice longs for at the end of their life. I wasn't doing this based on a hunch, but the researchers of the top 10 universities believe that the answer to breaking past the natural lifespan limits set by the realm was with the unique mucus secreted by the thorny-shelled snail monster. They have been doing research on this for a year now, though they had not reached a definite answer yet. But they had enough reason to believe in this research and invest a buttload of resources and funds for this research. But it's not like every research funded by the top 10 universities has yielded results. So therefore, I wasn't sure if baptism would awaken the mucus's ability to help Asong break past the lifespan limit set by her realm. The only reason I was giving Asong's origin card this opportunity was that her fate ingredient is very compatible with the snail monster's ability. After transferring the soul pathway of the thorny-shelled snail monster into the origin core, I isolated the soul pathways belonging to these two abilities of the snail monster and fused them to the soul pathways of the modified soul pathways of Asong's fate ingredient, making sure that it will not affect the other abilities of the modified fate ingredient. Next, I grab hold of the E-rank clear water oyster monster core and shell. Then I transfer the soul pathways of these two ingredients into the origin core. I introduced the Clearwater Oyster to the creation of Asong's origin card because of its various axillary abilities. But the abilities I am after were its ability to purify soul energy and the other ability that allowed it to display near immortality. The Clearwater Oyster has a hard, luminous bivalve shell. The bioluminescence displayed by the shell of the Clearwater Oyster was not without purpose. Its purpose was to attract prey. When the prey neared it, the bivalve shell would suddenly open, releasing a paralytic gas, and numerous tentacles would crawl out of the shell to bind the immobilized prey, drag the prey into its shell, and then the Clearwater Oyster monster's bivalve shell would enclose with the prey within it. This way, the Clearwater Oyster monster's prey was trapped inside the shell, which was filled with paralytic gas, which continued to keep the monster's prey immobilized while its digestive juices try to digest the prey. I wasn't interested in the way the Clearwater Oyster monster hunted its prey, but how it was able to display near immortality. The secret remained in its shell. When the card apprentices first found this monster in a dungeon, they were unable to break through its shell, so they decided to kill the monster by entering into its shell. For this plan to work, they made many preparations, keeping in mind to equip themselves with the cards that would counter the monster's paralytic gas and strong digestive juices. But unfortunately, the card apprentices weren't able to kill the monster. And this was when the card apprentices realized that this monster had an ability that closely resembled immortality. The card apprentice failed to kill the monster from inside despite all the preparation, because no matter how many times they hacked and burned the innards of the monster, it would grow back, especially the tentacles hiding in the monster's shell. Some smart card apprentices tried to find the core of the monster, believing that once they could destroy the monster core, the monster would die automatically. But that wasn't the case, because they found numerous monster cores within the shell of the monster. By the time they were able to destroy all the monster cores, the monster would recreate another set of cores, making it impossible for the card apprentice to destroy the monster's core to kill it. They had to find another way. Clearwater Oyster monster's shell was extremely hard, making it impossible to kill the monster from the outside, and its multi-core system along with instant regeneration made it impossible to kill it from the inside too. So basically, the card apprentices declared this monster as unmatched in the same realm, and the only way to kill it would be with absolute strength that came with higher realms. Destroying the Clearwater Oyster monster's shell with absolute strength was the solution the card apprentice came up with, but once they were successfully able to break the bivalve shell covering the Clearwater Oyster monster, the card apprentice realized that they all were tricked by the monster's biology. The multiple cores they saw in the monster's shell were not its actual core, but the actual core was hidden between the hinge of the bivalve shell of the Clearwater Oyster monster. It was only visible after they were able to destroy the monster's shell. So, killing the Clearwater Oyster monster was not possible until its luminous bivalve shell was destroyed. As for the fake cores that were mistaken as the multi-core system of the Clearwater Oyster monster by the card apprentice were actually the waste produced by the monster. Like every shell monster, the Clearwater Oyster monster's body also secretes chemical fluids to the parasites that have infiltrated its system and to dispose of other bodily waste. This chemical fluid secreted by the monster swallows the parasites and other bodily waste, and unintentionally or intentionally hardens to look like the monster's core, confusing its predators. The Clearwater oyster monster's super regeneration ability, extraordinarily hard shell, multiple false cores, and strategically placed monster core were the trick behind its supposed immortality. It too, like other monsters, could not escape the natural limit of their species' lifespan and realm limit. But I had something that could make up for the shortcomings of this monster's immortality trick and turn it into near immortality. Keeping these abilities of the Clearwater oyster monster in mind, I separated and fused the soul pathway related to these abilities with the soul pathways of the modified fate ingredient in the origin core, while making sure that they would not hinder the modification made to the soul pathways earlier. Next, I reached for the B-rank Deep Sea Murex monster core and shell and transferred the soul pathways of these two ingredients into the origin core containing the modified soul ingredient. Deep Sea Murex monster has abilities related to space. Space abilities were extremely rare, therefore despite its low-rank Deep Sea Murex monster shell and core have a high commercial value. The dungeons containing this monster are highly regulated by the government and the royal families compared to the other monsters with rare ingredients I had listed in the ingredients list for Asong's origin card creation. Space storage, space expansion, space suction, and space collapse were the four space abilities that could be found in the Deep Sea Murex monster. 1. Space storage. The name of the ability was self-explanatory. This ability allowed the Deep Sea Murex monster to store items in its shell at its will. 2. Space expansion. The space inside the shell of the Deep Sea Murex monster can increase based on its needs, but it was limited by its realm. 3. Space suction. This ability allows the Deep Sea Murex monster to suck its prey into its shell and suck out the parasites and impurities that have entered its shell. 4. Space collapse. This ability of the Deep Sea Murex monster was the only attack option available for it to defend against its predator. Using this ability, the Deep Sea Murex can make the space surrounding its target collapse and crush the target. Any of these abilities of the Deep Sea Murex monster would make a card apprentice go mad, and I was going to add 3 of these space abilities to Asong's origin card except the space collapse ability. Not that I didn't want to, but because this ability was not as strong as its description, it was flawed. I could hope that its flaw would be rectified with the baptism, but if that doesn't happen, then it would hold back the other 3 space abilities. I say so because the space collapse was the total opposite of space storage, space expansion, and space suction. These abilities were the manipulation of space, while space collapse was the destruction of space. During baptism, if the space collapse gets enhanced, then their abilities will not receive enhancement because the miracle of baptism cannot contradict itself. It's like a person being blessed with good luck and bad luck. Both blessings would contradict themselves, and the end result would be bad, which in the case of the origin cards could lead to serious consequences for their card apprentices. Thoughtlessly adding all 4 of these space abilities would not only become a problem in the future, but will also affect the creation of the origin card. The creation of the origin card itself was a miraculous event. Therefore, I always looked forward to creating an origin card for a client. The creation of the origin card was not about a fixed recipe, but an idea and uniqueness. As long as the idea was unique and was within the limits of the card ingredients used, then the creation of the origin card would be successful. This was the miraculous merit of the origin card creation. It was random as the encounter of the fate ingredient. It had infinite possibilities similar to infinite ways a fate ingredient could be used and sought individuality like the card apprentice equipping it. It was like creating a person. This miracle behind the creation of the origin card was what made it possible for me to successfully create an origin card with my half-baked card creation knowledge. Space storage, space expansion, and space suction were opposite meaning to the meaning of space collapse. Therefore, if I were carelessly to add 2 opposite meanings, then the chance of the origin card creation failure would increase by a huge margin, not to mention the future troubles. Even though these 2 meanings were of the same rule, it did not change the fact that enhancing one meaning meant hindering the other meaning. Even if the origin card were to be created, it would be subpar and filled with flaws. Therefore, I chose to exclude space collapse ability and keep the other 3 space abilities, space storage, space expansion, and space suction. Deciding on the space abilities to be extracted from the B-rank Deep-Sea Murex monster, I edited their soul pathways out of the soul pathway of the Deep-Sea Murex monster, and then added them to the soul pathway of the modified fate ingredient in such a way that it would not affect the overall integrity of the modified fate ingredient soul pathway. With this, the modified fate ingredient had gained the space storage, space expansion, and space suction ability, though it was a pity that I could not add the space collapse ability, fearing the overall strength of the origin card. Next, and the last ingredient to add to the origin card was the A-rank Ocean Dream, Turtle Monster Core and Shell. The name of the monster left no mystery as to its unique ability. Like the boulder-backed turtle monster, the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster's shell could send the main body of the turtle into a deep transient hibernation. But the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster had a different use for this ability when compared to the boulder-backed turtle monster. Apart from that, this turtle monster had many unique and fascinating abilities that would come more handy in the creation of Asung's origin card. Dream Space, Dream Sight, Dream Eater, Dream Storage, and Dream Body Refining were the unique abilities of the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster's shell that I was eyeing compared to its other abilities. 1. Dream Space. This ability allowed the turtle monster's shell to nurture a small soul dimension known as Dream Space. Only the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster's soul could enter this space when it entered deep sleep, hence the use of the ability of deep transient hibernation. 2. Dream Sight. Though its main body was in deep sleep inside its shell, the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster could be aware of its surroundings using this ability, which allowed it to sense and view what was happening in its surroundings. The range and accuracy of this ability varied depending upon the realm turtle. 3. Dream Eating. This ability of the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster was its defense against the parasites hiding under its shell. As when in its dream space, the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster could drag the soul of the parasites under its shell in its dream space and eat them, while killing the parasites in real space. Then its regular cleansing mechanism activates, disposing of the impurities and dead bodies of the parasite. For this to work, the deep transient hibernation ability of the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster's shell should also extend to parasites under its shell, as it can only drag the souls of the parasites into its dream space if they too were in a deep sleep. Because of this, the deep transient hibernation displayed by the shell of the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster was very strong compared to the deep transient hibernation ability displayed by the boulder-backed turtle monster. How strong? The shell of the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster could put every organism under it, of the same realm, under deep transient hibernation. Though dream eating sounded like a fun ability, but because of this the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster had the dying of starvation. With the help of dream eating, it could satisfy its soul energy needs and never know that its main body was actually starving out there. Fortunately for its other ability, Dream Body Refining filled the drawback of this ability. 4. Dream Storage. The Ocean Dream Turtle Monster was able to store inanimate objects in its shell and launch them at its predator in defense. 5. Dream Body Refining. The Ocean Dream Turtle Monster, unlike other monsters, was timid by nature. For its abilities Dream Space, Dream Sight, Dream Eater, and Dream Storage were an addiction. If not disturbed, the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster would spend its entire life hidden in its shell, enjoying the freedom in its shell's Dream Space ability. In the dream space of its shell, the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster could do everything it could outside without fearing for its life. Therefore, it barely leaves its shell's dream space unless it was forced to. This meant that its main body would sleep for years and years together without moving a muscle, which could lead to many health-related problems, and that was where the Dream Body Refining ability of the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster would come into action. Due to the deep transient hibernation, it did not require a lot of food. Ocean Dream Turtle Monster could survive on little energy for a long period, and the soul of the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster, which is fed on the souls of the parasites that entered its shell, would never feel the hunger of the main body, but this problem could also be addressed using the ability Dream Body Refining. Dream Body Refining was the ability that allowed the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster to refine its main body using the soul energy only if the Ocean Dream Turtle Monster's soul practiced this skill in its dream space. If the Ocean Dream Turtle monster were lazy and forget to practice this ability in its dream, then its main body would die of starvation. By practicing the dream body refining ability in its dream space, the soul body of the Ocean Dream Turtle monster can use the soul energy digested by it to nourish and refine the main body, making sure that there was no adverse effect on the main body of the Ocean Dream Turtle monster by it staying hidden in the shell, while its soul roamed its shell's dream space for decades. Since the main body is under hibernation, the soul energy required for nourishing its main body is not much, but the soul energy need to refine its main body was very large, which cannot meet by just feeding on the souls of the parasites. Therefore, the dream body refining method was such that it did not seek fast refining of the body, but prolonged refining, which focused on foundation than speed. Dream body refining was an incredible ability that allowed the Ocean Dream Turtle monster to live a prolonged life even without having to come out of its shell. This ability was going to be one of the cornerstone abilities in the creation of Asung's origin card. After adding the soul pathways of the 5 dream abilities that I extracted from the Ocean Dream Turtle monster to the modified soul pathways of Asung's fate ingredients, while making sure that it will not have any negative effect on the integrity of the modified soul pathways of the fate ingredient in the origin core. Now that I was done transferring the soul pathways of the selected card ingredients to the origin core and had modified the soul pathway of Asung's fate ingredient according to my predetermined plan for Asung's origin card, I turned to look at Asung, who was meditating, and asked, "Asung, do you mind if I were to use the extra soul pathways form card ingredients used in the creation of other cards?" Hearing my request, Asung opened her eyes to look at me in disbelief. I swear to God I could read Asung's expression was yelling. "Are you kidding me right now?" Normally I don't ask something so unreasonable to my clients, but the ingredients used in your origin card creation are very rare, and I feel like it would be waste if we do not use these extra soul pathways. Therefore I could resist but ask. I explained myself to Asung while scratching the back of my head in embarrassment. "As long as it does not affect my card creation, please do as you see fit." After giving it a thought, Asung nodded and answered me before returning to her meditation. She didn't even bother to ask me how far I was done, whether everything was going as planned, not one question about her origin card. If I didn't know better, then I would think that Asung did not care for her origin card. Thank you. I thanked Asung for permitting me to utilize the unused soul pathways of card ingredients. I know as a card creationist, I should be embarrassed to ask something like this to my client in the middle of the card creation, but I couldn't resist the temptation of ability, such as the space collapse. If I were to use it properly, I would be able to get my hands on an overpowered B-rank card. Now that I had gotten the permission of the client, I took out a common core and transferred the soul pathways belonging to the ability space collapse into the common core and kept it aside. I could have opted to turn the core into a card, and I would have successfully created a B-rank space collapse card, but I didn't choose to because it might create strength. A B-rank skill card was of very little use to me. Therefore, I decided to get additional ingredients to enhance the power of the space collapse ability so that it could be a good addition to my arsenal. Putting aside the common core containing the soul pathways of the soul collapse ability, I returned to the creation of Asung's origin card. Now all the elements were set. All I had to frame it into the origin card I imagined for Asung. But before that, I had to make some changes to the soul pathway of the modified fate ingredient. I planned to make it into a variant Viltranane to increase the durability, defense, and strength of the origin card I was creating for Asung. Viltronian core had become a signature for all the origin cards created by me. Like all the other origin cards I had created, Asung's origin card would also get a Viltronian core, but it was going to act a very special role in Asung's origin card, which will help Asung display the trick of immortality displayed by the Clearwater Oyster monster. I did this because Asung's origin card was going to be a support item card. I know Asung asked me not to create a shield-type origin card, and I wasn't going to, but her origin card was going to be an item card. By support item card, I mean a life support item that would help Asung in recovery, practicing soul energy, and various other aspects that a card apprentice would need. The origin card I was going to create for Asung was something that was considered a fantasy back on Earth, a combination of a life pod and a VR game pod. Thanks to the space and dream abilities provided by the card ingredients, turning Asung's fate ingredient into a LifePod/VeerPod origin card was not impossible. LifePod/VeerPod in the sense the origin card was going to be in such a way that while her physical body rested and recovered in the LifePod, her soul body could do whatever it wanted to like in a VeerPod while being totally aware of the situation surrounding her. I planned something like this for Asung's origin card because Asung was not a regular card apprentice. She did not need strength. She had 10 semi-demigod bodyguards. What she lacked was proper healthcare and cultivation environment, but most importantly of all, a strong defensive method that would help her buy time in case of an assassination attempt on her life, until her 10 semi-demigod bodyguards came to her rescue. I knew despite her health issue, Asung's cause of death would not be because of her clogged soul pathways, but by the hands of the assassins sent by the supreme leader of the circle. Therefore, knowing this, I made sure that the origin card I was creating for Asung would not only be a cure for her health condition, but a tough defense for her to hold on to for her rescuers. I would be kidding myself if I thought I could create an origin card for a card soldier with the ability to withstand the attack of a card emperor or a card semi-demigod, whoever the supreme leader of the circle sent to assassinate Asung. Therefore, I could only hope that the immortality trick I incorporated in Asung's origin card could confuse Asung's assassins enough for her to buy some time to be rescued. Visualizing a clear picture of how I wanted to shape Asung's origin card, I began editing the soul pathway and arrangements of the modified soul pathways of Asung's fate ingredient in the origin core. After reaching the required result, I stopped, and without wasting any more time, I excited the soul pathway that morphed the origin core into an origin card. With that, the origin core shone brightly and raised to the ceiling of the card lad. Feeling the disturbance, Asung, who was meditating, opened her eyes to look at the source of the bright light, only to find a brilliant core floating by the ceiling of the card lab. World's blessing, Asung blurted out, looking at the core, floating by the ceiling of the card lab. Hearing Asung, I was shocked because the world's blessing was not something anybody could receive. Only the chosen few could receive it, and those that received it went on to become big figures in the history of this world. To think that Asung was one of them. The world's will doesn't give its blessing to everybody. One has to have a very high contribution to the world. Contributing to the world was not something everybody could achieve, not because nobody wanted to contribute to the world, but because nobody knew what could be considered a contribution to the world. Many people have tried different ways to contribute to the world, but none were ever awarded. Begging the question of what was considered a contribution toward the world by the world's will, and on what basis did the world's will judge whom to give its blessing. And the only answer the card apprentice could reach till now was killing devils. After centuries of trial and error, this was the only surefire way to be recognized as a contribution to the world. Therefore, it was astonishing to see that some like Asung, who was of a card soldier realm and couldn't cultivate any further because of her clogged soul pathway, were being given the world's blessing. I know Asung was a good person and had lived a life fighting to represent the oppressed and voiceless. But still, was this all it took to get recognized by the world's will and be rewarded with the world's blessing? Did that mean that to gain the world's blessing, all one had to do was be good? Yeah, right. As if the card apprentices of the past had not thought of this when they tried numerous methods to gain world blessing. If you ask me, I think that the world's blessing was random. I say this because Asung did not receive a world blessing in the future vision seen by the clown mask. If considered that all it took to get the world's blessing was to be good, then the past Asung, who had lived longer than this Asung and had done way more good, yet she had not received a world's blessing. Why was that? This clearly proved that being good was not a criterion for a person to receive the world's blessing. The thought that Asung received a world's blessing in this life could be because of the origin card I was creating for her did cross my mind, but I shook my head, scolding myself. Narcissistic much? It was not odd that Asung was receiving the world's blessing through her origin card, because in past the card apprentice has received the world's blessing in different ways and in different circumstances, such as forging an ego gem, healing people, completing a certain dungeon, etc. So it would be arrogant of me to think that my card expertise was the reason behind Asung receiving the world's blessing through her origin card. Though it was a mystery as to what satisfied the conditions to be recognized by the world's will and be awarded a world's blessing, the benefits of the world's blessing were not a mystery. According to history, those who have ever received the world's blessing so far, each one of them has stepped into the demigod realm and stood at the top of the world's power system. Therefore, there was a rumor that if you received the world's blessing, you were destined to become a demigod, but the experts believed that the world recognized the people that it had given its blessing because they were worthy to become a demigod. Therefore, the card apprentices that became demigods after receiving the world's blessing were titled the true demigods. The title true demigod was best suited to the demigods with the blessing of the world because compared to them, the other demigods failed in every possible way, be it strength, be it the comprehension of the rules, or the divinity that they forged. True demigods were better than the regular demigods. It was as if the true demigods were the children of the world while the other demigods were adopted children. The treatment these demigods received from the world and the energies in it were totally different compared to what true demigods received. Therefore, in the past, demigods tirelessly tried to find ways to contribute to the world and receive its blessing only to find that the only way they could get the world's blessing was defeating the devils that invaded the world. So hunting for the demon worshippers was in full swing until the demon worshippers were dropped to their current state, where they did not dare to reveal their presence to the world. Fearing that they will be forced by some desperate demigod to sacrifice and summon a devil for the demigod to slaughter and receive the world's blessing, which would help the said demigods with their active soul control, comprehension of the rules, and enhancing their divinity. The benefits of the world's blessing were not just for the card apprentice in the demigod realm, but for the regular realms too. Let's take Asung for example. Now she could be considered the darling of the world. Everything in this world would favor her, be it soul, energy, or the rules, or something beyond mortal reaches like the entity luck and fate. Therefore, I could not help but feel excited whenever I thought about how the world's blessing would affect Asung's origin card. The world's blessing on Asung's origin core lasted for a while to the point where I felt bored waiting for it to be done. Still, the boredom did not last as the thought of the Asung's origin card info kept me excited till the end, when the origin core morphed into a card and slowly descended towards Asung while emitting a bright light. Seeing her origin card make its way toward her, Asung held out her grimoire, and the origin card landed on her grimoire page and occupied the origin card slot, emitting a wave of bright light that spread throughout the card lab, and soon the light covering her origin card disappeared. After that, Asung hurriedly checked her origin card info and sighed in awe. Seeing Asung's reaction, I grew impatient to read her origin card info. I thought Asung would pass her grimoire to me to check her origin card info after she was done, but that wasn't the case. She retrieved her grimoire and thanked me. Thank you, Wyatt. The origin card is amazing, and like you promised, it does have the ability to cure my condition. I don't know how to thank you enough. Good to know that you are satisfied with your origin card. And if you want to thank me, I would appreciate it if you could show me the origin card info. Usually, after the origin card creation, I am the first person to check the card info, but with Asung's origin card that wasn't the case due to the intervention of the world's blessing. And since Asung did not think to let me read the card info of the card I created, I could only clench my fist and ask her to let in on her origin card info. Wyatt, you know that is not something anybody is supposed to share. After all, origin card info is personal. What Asung said was true. The power of the cards lay in their mystery. It was disadvantageous for a card apprentice if this origin card info were known to his opponents. It's okay since I created that card, I said, trying to reason with Asung and have her show me her origin card info. I did not like this conversation one bit. Usually, at this part of the origin card creation, I would be showered with praises and thanks from the grateful clients, but here I had to beg Asung to let me read her origin card info. I don't know why it. I don't think that is a thing, said Asung, refusing to show me her origin card info. I finally understood what it felt for a mother to be refused to see her baby after giving birth. I know it was insensitive of me to compare my pain to that of a new mother's, but I took my card creation that seriously. Asung, you can't do this. As its creator, it is my right. I glared at Asung, who seemed to have no intention to show me the origin card info. Wyatt, like I said, that is not a thing. Asung repeated herself as he headed out of the card lad. Asung, you are going too far. I was pissed. If not for the 10 semi-demigods constantly watching over Asung, I would have fed her a calamity daughter core just to read her origin card info. That's how desperate I felt right now. I wouldn't be this desperate if it was some other origin card, but this one was the one I created with all my heart like my other cards. So how could I not? This was no longer just my curiosity. Ha ha. That was what you get for tricking me. You should see your face. Ha ha ha. So cute. Finally, your expressions match your age. Ah-sung suddenly burst into laughter, saying that this was her getting back at me for the events before commencing the creation of her origin card. My expression became ugly hearing Ah-sung's laughter and reason, but I held in my dissatisfaction and asked, "Well, if you had enough fun at my expense, then now can you show me your origin card info?" "Nope, I haven't had enough. Not until you learn not to mess with your elders," said Ah-sung, exiting the card lad. "I didn't think the so-called elder will be so petty," I uttered, expressing my displeasure at Ah-sung having the time of her life at my expense. Hearing me call her petty, Ah-sung turned around and said, "Just because of that you will not be able to read my origin card info for another hour. You can't do that. As its creator, I demand to read its card info. Another hour of this. I don't think I can survive that long. By that time my curiosity would have pushed my heart out of my throat. Why don't you get it? That is not a thing," Ah-sung said in annoyance. "Hey, I created it. I think I have the right to know what it is," I yelled at Ah-sung's back while following behind her. "No, you don't. Be happy that I am allowing you seeing it after an hour. You pestering me only push it further," Ah-sung replied without even turning to face me. Hearing Ah-sung's warning, I turned silent. "You guys seem like bickering exes. I did not think you guys were that close." Anna's voice suddenly sounded, startling Ah-sung. For some reason, she avoided eye contact with her and said, "What are you talking about? I am close to everyone. I am people person, remember." "I don't think that is a thing." Hearing my voice from behind her, Ah-sung turned to look at me and glared at me with threatening eyes. "Grandma, Ah-sung was the creation a success. Will you be okay now?" ABA ran to Ah-sung and hurriedly asked Ah-sung if her origin card was a success. As ABA tried to jump into Ah-sung's embrace, Ah-sung moved aside and pinched ABA's ear and sternly reminded her, "How many times do I have to remind you that I am younger than your father? You should call me Annie." "But you look older than him," ABA complained. Why you? Why you?" Ah-sung was taken aback by ABA's straightforward retort. To be more accurate, ABA's answer landed a critical blow on Ah-sung. She would be lying that her old appearance did not bother her. Earlier she did not have a solution for it, so she had no choice but to take it. But no, that was not the case. She was not helpless as before, because she had her origin card now. Therefore, hearing ABA's remark, she got passionate and said, "I was planning to do this after going back home, but just you wait, little girl. I will show you who is grandma." Saying that, Ah-sung went to the empty and spacious part of the warehouse and signaled. With that, her aide arrived next to her and asked, "At your service, madam." "Give me 1,000 median soul jades," Ah-sung ordered, but soon she shook her head and corrected her order. "Give me 10,000 high-tier soul jades. Yeah, that should be enough." Hearing Ah-sung's command, even her aide was a little sluggish. Not that she did not have 10,000 high-tier soul jades, but she felt odd, as Ah-sung never made such high-profile demand. But she soon recovered from her state and handed Ah-sung a low-grade storage card. "You are excused," said Ah-sung, taking the card from her aide. And then she sacrificed that card to her origin card, chanting, "Activate." With Ah-sung's chant, a blinding light emitted out of her, and soon an unknown shell monster replaced her. A huge shell monster with a luminous, thorny spiral tower shell with numerous tentacles extending out of it stood where Ah-sung was standing earlier. Seeing this, the whole room was in distress and turned to look at me for an answer. I believe they had an answer in their mind, but they turned to confirm their doubts. Though I had not read Ah-sung's origin card info, seeing the luminous, thorny spiral tower shell with 32 octopus-like tentacles extending out of it, I knew this monster was Ah-sung's origin card. So I answered the rest, conforming to their doubts. "Yes, it is her origin card." "What is it?" ABA asked me excitedly. Obviously, she was intrigued by the appearance of the shell monster. "I don't know. Ah-sung did not let me read her origin card info," I answered honestly. "What do you mean? Didn't you create her origin card?" Anna asked. She was worried for her friend too, but she trusted her lover to find a solution, but she didn't like what she saw. Especially when she heard him saying he did not know that card info. I did, but things got complicated at the end. All I can say is that except for Ah-sung, nobody knows what her origin card does. I answered, not revealing the world's blessing part, because it was not my place to share it with them. If Ah-sung wants to, she will tell them. With all the commotion inside the card lab, I thought they would have felt something outside, but that didn't seem to be the case. I don't know if the same was true for the semi-demigods monitoring Asong. You created the card, right? You should have a hunch what it does without reading the origin card info, right? ABA asked with a frown. Clearly, she was dissatisfied with my answer and worried for her aunt. Though demigod Windsor and Asong were not blood-related, Asong has always been there to take care of ABA. So ABA was very attached to Asong. Has big sister Asong morphed into that ugly monster? Is that what her origin card is supposed to do? Then why isn't it moving? Can she hear us? And bombarded me with a bunch of questions that were running through everyone's minds. The tentacles are ugly, but its shell is beautiful. Agatha chimed in. She did not want to hurt Asong's feelings if Asong had really transformed into that monstrosity. No, Asong did not morph into that creature. If I were to guess, Asong is sleeping in that creature's shell and is undergoing treatment. If what I am thinking is correct, then you guys are in for a surprise. I said, thinking that even with the world's blessing, the abilities of the origin card should not differ from what I originally planned for them to be. Though the appearance of the shell monster was huge to me too, because I was planning for a bivalve shell, not a thorny spiral tower type shell. As for the tentacles, I did plan to introduce them for defensive purposes, but not like this. What I had in mind was something similar to a Clearwater oyster monster, but thanks to the involvement of the world's blessing, Asong's origin card seems to have deviated a lot from my plans for it. Therefore, even though I was this card's creator, I could not confidently answer the doubts asked by the rest. What do you mean by Asong is sleeping in the monster's shell? What kind of origin card did you create for Asong? ABA grew impatient as her worry for her aunt grew. Sorry, I don't know. But all I can vouch is that when Asong comes of that monster, she is going to be healthier than before. I answered vaguely because even though I was the card's creator, I had no clue how the origin card worked anymore. Guys, stop hounding Wyatt with questions about my origin card. You have nothing to worry about. I am fine. Suddenly, Asong's voice sounded from the creature, and it waved two of its front tentacles in a human-like manner. You said, Asong did not morph into that monster. Everybody was surprised to hear Asong's voice, but soon ABA asked me with doubt, and so did the rest. I could only wave my hand helplessly, but Asong answered ABA in my place. ABA, honey, I did not morph into this creature. I am controlling it from inside the shell. You guys cannot see me, but I can see you fine. Grandma Asong, are you sure you have not morphed into a monster? It sure doesn't look like it from the outside. ABA did not seem to be convinced by Asong's words. As soon as ABA finished speaking, the shell monster jumped into the air and landed right above ABA and swallowed her into it before ABA could react. Seeing this, Agatha muttered, "Sorry, my hands are tied." ABA's realm was weak, so did not notice the shell monster's moment, but the same was not true for Agatha. Normally, she would have come to Ba's rescue, but before she could act, she received a message from Asong asking her not to interfere while she taught ABA the lesson. Therefore, she could only watch as the shell monster's 32 slimy tentacles wrapped around ABA and swallowed her whole. Where am I? Am dead. Is this afterlife? ABA finally reacted, but soon she found herself in an unknown location, and going through her memories, she remembered being swallowed by Asong turned shell monster and believed she might have been sent to the afterlife at a very young age. For those of us outside, ABA being swallowed did raise alarm, but soon hearing her voice from within the monster, we all gathered that she was safe. Especially Agatha, whose duty was to keep ABA out of harm's way. Hello, is anyone there? ABA's sound could be heard from inside the shell monster. It appeared ABA could not peek at the surroundings of the shell monsters as Asong did earlier. That was to be expected as this Asong's origin card. Seeing Asong's actions up till now, I could tell that she had inherited all the dream abilities of the Ocean Dream Turtle monster, or at least the Dream Space ability. But these abilities seem to have been enhanced during origin card creation and with the world's blessing. I felt the Asong A origin card's Dream Space ability had been enhanced because the Ocean Dream Turtle monster's soul inside the dream space could only peek at the surroundings of its main body but not communicate. As for Asong swallowing ABA's soul into the dream space was not surprising, as the Ocean Dream Turtle could also do the same. It usually uses this ability on the parasites infesting under its shell after they are put to deep sleep, using its shell's deep transient hibernation ability. But Asung did not have to go through that hassle. She seems to be able to swallow the target's physical body to drag their soul into the dream space. This must be another enhancement of the world's blessing. The enhancement brought to the dream space ability of Asung's origin card by the world's blessing was astonishing, but what troubled me more was whether the target dragged by Asung into the dream space could benefit from the dream body refining ability. If yes, then things were going to get complicated soon. Because the dream body refining ability's nourishment to the physical body was very advantageous in many ways than one could imagine if this information were to be leaked. Asung will become a commodity for big families to train their younger generation. The benefits of the dream body refining were very tempting. I am afraid some may not hesitate to kidnap Asung and lock her in a dark room to have her help them nurture their family's younger generation. I hope Asung knows better than to reveal this advantage of her origin card. Or was this way she was not showing her origin card info to me? Suddenly, ABA's panicked scream sounded from inside the shell monster, followed by a bunch of nonsense. What is happening? Am I shrinking? I can't feel my fingers. My hands have been replaced by paws. My body has morphed into a monster. Why is this happening to me? Hearing ABA's miserable cries, everyone in the room turned to look at me, and Cole, whipping the sweat on his forehead, asked, Master Wyatt, what kind of origin card did make from Madame Asung? Clearly, ABA's cries frightened these people, not knowing what was happening to ABA inside. But I knew what was going on, so I was not that worried about ABA, but still answered. There is nothing to worry about. Asung seems to have put ABA's soul under an illusion. Sigh. Hearing Agatha sighed in relief and prayed that Asung doesn't go overboard with punishing her princess. If ABA gets a trauma, she doesn't know how she is going to explain herself to her lord. Little ABA, how does it feel to be a jewel-eyed cat? This is what happens if you respect your elders. Suddenly, Asung's voice interrupted ABA's scream for help. Auntie, is that you? You look young. Thank God you are here. Wait, don't tell me you are dead too. Did my dad kill you for eating me? Before that, why were made young and I a monster? ABA clearly needed to get her priorities straight. ABA awakened into a world of white. Be it the ground or the sky, everything was white. And to her dismay, she couldn't find anybody in there, so she panicked. Waking up alone in an unknown space, combined with her last memories of being swallowed by her aunt who had morphed into a shell monster, ABA mistook that she was dead and this places as the afterlife. Before ABA could stress about her being dead, she suddenly felt that her body shrink and she was standing on all her fours. ABA tried hard to stand on her legs, but couldn't on her legs for more than a few seconds. Soon she noticed she could not feel her fingers and toes. When she checked her hands and feet in a panic, to her dismay, they had turned into paws, and she seemed to have a tail. That was when ABA realized that she had turned into a monster and couldn't help but scream in panic. Ada Dash. Asung wanted to answer ABA's jumbled up questions one by one, so that her prank doesn't give this a childhood trauma, but was interrupted by ABA. I can speak. Auntie, if I have turned into a jewel-eyed cat monster, then how am I able to speak? How are we able to communicate? Or is it because you can understand monster language because you used to be a monster too? ABA did not let Asung answer. She kept on rambling about every thought that came to her mind. Clear she not taking the trip to the afterlife positively, and its effects were starting to show. Oh, honey, come here. Asung picked up the jewel-eyed cat ABA into her arms, feeling that her prank might have gotten too far. She might have broken her mischievous niece. Rubbing the back of the jewel-eyed cat Ada, Asung whispered, ABA, honey, calm down. You did not die. Your soul is under my illusion. Illusion? Jewel-eyed cat ABA turned to look at Asung in confusion because this felt too real for it to be an illusion. Yes, this is my origin card ability. All of this is just a dream. Asung explained to ABA the jewel-eyed cat, and seeing the frightened, confused, and dependent look on the cat's face, Asung felt her niece was the most adorable jewel-eyed cat monster in the world. So, I did not die and turn into a cat monster? And all this is an illusion created by your origin card? ABA asked Asung, seeking assurance that she wasn't really dead, and she wasn't saying all this to console her. Yes, honey. All this is a dream, said Asung, feeling that if there were a jewel-eyed cat cuteness contest, her niece would bag the first, second, and all the prizes. One price each for her every priceless expression. So you did not turn young, you are still old? ABA asked Asong. Hearing her ABA, Asong's facial expression twitched in sheer anger, and the cat monster in her arms no longer felt cute. So she lifted it by its tail and answered, "No, I did turn young. Do you have an opinion about it?" "Auntie, you are hurting me," ABA complained. "Little girl, this is a dream other than your embarrassment. Nothing else here is true. Today I am going to teach you how to respect your elders." Asong answered ABA menacingly. ABA gulped her saliva hearing her aunt's menacing tone. That was when she knew she had overplayed her hand. So she could only try her luck with an apology and flattery. "Annie, don't get angry. Now that you have regained your youth, you look very beautiful, so much so that I want to start calling you Big Sister. Big Sister, please let me go. I know I was wrong. I am sorry. I have learned my lesson. Please forgive. Good that you have learned to accept your mistake. And as for you have learned your lesson, let me be the judge of it," Asong said with a mischievous grin. And soon a three-headed Cerberus monster manifested out of thin air. Point at it, Asong added. "ABA, do you know what the three-headed Cerberus monster heat the most?" "No, I don't know." Annie, ABA answered as sweetly as possible, hoping that it would have a favorable effect on whatever her aunt had planned to punish her with. "Well, you are going to find it soon." Saying that, Asong swung and threw ABA the jewel-eyed cat into the air, yelling, "Go boy, fetch." A few meters away from Asong, ABA landed on her paws gracefully and turned to look at her aunt with doubt, not knowing what her aunt was up to, but seeing the Cerberus run toward her with all its teeth out, she felt a crisis from it, and finally realized the answer to her aunt's question. "Grandma, I will get you back for this," yelled ABA as she ran for her life in this endless white plain. Jewel-eyed cats are not as fast as three-headed Cerberus, but thanks to Asong's adjustment, the Cerberus never seems to be able to catch up with ABA the jewel-eyed cat, and always miss her tail by a few inches. "Haha, little delinquent, you are 100 years early to say those words to me." Asong laughed as ABA ran for her life like no tomorrow. Now Asong felt that her jewel-eyed cat monster was the fastest jewel cat monster she had ever seen, and it would win all the prizes if there were a jewel-eyed cat race competition. Outside, we could not see anything but hear the conversation between the aunt and niece duo and only feel bad for ABA. Not only was she turned into a cat monster, but was also being chased by another monster known to prey on cat monsters. If it were back on Earth, child services would be all over this case, but this was not Earth, so Asong was in the clear. Susan flinched seeing the shell monster suddenly wave its tentacles and welcome everyone. "Do you guys want to come in too?" Everyone hesitated to answer Asong, but Agatha came forward. Though she did not want to experience being swallowed by a shell monster, she had to do it, as how could she stand by as her princess was suffering? "Agatha, great. You are going to love it." Saying that, the shell monster's tentacles extended, wrapping around Agatha. It swallowed her through the mouth between the tentacles. "Who's next?" Asong asked enthusiastically. "FCK at me." Anna volunteered then and followed behind her. Surprisingly, so did Susan. I turned to look at Cole, and he said, "Master Wyatt, we can't be behind others, can we now?" With that, Cole too was swallowed by Asong's shell monster. "Wyatt, come on. Didn't you complain that I didn't let you read my card info? Now I am letting you experience it firsthand. Why are you holding back?" Asong persuaded. "Yeah, about that. How many people can that shell of yours fit? Is the space within it limited or unlimited?" I asked because if the shell monster could store Card Apprentice in it limitlessly, then it would one scary card, but I knew it had to have a limit even with the world's blessing. Otherwise, Asong's origin card would be too overpowered. If Asong's origin card can store an infinite number of Card Apprentices and give them all the same benefits as Asong, then it would become history's strongest support card ever. With benefits such as the Dream Body Refining, Asong would be able to train an army of expert Card Apprentices. The fun part doesn't stop there. Since Asong's origin card got the Blessing of the Worlds, well, I am guessing it can also help her with rule comprehension, which means if her card had no limit to the number of Card Apprentices it could hold, then her origin card's ability could help numerous Card Apprentice comprehend the rule at fast pace regardless of their ego gem grade and synchronization rate. If we consider all these possibilities of Asong's origin card, it was overpowered with or without the limit on the number of people it could store in its shell. Even without knowing all the abilities of Asung's card, I started to see that I had created some very handy, but all my thunder was stolen with the last-minute appearance of the world's blessing. IF King did all the hard work, and the world's blessing was taking all the credit. Just take Asung's ungratefulness, for example. It was all because she thing her origin card was able to do what it was able to because of the world's blessing, so she didn't even think. IF King created a card to treat her chronic illness, and she doesn't even show the card info of the origin card IF King created. Compared to this ungrateful politician, I couldn't help but appreciate Elliot. After I helped him morph his genetic disorder into his strength, he was so grateful to me that he displayed his gratitude to me by gifting me a freaking dungeon calamity seed apart from the regular bill. But Asung did not even say a thank you. I blamed the world's will for stealing my thunder by blessing Asung's origin core. No, the space inside the shell is not limitless, it is limited by my realm. That means the space in the shell would increase with my realm, so in the future, I should be able to store more people in the shell. Asung answered. So, how many people can you hold in the shell for now? Asung's answer was vague. I don't know if she answered as such purposefully, so I asked her again. But this was enough for me to know that Asung's card was bounded by common sense, and it was not one of those broken cards with unlimited power. You ask many questions, you know that. I am going to bring you in, don't resist. Asung avoided answering my question and then announced that she would bring me into her dream space. Nope, not happening until you answer my questions. I used the soul pupils to get the answers Asung was avoiding, but all I could see were that all the soul pathways of the shell monster's body were gathering and converging within the monster's shell, but these soul pathways soon vanished into unknown space in its shell. That was all I could watch with the help of my soul pupils, as they could not see into the unknown space, similar to how the soul pupil could not see past the dungeon gate. Therefore, I could only press Asung for an answer. Okay, you party pooper. For now, the space in the shell has a volume of about 3,000 cubic meters, so it should be able to create 10 independent spaces with a volume of 300 cubic meters, enough to hold individual card apprentices. Yeah, so it should be able to hold 10 card apprentices for now. So now, including me, 7 independent spaces are occupied, and 3 more should be possible. Asung answered as she did the math. 10, huh? Not a lot, but enough. I said, and then added, are you able to control the benefits they receive within the monster shell? Yes, that is given, Asung answered. Good. So are you going to can't dash? I was going to ask Asung other questions about her card bothering me, but was interrupted by Asung's message to my grimoire. I was intrigued because Asung communicated with me through other means. Even though we are facing each other, this must be important. Step up and come in. There are too many ears listening outside. I will answer all your questions inside. Reading the content of Asung's message, I could help but look at the shell monster. Then I realized that maybe Asung did not trust her 10 semi-demigod bodyguards, because apart from them nobody else was watching us. Realizing that it would be best for me and Asung for me to continue to ask Asung about her origin card inside her dream space. I did not resist and let the tentacles of the shell monster swallow me. This is interesting, I said, watching the boundless field of white in front of me. What was even more interesting was that it took the shell monster less than a second to put me in deep sleep and pull my soul into its dream space after swallowing me. Master Wyatt, you are here too. Cole greeted me, which was unexpected as I thought Susan was the one to greet me first, but she seemed to have found a friend in, and good for her. Yes, so where is Asung? I asked, only to her voice from behind. Over here. As I was about to question Asung again, I was interrupted by a jewel-eyed cat followed by a 3-headed Cerberus that ran past us yelling, Big sis Asung, make it stop. Doesn't she know that she can transform back if she firms her will? I asked Asung, looking at ABA, the jewel-eyed cat monster racing for her life from a 3-headed Cerberus. The space we were in right now was the shell monster's dream space. As the monster's master, Asung was directly the master of this dream space. She could almost do anything in here, and if my guess was clear, in here we cannot hurt her soul, but she could hurt or swallow our souls as nourishment, like the ocean dream turtle monster did with the souls of the parasites hiding under its shell. As the master of this dream space, Asung could create illusions and do all sorts of things inside the space to trap the souls and manipulate the trapped souls to her will, like how she turned ABA Soul's appearance to resemble a jewel-eyed cat and summoned an illusion of a three-headed Cerberus to chase after. Though Ah-sung was the master of this space, she could not surpass her realm restrictions. Though she could change the setting of ABA Soul appearance to a cat monster here, ABA could revert to her original appearance by concentrating and breaking Ah-sung's influence on her soul. The same went for the rest except for Susan, because her realm was very low compared to Ah-sung's realm. If Ah-sung wanted to, she could trap Susan's soul in an eternal illusion or just swallow her soul as nourishment. In the case of Anna and the rest of our souls, it would have been impossible for Ah-sung to bring us in if had resisted, so in the dream space she had zero control over us. We could awaken from here if we concentrated and willed it. But things would have been different if Ah-sung's realm was the same or higher than the rest of use. Ah-sung's origin card showed a lot of potential. If not for Ah-sung's realm limiting it, it could easily be considered the strongest support type card. It should not be underestimated just because it was a support type card, because its unique abilities made it a force to reckon with even though it was categorized as a support type card. Though Ah-sung's realm has held back the power of the card, it will not be for long for Ah-sung to level up with the help of the card's abilities after it had treated her condition. As Ah-sung could trap and swallow the soul of the low-rank monsters and use their souls as nourishments. Then with the help of the dream body refining ability, not only will the card help her cultivate her physical body, but also stimulate her active soul control. So, if Ah-sung was patient and open-minded enough to swallow the soul of a bunch of monsters, she could easily make up her realm in time. Even without that option, her origin card had other abilities that could help her practice her realm. Not to forget the world's blessing. Ah-sung did not have to go to the extreme. She could achieve what others dreamed about for their entire life without having to struggle for it. Her origin card was basically made to help her cultivate her active soul control while sleeping. Now all she was missing was time. Ah-sung would claim a chair among the world's strongest even if she did not want it. The world's blessing had made it clear. "No, I think this is the first time she is dealing with soul illusion," said Ah-sung. "Yes, madam. This the first time princess has faced soul illusion," Agatha answered Ah-sung. As the guard of ABA, she knew about her strengths and weakness better than ABA herself. "Well, then this will be an unforgettable first encounter with soul illusions for her," said Ah-sung. "Yes, madam. But how long are you planning to punish princess?" Agatha hesitated, but finally asked Ah-sung if she would be ending her punishment for ABA soon. "How long?" "Until she figures out how to deal with soul illusion," Ah-sung answered Agatha. Agatha sighed, feeling hopeless about the situation of her princess, as she knew with her princess's aptitude, it would take an eternity for her to figure out how to deal with a soul illusion. "Are you sure Demigod Windsor would be okay with you treating his only daughter like this?" I asked Ah-sung, who seemed to be taking pleasure in ABA's expenses. "Don't worry about Demigod Windsor. He will thank me if this girl learns even a little bit about respecting her elders," Ah-sung said as she looked at ABA with a look of sadistic satisfaction on her face. It seems she held a lot of grudge against ABA for calling her grandma. "Madam, please go easy on Her Highness. You know she is not that bright enough to figure out how to escape the illusion on her own. Her soul will be exhausted even before she figures out the answer." Agatha sought leniency for her young lady. "Agatha, you underestimate ABA a lot. I guess you can't help it since you raised her. Stop seeing her as your little sister. Once you do that, you will see a lot of untapped potential in her. ABA is not the type to learn by reading. She is the type that learns by being on the field while risking everything." Ah-sung saw what Agatha failed to see in ABA. Clown Mask's future vision was proof of it. The method that Ah-sung spoke of to teach ABA was a bit extreme, which involved learning by risking your life. I guess that style suits protagonists like ABA. Though this method was risky, it yielded unimaginable returns if one were to survive it, that is. I think this would be a piece of cake for the hero of humanity that was able to re-establish a lost government and fend off the three mischiefs and their army of goons single-handedly. Hearing Ah-sung's appraisal of ABA, Agatha mentally began to consider Ah-sung's advice, but soon she shook her head because she could not push ABA to the extreme like Ah-sung suggested. Maybe that is the best route for ABA, but she can't put her princess in the harm's way knowingly. Her heart did not allow it. As Ah-sung pointed out, Agatha indeed treated ABA as her little sister, And she will continue to, because for her ABA will always be the cute little girl who used to wet her till she was 8. Enough about this. Asung, show me your origin card info. There aren't any peeking eyes in here, right? I asked Asung impatiently. Fine, here you go. But better keep the info secret. Asung handed me her grimoire, while warning me to keep the abilities of her origin card secret. Since oversouls were in this space, we could summon our grimoire and use it. But the use of the high-grade card in this space may cause it to collapse, as the dream space's strength was directly proportional to Asung's realm. It was already a miracle that this dream space was able to contain the presence of the strong card Emperor and semi-demigod souls in it. I guess this was possible because Anna, Anne, and Agatha are suppressing their strength to avoid stressing the dream space into a collapse. If the dream space collapses, it is not a big problem because the soul inside will return to their original bodies hibernating inside the shell of the shell monster. Don't worry, I keep all my clients' info confidential. Assuring Asung, I took over her grimoire to see the card info of her origin card. Card name, Life Core. Card type, Origin card. Card rank, Unique grade. Card rating, Card durability. Card effect, the card apprentice's soul is protected and nurtured in a life core. Card apprentice cannot be killed until the life core is destroyed. Additional effect, Supreme regeneration, Life Core Guardian. Note, when the Life Core Guardian has not been summoned, the life core is within the card apprentice. Supreme regeneration, the card apprentice can regenerate at an incredible rate as long as their life core is intact. Life Core Guardian, a monster summoned by the card apprentice to guard their life core. Are you happy now that you have read my origin card info? Asung asked me as she snatched her grimoire from my hand. You could have told me that you don't want to share your origin card info with me instead of hiding the crucial info of your origin card with illusion, I said to Asung's face after realizing that she was hiding most of her origin card info by overlaying an illusion over her grimoire page, so that she could hide the crucial info about her origin from me and only show me what she wanted me to see. This was the reason why Asung, who was hesitant to show me her origin card info outside, readily gave it to me in her dream space, where she could control what one sees and hears. If I did, would you have stopped pestering me? Asung asked me in return, making it clear to me that she felt no guilt for trying to trick me with the ability I created for her. The irony is not lost on me. But I can understand where Asung was coming from. She wanted to keep her origin card abilities hidden because they were that tempting. But she did not know that I had a more tempting cheat than hers. I could care less about her origin card. Yes, I would have left it alone. If you had said that you did not want to share your origin card info with me, I would have understood that you simply want to keep the abilities of your origin card secret. Instead, you choose to deceive me. I got to say I am a little disappointed. I was speaking the truth. If Asung had just said that she did not want to share her origin card info with me, I would not pester her again, but would have tried to get what I wanted the other way. That is by hacking into her grimoire. I thought of doing that earlier, but since she was an influential figure, her grimoire has many security measures against grimoire hacking. So if I were to even try to hack her grimoire, the relevant authorities will be notified of the malpractice. But with time, I would have found a way around it. I could bring myself to say no to you. After all, you were the one who created this card. Asung answered, feeling a little guilty, learning that a simple no would have sufficed, instead of her trying to deceive her new friend. But the real reason why she chose not to say she couldn't and instead chose to deceive her friend was that she was worried that if she said no to her friend's face, it would strain the relationship between them. But she knew this was just a reason she used to comfort her guilty conscience, because if she really cared about her relationship with her friend, then she would have trusted her friend with her secret. Great, that you remember I was the one who created this origin card. I thought you forgot, and cut the crap. You are a politician, saying no is part of your job. Well, deceiving people is also part of your job, so there is no helping it, I guess. But don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Unlike you, I am a good friend. Asung used her soul illusion to hide most of her origin card info. It would have worked if not for my origin card soul pupils, which helped me look past the illusion and read the complete info of Asung's origin card. As for the last sentence, I was hinting to Asung that her illusion did not work, and I know the complete info of her origin card. Asung didn't seem surprised hearing my words because she figured if I knew she was using her illusion to deceive me, then I could look past her illusion and read the hidden card info. Card name, Life Core. Card type, origin card. Card rank, unique grade. Card rating, card durability. Card effect, the card apprentice's soul is protected and nurtured in a life core. Card apprentice cannot be killed until the life core is destroyed. Additional effect, supreme regeneration, life core guardian. Note, when the life core guardian has not been summoned, the life core is within the card apprentice. Monster, life core guardian. Rank, unique grade. Skills, 1. Supreme regeneration. The card apprentice can regenerate at an incredible rate as long as their life core is intact. 2. Supreme cleansing. The shell of the monster produces a chemical liquid that infiltrates the body of the monster and cleanses all the impurities under the shell and within the main body. The cleansing is not just restricted to the body but the soul pathways and soul energy. 3. Dream reality. The monster's shell has a dimension within it known as the dream reality, which can be accessed by sleeping within the health space of the shell. The souls within the dream reality can create soul illusions freely depending upon the strength of their souls. 4. Swallow. The monster can swallow anything in its surrounding by shrinking and storing them in its health space. 5. Health space. The monster's shell has a space within it, which can be accessed through the monster's mouth. It can be used to store living beings. This space has a unique buff that allows the monster to share all of its abilities with the beings in the health space. The health space is limited and it can increase with an increase in the user's realm. 6. Supreme soul imprisoning. The card apprentice can use the soul illusion to imprison souls of the same or lesser realm. 7. Supreme soul devourer. The souls imprisoned inside the dream reality can be devoured by the card apprentice to restore soul energy and increase their soul power. 8. Supreme demon soul body refining. The card apprentice can use the soul energy to refine one's body to obtain a demonic physique while the soul is practicing within in the dream reality. 9. Thorn shower. The impurities accumulated by the chemical fluid used to cleanse the body, soul pathway, and soul energy hardens in the form of a thorn on the surface of the monster's shell, which can be used to shoot at the enemy. These thorns give the monster's spiral tower shell a thorny structure, which can be used for both attack and defense. 10. Origin mucus. The monster's shell secretes a unique mucus that helps the monster with healing and recovery without losing a lot of energy. 11. Deep transient hibernation. The shell of the monster sends the beings within it into hibernation for a brief period while increasing the card apprentice's recovery abilities tenfold. 12. Soul illumination. The monster can use the luminous ability of its shell to cast soul illusions. 13. Growth modification. Sleeping within the shell of the monster for 4 hours can help the body to grow toward perfection. 14. World's blessing. Asung's origin card was unique, alright. It had 2 major abilities, 1 the life core, and 2nd the life core guardian. The life core made her near immortal thanks to its supreme regeneration, and it protected her soul. Other than that, it doesn't have any other practical use. As for the life core guardian, it had all the abilities I wanted to add to Asung's origin card, and it seems to have manifested other abilities that I did not add. My surprise did not end there, as all the abilities I extracted from different shell monsters for Asung's origin card were somehow enhanced to their peak and had gained the prefix supreme to their title. Not only that, but the info on these abilities seemed to be incomplete. This meant that these abilities had more to them than explained. If these abilities are so mysterious and overpowered, then what would they look like if they were to undergo baptism? I really cannot imagine it. Out of all the abilities, these were the ones that intrigued me the most: origin mucus, growth revision, world's blessing, and other supreme abilities. Especially the origin mucus. This meant that the theory about using the shell monster's mucus to surpass the lifespan limit set by Card Apprentice's realm was correct. Though the ability info did not specifically say this, it hinted toward this, and the rest was my conclusion. Next was the supreme demon dream body refining ability. The info that was displayed said that it would help the user gain a demonic physique. I was intrigued by this ability because of the word demon in it. This was the second time I was able to create an ability related to demons. The first was when I created the transcendent demonic slime. In both instances, I used my knowledge of Voltronian core to create them. Though they did not display other abilities of a Voltronian, they had gained the demonic physique. making sure that the Voltronian race was the spawn of some demon. Seeing the abilities displayed by the Voltronian, the demon responsible for their creation should be a very high-level demon or even a devil. Speaking of which, I am still looking forward to what kind of ego gem Jaya forges using her Voltronian core. It did help her with finding her ethereal spirit, so I think that she will be able to create an ego gem, but with my current findings on Voltronian core, I think Jaya would most probably forge a titled demon core than an ego gem. Earlier this was just a hunch, but with the new knowledge that I had gathered, I believe that the chances of her forging a titled demon core over an ego gem were high. What I really cared more about Jaya forging a titled demon core was the reaction of the World's Will toward it. But seeing how the World's Will passed its blessing to Asung's origin card, which gave her demonic physique, and Corey was doing just fine with her titled demon core, I believe that the World's Will didn't differentiate between an ego gem or a demon core as long as the card apprentice were born on these realms. World's impression of homegrown demon cores aside, this life core guardian of Asung's was truly overpowered. This showed how much recognition Asung had gained from the World's Will. Seeing the enhancement provided to her origin card by the World's Will, I couldn't help but want to try and figure out the different ways to gain the World Will's recognition. With the abilities of her origin card, Asung could just sleep for decades in the shell monster and awaken as a card demigod. She did not even have to try. That was how much the world favored Asung. For example, take the growth revision ability of the Life Core Guardian. From its info, it appeared nothing less than F-King growth cheats. What does growing towards perfection even mean? To add to that, this was incomplete ability info. What else more could this ability do? Wasn't perfection already the limit? Then the Supreme Soul Devourer. This ability basically allowed the Asung to devour her souls to replenish her soul energy and increase her active soul control. If this was not an overpowered cheat, then what was? Soul Illumination, World Blessing, Origin Mucus, all these abilities were overpowered too. There was no question that Asung's origin card was too overpowered, but it was a pity that it only made her overpowered in terms of support ability, and its attack abilities were still lacking. Except for the Soul Illumination and Thorn Shower abilities, the Life Core Guardian lacked attack force, and these abilities were not exactly attack-type abilities, but crowd control-type abilities. But they had more lethality than regular attack abilities because they were just too overpowered. Keeping the overpowered abilities aside, Asung lied to me about the number of card apprentices she could hold in her Life Core Guardian shell's health space. According to her, currently, she could only store 10 card apprentices at max, but the Swallow ability of the Life Core Guardian told a different story. The info on the Swallow ability read that the Guardian could shrink its target and store them in its health space. That meant the math that Asung narrated to me that her health space could only hold 10 card apprentices at present was big lie. According to Asung, the size of the health space is 3,000 cubic meters, and at present, it could fit 10 card apprentices, allotting 300 cubic meters of independent space per head, but things change when you consider that the Swallow ability of the Guardian allows it to shrink its target before it swallows and stores them in its health space. Since I do not know how much a card apprentice can shrink under the Swallow ability of the Guardian, I can't do the math to figure out exactly how many card apprentices Asung can fit in the health space, but I know it was a way bigger number than 10. In the end, Asung not only tried to deceive me about her card info, but also lied to my face about how many card apprentices she could fit in the Life Core Guardian's health space. Aside from my jealousy of Asung's origin card and dissatisfaction with her for lying and trying to deceive me overall, I have managed to achieve what I had set out to achieve. The two most pressing issues I kept in my mind while creating Asung's origin card were to cure her medical condition and help her become strong enough to survive any kind of assassination attack. Asung's origin card Life Core was able to achieve both of the issues with its abilities, Life Core and Supreme Cleansing. As a card creationist, I was proud to announce that I had done my part, but as a friend, I was a little dissatisfied with Asung. A little because of the reasons behind her acts. But in the end, when push came to shove, she chose to lie and deceive me instead of giving me a straightforward answer that she couldn't share her origin card info. Then she would be in the clear while I would be the bad friend who would not take a no for an answer and try to get information by hacking into her grimoire. So in the end, I was no better. Asung did what she thought would be the best to save her friendship while not revealing her secrets, and in other scenario, I would have acted as if I respected Asung's choice and would have done the opposite behind her back to satisfy my curiosity. We both would do what we felt was right. Until now, my footprint on the future timeline mostly affected the bounds of the southern region, but by intervening in Asung's dead, my footprint on the future timeline will now cover all 5 regions, which meant that the future Clown Mask saw and the future we are going to experience will have many unforeseen changes, and Clown Mask's future vision will become less relevant as the time passed. Well, this was to be expected, and I was not worried about losing the advantage of knowing the future, because the future in which I wasn't present was something I was trying to escape. So if I am able to successfully make waves in the timeline and deviate it from its natural course, then doesn't that mean I am changing the future to create a timeline where I get to live the chill life I had dreamed of? Wyatt, I hope you are true to your word, because I cannot bear the consequences that would follow if the word gets out, said Asung. Though she was not surprised that I read the edition card info of her origin card that she was trying to hide, considering that I could see past her tricks, she was worried about the consequences that would follow if her origin card info were revealed to the world, or just the fact that she was one of the lucky few to receive the world's blessing. Don't worry, I am a man of my word, I said, reassuring Asung. Despite what happened, Asung and I could only come to a mutual understanding. Though 10 semi-demigod bodyguards were constantly guarding Asung, the fact that her family had only one semi-demigod ancestor did not change. Asung had a high post in government, but she did not have a big enough background. Her family was just another politically influential noble family of the capital. Unlike her colleagues who used their time in the government to enhance the strength of the families backing them, Asung used her time to improve the government and make sure that it didn't just represent the majority, but also the minority. So in case the world was to know about her overpowered support-type origin card, they would kidnap her despite her status in the government. And as for her background, it would be considered fortunate if whoever kidnapped her did not destroy her family to avoid future troubles. This was one of the reasons Asung wanted to keep her origin card info hidden. And the news about her receiving the world's blessing would bring other troubles that were far worse than being kidnapped. Suitors. Yes, numerous eligible bachelors from different influential families would line up in front of her house to marry her and share the world's blessing received by her. The entire world would treat her like some kind of auspicious commodity to be conquered. How was that any different from being kidnapped and enslaved? This wasn't the worst of it. Asung had heard that the mummified body parts of card apprentices who received the world's blessing before her time was being circulated in the black market, as people believed that it would bring them good luck and did not hesitate to buy them for a hefty price. These people weren't willing to let the corpse of the blessed being rest in peace, so how could they let her be in peace after knowing that she too was blessed by the world's will? Therefore, for Asung, her being blessed by the world's will and her origin card info were the secrets that she had to take to her grave, but all that was moot as another person was involved in her secrets despite her efforts to keep him from knowing too much. Despite the unsettling feeling, and all her instincts telling her otherwise, Asung could only choose to believe in him. They say time keeps testing one's friendship, and now the one Asung shared with her friend's young love was being tested. Since Asung did not have it in her to put a bounty on his head to keep her secrets hidden, she could only hope that the friendship she chose to put her trust in would withstand this test of time. While Asung was setting her thoughts straight, I found that Aba finally figured out that she could summon her grimoire in this world. It painted a kind of chilling picture for humanity to witness a cat monster summon a grimoire, but I was fine knowing it was just Aba who had yet to figure out how to break the soul illusion cast on her soul to alter her appearance back to her original appearance. Still, she was able to use her grimoire to break the three-headed Cerberus illusion, buying herself some room to breathe. And then she hurried towards Agatha for help before her aunt finds out what she was up to. As for Anna and Susan and Cole, they were experiencing the majesty of soul illusion in the dream reality. With a firm will, they were giving birth to their thoughts through soul illusion. They all played and built the things they wanted from reality, but couldn't. Watching them build the reality they seek, I kind of remembered the Minecraft game kids used to play back on Earth. Anna, there is so much empty space over there, why do you keep invading my space? And complained. She was tired of having to constantly keep moving her soul illusion, because Anna's soul illusion constantly kept invading her soul illusion. At first, it was funny, but now it was getting annoying. Now you know how I feel when you keep invading my life. Anna retorted to Anne's complaint. What do you mean by your life? Don't you forget that it is my life too? It is not my fault that you don't know how to share. And did not feel down with Anna's remark, as she had heard worse than this over the years, and after deep contemplation, she had reached a conclusion that it wasn't her who was hindering Anna, but it was Anna who was hindering her because of her mean streak and mental issues. Seeing the heated atmosphere between the twins, I decided not to be near them and headed towards Susan. It seems that either or Anna had taught her how to materialize her thoughts as a soul illusion in the dream reality. Thanks to the specialty of the dream reality, it was easier to cast a soul illusion here than outside. So it did not take Susan long to get proficient in materializing her thoughts. This did not mean that she could cast soul illusion in reality, because what Susan was able to achieve right now was all thanks to the ability of the dream reality, which allowed the souls inside it to cast soul illusion. I stood next to Susan watching her soul illusion a plain and simple wooden cabin next to a lake and flower bed. Susan, what is this? This is the retirement home I plan to prepare for my parents with the money I have saved up till now, Susan answered while still focused on adding details to the illusion she was building. From the smell of the flowers to the tranquility of the lake. With more details, the soul illusion became more and more vivid. Retirement? I thought you would use the silver milk powder to help them become card apprentices, or did you forget? Wait, we can use silver milk powder to awaken mortals as card apprentice. Susan asked me in surprise. Though she had used silver milk powder, she wasn't fully aware of its uses as she was not involved in this project. Until I introduced silver milk powder to Susan, she too was in doubt of its existence like the rest of the world. Yes, so if your parents are planning their retirement, have them move to fine gold executive residences. Talk to Cindy, she will help you settle your parents. Then we can introduce them to silver milk powder, and within a year or so they too can contract their bronze grimoire. A year was a stretch. Depending upon their present active soul control, Susan's parents can awaken an hour after taking silver milk powder, or even months later. As for their housing, the mansions allotted to the families of the senior executives of Fine Gold should be a nice place where Susan's parents can start their new chapter as card apprentices. Really? You would do that for me? But I thought silver milk powder was still a secret that needed to be kept from the general populace. I don't want you to go through that trouble. It can wait until the royal family introduces the silver milk powder to the world market. Susan has happy and touched that her boss was willing to help her parents become card apprentices, but she knew that the silver milk powder was a top secret that the southern royal family was trying to protect from rest of the world, so she did not want her boss to go through the trouble for her. Don't worry about it. Your parents are like my parents. Hey, if possible, have them move before we leave for the royal palace. I would love to meet them. The best way to keep your employees loyal was to keep their families happy. And Susan was not just an employee for me, so I was willing to go the extra mile for her and her family. Hearing her boss claim that her parents were his parents, Susan's face was flushed. How can he say such a thing with a straight face? Susan's mind couldn't help but search for a deeper meaning in it, but looking at her boss's straight face and remembering his dense history, she couldn't help but feel disappointed that she got excited over nothing. Hey, you two seem chummy. What are you guys talking about? Anna rushed over to her young lover and her love rival, following her screaming instincts. About meeting Susan's parents, I answered Anna. Why? Why would you want to meet her parents? Anna asked in a panic. Her instincts were right. Her rival was indeed cooking something up. Meeting Susan's parents, how dare he? He hasn't met her family yet. Why? Your Highness, why not? Susan asked Anna. Well, Wyatt is a busy man. So I thought he must have reason to make time for visiting your parents out of his busy schedule. Flustered Anna answered with the first words that came to her mind, and then sighed mentally thinking, Anna, what are you babbling? Get yourself together, girl. Well, I am indeed a busy man, but I can manage to spare some time to have dinner with my friend's family. Especially if it is Susan's family. I answered, feeling Anna was acting weird. Wyatt, you are right, meeting a friend's family is important. What was I thinking? Manager Susan, are your parents coming to visit you? The only consolation Anna felt from this conversation was that her love only thought of this as visiting a friend's family. As for the last, especially part of her lover's sentence, Anna chose to ignore it because that meant Susan was more than a friend. No, Your Highness, but they will be soon. Susan replied. Oh, okay. Anna replied while thinking. I should push Luna to complete the dungeon relocation soon. This way Wyatt will meet my family first at the palace and not have the time to meet Susan's family. The project would have long been completed if you had helped instead of wasting your time doing nothing. And send a mental message to Anna using the connection between them. And stop eavesdropping on over conversation. And why should I work when I got you? What are you doing here? Go back to the base and help Luna complete the task as fast as possible. I cannot lose to that country girl. Anna ordered in mentally. I am not going, and I am not your slave. You go do it yourself. And was pissed by Anna's trying to order her around. What? That's exactly what an origin card is supposed to be. Everyone says you are perfect, but I don't think so. As my origin card, you don't even know the basics of being an origin card to follow my damned order. Anna snapped at, and for not following her orders. FFCK off, pissed, and uttered these words which she soon regretted saying. Oh, look, I made little Miss Goody Goody Two-Shoes cuss. Aw, Mommy is going to be disappointed when she hears about this. Anna continued to taunt Anne. As for Anne, she began to ignore Anna and continued building her soul illusion. Asong, send me out, I have a space collapse card to make. I requested Asong, who had finally settled her thoughts and was enjoying her new origin card. Hearing my request, Susan, who now had new plans for her parents' retirement, scrubbed her soul illusion and made the same request as me. Madam Asong, send me out too. I have to help Wyatt with card ingredients. Okay. Saying that, Asong paused and added, Everybody, I am sorry, but we too have to leave. But don't worry, I have another big surprise to show you guys outside. Finally, cheered a cat monster. ABA had not figured out how to break the soul illusion on her soul body. She did beg Agatha for her help, but she didn't help her and kept repeating, This is for your good princess. One by one, all of us were thrown out of Asong's dream reality and out of Life Core Guardian's mouth. Dusting myself, I got up from the warehouse floor and felt refreshed. This must be the minor effect of the shelled monster's deep, transient hibernation. All of us were out, but Asong was yet to come out. But her voice sounded, Are all of you ready? Making sure everyone was paying attention, Asong's body finally appeared in front of everyone. Seeing Asong, the girls could not help but gasp, even Cole. They all felt like they were witnessing a miracle. The Asong they knew and the Asong they saw did not match. She appeared to look exactly like her soul body back in dream reality. For them, seeing Asong's new appearances in the reality was totally different from seeing her younger self in the dream reality, as this was the reality. The Asong they saw appeared to be way younger than the Asong they knew. The Asong they knew looked like a grandma, but now the Asong that greeted them appeared to be in her 20s. The appearance wasn't the only change they could feel, also the total change in Asong's bearing and the air surrounding her. This was the effect of the Viltronian physique described as demon physique in her origin card. The current Asong's physical prowess was very high compared to her sickly physique an hour earlier, be it health or her physical strength. Seeing Asong's modified body, I activated my soul pupils to check if Asong's soul pathways were back to normal, and they were. Thanks to the supreme cleansing ability of her origin card, Asong's soul pathways were no longer clogged, which meant she could practice her active soul control without having to worry about dying. As a matter of fact, she did not even need to practice. All she needed to do was sleep in the health space of her origin card, and in time she could wake up with a higher active soul control percentage. Whoa, Grandma Asong, you look so pretty. ABA was the first to compliment Asong, but it did not feel funny. So Asong used her new demonic strength to twist ABA's ear. Ah, it hurts. Big sis Asong, it hurts. I am sorry. Congrats Asong, you finally look your age and can start dating. I know a couple of good guys. Anna trailed off, knowing her lover would not like it if she were to talk about people she had. Let's not go into details and say it fun with. Thank you, but I am not interested in relationships and plan to use my newfound strength for the people. Asong replied to Anna, and then sent a message to her origin card creator through her grimoire while politely accepting the well wishes from others. Seeing the message from Asong, I read it. I bet you regret it now that you have seen my new look, don't you? Not understanding what Asong was trying to hint at, I replied, What are you talking about? Receiving my message, Asong looked at me with a gloating look and immediately replied, Don't act, you know. Nope, nothing. I searched my memory and nothing came to my mind, so I replied, No, I don't know. How am I supposed to know if you don't tell it to me? Are you for real? Ah-sung gave me that look and sent her reply. About you proposing to me. Reading Ah-sung's reply, my mind went black and black lines formed on my forehead. Then I hurriedly replied, I never proposed to you. That was just the way I used to teach and mess with you at the same time. Ah-sung threw a knowing smile my way and then replied, now you will claim that, won't you? What the FCK is that supposed to mean? This woman is driving me crazy. I thought, and then replied to Ah-sung, deciding to put an end to this. I will show this text to Anna. You explain yourself to her. Ah-sung's facial expression lost its mischievous color from earlier, as if she had seen a ghost, and then hurriedly sent a reply. Don't. I was just messing with you. Now you will claim that, won't you? I feed Ah-sung her own words back to her. Even though I still did not know what she meant by that. Ah-sung looked at me with a shocked look and sent a reply. Aren't you daring? Want to step on 2 boats at a time? First learn to swim. Stepping on 2 boats at a time? Woman, what are you talking about? I don't get you. I knew what the phrase stepping on 2 boats at a time meant, but I did not know how Ah-sung was using it in this chat. Or what was she trying to imply? Ah-sung rolled her eyes at me and replied, after saying everything, now you are feigning ignorance. Isn't that a neat trick? Well, whatever. I am done. Saying that, I ignored Ah-sung's chain of texts and turning to Susan, I said, Susan, I have sent you the list of ingredients. Have someone from Fine Gold bring them over ASAP. Wait, let me check. After checking that all the ingredients I mentioned in the list were present in the Fine Gold stock, Susan nodded and answered, the ingredients will be here in 40 minutes. If it is too long, I can order them from the Guild Association Mall. It will be faster. No, it is okay. We have guests to keep me busy. I can wait. I rejected Susan's idea of using the services of the Guild Association Mall to save some time. Okay. Susan nodded in agreement and placed the order at Fine Gold. Master Wyatt, seeing that I was free, Cole called out to me and added, Madame Ah-sung's origin card is outstanding. I have been to many card creationists, but none of them came up with something so innovative. It was mind-blowing. Mr. Cole, you praise me too much. I bet there are many seniors out there who could have created a far better origin card for Madame Ah-sung than I. I replied humbly, No, Master Wyatt, you are selling yourself short. Trust me, none of the card creationists came up with something so unimaginable. To find a card creationist who could meet Ah-sung's unreasonable demand, Cole visited various famous card creationists, but all they could come up with was a shield-type item origin card or something similar for Ah-sung's bivalve shell fade ingredient. Yes, Wyatt, Cole is not exaggerating. I have visited those so-called diamond-grade card creationists with him. Their ideas for my origin card were nothing close to what you have achieved. I may have not thanked you enough for my origin card, but believe me, you don't know how much this card means to me. Ah-sung spoke, supporting Cole's words, as she was right next to Cole when the card creations pitched their ideas for her origin card. Well, not that I mind, but I think you never thanked me for creating an awesome origin card for you. I said, trying to recall if Ah-sung had thanked me, but stopped, feeling that even if she did, she definitely didn't do it properly. Otherwise, I would have remembered her thanking for creating her an amazing origin card. No way, I did thank you. I guess. Ah-sung realized that she wasn't clear whether she had thanked the card creationist who had helped her create her origin card. She was so preoccupied with info of her new origin card that she forget what she did and say when she got her hands on her new origin card. Embarrassed, Ah-sung added, I know this is late, but I am really grateful for your help in creating my origin card. Thank you. It doesn't matter, after all, you are paying for my help. As long as I get paid for the services I provided, I don't really care if Ah-sung thanked me or not. Speaking of payment, how much do I owe you? Since her origin card was special, paying my usual rates won't cut it, so Ah-sung asked me to give her a number. Your card is a masterpiece and is priceless for me. So how about we not sully it by trying to put a price tag on it? In return for my help, how about you help me get some rare and regulated card ingredients? With the Southern royal family backing me, I didn't lack money. What I lacked was access to rare and highly regulated card ingredients. But Ah-sung seemed to have free access to many rare card ingredients. Therefore, I planned to have her get me the rare card ingredients I would need in the future as the payment for me helping her create an awesome origin card. Okay, I can get you the ingredients you need, but you got to be specific with the numbers. Ah-sung did not mind paying with rare ingredients because she felt that putting these rare ingredients to use would be better than letting them dust in the government treasury. But that did not mean that she was willing to give free access to a high schooler card creationist to shop in the government treasury. Therefore, she asked the boy to tell her how many rare ingredients would be enough to pay for the services he provided. If you ask me, then the origin card I created for you is priceless. You apparently don't seem to agree with me, so please go ahead and quote how much you think your origin card is worth to you. By claiming that the origin card I created for Ah-sung was priceless, I was basically saying that I wanted access to all the rare ingredients in the government treasury. But I know better than to hold my breath on it, because Ah-sung was never going to agree to something like that. Hence I asked Ah-sung to quote a price that she felt would be the right value for her origin card. Why you? Aren't you being a little too greedy? Ah-sung sighed, hearing the other party's demand. Greedy? How am I being greedy? Didn't I let you decide what you want to pay me with? I complained. Ah-sung, you have to put aside righteousness when you talk to this shameless fellow. He dared to charge me 2 devil ingredients to create 2 origin cards for my soldiers. If you continue to be humble and entertain him, he will empty the entire government treasury and you won't even know what hit you. Anna advised her friend. 2 devil ingredients for creating 2 origin cards? I guess I am in the wrong business. Cole could not help but blurt out, hearing that his cousin was charged 2 devil ingredients just to create 2 origin cards. Ah-sung, along with Agatha and ABA, looked at me in disbelief, because they knew that 2 devil ingredients could feed an entire district for 10 whole years. Only a soulless profiteer could quote such a sky-high price just to create 2 origin cards, and only a world-class prodigal daughter would be willing to pay that sky-high price for creation of 2 origin cards. Everyone in the room looked at the profiteer and prodigal in disbelief. 10 A-rank rare-grade card ingredients, that is all I can pay you with. Wyatt, don't try to negotiate or else I will add an expenditure limit to it. Ah-sung quoted a very generous price, trying to show how grateful she was for her origin card. Fine, let us just say that I gave you the friends and family discount. I agreed to Ah-sung's offer. 10 A-rank highly regulated rare ingredients from the government treasury wasn't a bad deal. It was a bummer that Ah-sung had cleverly added an ingredient rank limit. Still, I could make a lot with just these ingredients. Cole's mouth was watering, hearing the fee that Ah-sung's offered to the card creationist, because as the broker who introduced her to the card creationist, he was going to get a hefty commission, 10% of what she was paying the card creationist. Seeing the young card creationist acting as if he was losing money even though he had gained a bargain, Ah-sung wanted to grab him by his ears and scream in it. You damned profiteer. Instead, Ah-sung calmed herself down, got herself together, and signaled for her aide. Soon a black figure flashed next to her and said, Madam, were you able to open Een Widow's grimoire? Ah-sung asked her aide, planning to handle the demigod Redfall matter and then return to the central capital, where she was in her best element. No, madam. The conversion of Soul's signature of the soul energy will take another hour or 2. The aide answered with a serious voice. Okay, notify me when it is done. Ah-sung dismissed her aide. Will do, madam. Saying that, black figure vanished in a flash. Bis sis Ah-sung, you are a busy person. Leave this matter to me, I will handle it. And offered Ah-sung to take over the demigod Redfall's Reborn case. No, and demigod Redfall is very dangerous. In case he has been reborn, then we cannot underestimate him. Therefore, I personally plan to handle this case. If some other card apprentices were to say this, the whole warehouse would have burst into laughter, but Ah-sung was different. 10 semi-demigod constantly guarded her. While Ah-sung and discussed the Redfall case, Cole neared me once again. Earlier, because of Ah-sung's intervention, he did not get to speak his actual purpose for trying to butter me up. So seeing an opening, he immediately got to the point. Master Wyatt, if you are not busy, I would like to pitch a business proposition. Would you be interested to hear it? Sure, Mr. Cole. Cole was a black merchant. I did not see what business proposition he could have for me, but it did not hurt me to listen to what he had to say. Hearing Cole, Ah-sung's ears perked. She too had a business proposition with the young card creationist. She wanted cards similar to Ronnie's origin card, the 10,000 armed butcher. Therefore, she decided to get in line and wait until after Cole was done pitching his business proposition. Master Wyatt, my business proposition is totally based on the secret illusion realm ability you added to Madame Ah-sung's origin card, So please don't mind me asking if you can create an independent skill card with that ability. Cole was impressed by the dream reality ability of Asung's origin card. After having experienced it personally, Cole knew that anything was possible in there, even her 18 stuff. So he planned to monetize it by selling it exclusively to his rich clients. A card that literally allowed one to do anything one wants without breaking any law. The rich second-generation card apprentices would be willing to pay any amount to get their hands on this card. Exclusive selling rights to this type of card will not only make him money, but also popular enough to get in touch with the top 1 percentile of this world. Yes, I can, I answered Cole. I know where he was heading with this question. It would not take a genius to guess what he was planning. Monetizing dream reality will be a challenge, so I decided to give Cole a shot to explain how he planned to deal with it. Great, Master Wyatt, great. Cole cheered hearing my response. He looked like he had won the lottery, and then gathering his thoughts he calmed himself and added, Master Wyatt, I plan to monetize that ability by selling it as a skill card. What do you think? Are you up to it? Sure, but the ingredient required to create that card is rare and highly regulated by the government. How do you plan to solve that? The ocean dream turtle was a very rare and highly regulated ingredient. If Cole wants to monetize dream reality ability, he will have to find a constant supply of this ingredient. This was impossible considering that all the dungeons that had this turtle monster were directly under the management of the authorities. If you don't mind me asking, which ingredient do you need to create a card with this ability? Cole asked. It seems he had the confidence to provide and maintain a constant supply of a particular rare ingredient. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother to ask. The ocean dream turtle monster, I answered Cole. Hearing my answer, Cole's facial expression froze. He looked like the guy who found out that last year's winning lottery ticket was in his pant pocket all this time. So, Mr. Cole, is it possible for you to supply the cores of the ocean dream turtle monster? I asked Cole. I know my word were like rubbing salt in Cole's burn, but I couldn't help it. No, I don't know. I will have to check all my contacts and cash in some favors. Give me a little time. I will contact you when it is done. Cole replied confidently, as if he would set up the supply of rare monster cores at any cost. Well, Mr. Cole, take your time. I will be waiting for good news. I honestly did not believe that Cole could manage to set up a constant supply of rare monster cores, but who knows what will happen. I couldn't underestimate his capabilities. Thank you, Master Wyatt. I will contact you with good news. Saying that, Cole walked away busy with his thoughts. It seems he has already begun planning what favors to cash in and making this happen. Master Wyatt, you are indeed the pioneer of your generation. As soon as Cole left, Agatha approached me. She had the same glint in her eyes that Cole had when he approached me with a business proposition. Agatha, speak freely. I think we are close enough to address each other, ignoring the social formality. Don't you agree? I said to Agatha, who seemed to have approached me with a clear motive in mind. Yes, Wyatt. We are. Agatha answered with a forced smile. But she was relieved that the card creationist was in a friendly mood because this would help her cause. It is good that you feel the same way, Agatha. So tell me how I can be of help to you. I asked Agatha. Over the years I have gathered a little fund and was searching for a business venture to invest in. But I could not find something that felt like a sure thing for me to invest in until I saw your cousin's origin card, the 10,000 armed butcher. So I was wondering if you could create regular cards similar to Ronnie's origin card. Agatha did not waste time in flattery or making small talk or beating around the bush. She directly spoke of what she needed. Well, this must be the difference between a black merchant and a guard. It was refreshing to talk to straightforward people. At least you know that they speak what's on their mind and not preach one thing and think another thing. It was easy to do business with this kind of people, as the only thing you had to worry about while doing business with them was whether to take advantage of their straightforwardness or not. Ronnie's origin card is not difficult to create. Now that I have some mastery of array formation, it will be easier to create it as a regular card, but I cannot guarantee the efficiency of an origin card. I hesitated to answer Agatha, but after giving it a thought, I answered her truthfully. By Agatha's question, I understood that she planned to open a monster meat processing plant by equipping card apprentices with cards similar to Ronnie's origin card. Prior to this, I had the same idea. Therefore the hesitation. But then I realized that someone as diligent as Agatha would be a good pawn to run a successful business on my behalf. There were 3 reasons why I felt that Agatha would be a good pawn to be used to run the meat processing plant as my proxy. 1. Agatha's semi-demigod realm. In this world where the jungle rules are unspoken rules, bronze always trumped brains. So it would be in the best interest of the meat processing plant to be led by a semi-demigod. Thanks to my cards, this business model is bound to take off and piss many people off, but Agatha's realm will keep these ill-intentioned people at the bay. And trouble will not come knocking on our door often. 2. Demigod Windsor. Agatha's connection to Demigod Windsor was undeniable. Any corner of the central capital knows that the semi-demigod Agatha is Demigod Windsor's person. Considering that Demigod Windsor has a very high reputation among the upper class of the society, even the top families from the central capital will not dare to mess with the business run by his subordinate. 3. Initiative. Agatha seemed to be planning the next phase of her life and seemed to be interested in the monster meat processing business. Since it was her idea, I will not have to waste much time convincing and motivating her. So, yes or no? Agatha asked with a confused face. Her expression yelled, "Dude, I stopped listening to you the movement you began mansplaining." Yes, I can create Ronnie's origin card as regular cards. Hearing Agatha, my facial expression froze, and the corner of my left eye twitched, but still, I answered her. Great, Agatha cheered. She felt good that she did not try to persuade Ronnie after he rejected her offer to come work for her. Now she did not have to entertain that incompetent fool. Seeing Agatha cheer, I did not join in on her celebration. I waited for her to ask me her real purpose. Master Wyatt, I would like to place an order of 20 such cards. That cards can be a maximum rank limit of E rank. Agatha decided to start small with 20 E rank cards, and when she gets hang of the business model, it would not be late for her to expand her business with higher realm cards. 20 E rank, 100 armed butcher cards. I can provide them to you by tomorrow afternoon at the latest, I answered. Good, what about the cost? Agatha was happy that she could get the cards within a day of placing the order. So she happily asked about the cost of the cards. Cost. I will give you the friends and family discount, 10 soul jades per card. I answered. 10 soul jades per card. Why don't just rod me instead? Agatha screamed in her mind, but soon calmed herself, and then added, Master Wyatt, you don't think the price is a little costly? Miss Agatha, you are a semi-demigod. Please make fun of this little card creationist. I have already given you the friends and families discount. For an E-rank card, the 10 soul jades was indeed a sky-high price, but the capability of the card justified the price I stated. So what if I am a semi-demigod? My money doesn't grow on a tree. Agatha yelled these words in her mind, but maintaining a professional smile, she continued to bargain. Master Wyatt, I am buying in bulk, so see if there was any concession you could make. And plan to buy more similar cards from you in the future. Master Wyatt, sometimes you have to consider gains in a long run instead of a momentary gain. Agatha, don't embarrass yourself. 10 soul jades per card is my final offer. Take it or leave it. Hearing Agatha started to lecture me on doing business, I gave her a lesson on supply and demand. I was the only one at present who could create this type of card for her. As the only supplier of this card, I could set the price at my will. And the price I quoted wasn't that high. Agatha was just being cheap. Seeing that I wasn't going to lower my price for the cards, Agatha frowned. Agatha, if you are lacking money, I will lend you some. You can pay me back later. ABA thought that 10 soul jades were not expensive and did not know why Agatha was bargaining so much. Then feeling that Agatha may be lacking funds, she decided to come to her retainer's help. Thank you, but I have enough money, princess. Agatha rejected ABA's help. And then turning to she said, don't you feel 10 soul jades is a bit too much for E-rank cards? 1 soul jade is equal to $100 million. Calculating accordingly, 10 soul jades meant $1 billion. The market price for an average E-rank card was somewhere near $1 million, so Agatha felt that the $1 billion price tag for an E-rank card was a bit absurd. Not to mention, if the E-rank AI Arm Butcher card was this expensive, then what about the high-rank cards? One has to know that an E-rank AI Arm Butcher card can only process the meat of the monsters of E-rank or below. For high-rank monsters, they will have to make use of high-rank AI Arm Butcher cards. And Agatha could only make some real profit by processing high-rank monster meat. Therefore, in the future, it will be inevitable that she buys high-rank AI Arm Butcher cards. 10 soul jades were not expensive for a semi-demigod if it was a one-time thing, but Agatha would require to keep buying these cards as her business expands, or the existing cards lose durability. Not to mention if she agrees to pay this sky-high price for a low-end AI-armed butcher card now, that in the future, when she has to buy a high-rank AI-armed butcher card, she will have to continue to pay the unreasonable astronomical price stated by this heartless profiteer. Yes, over the years she has saved considerable funds, but at the rates of cards offered by the greedy profiteer, she doesn't feel that those funds of her will last. Still, her monster meat processing plant starts bringing in profits. And if she cannot at least even the losses with the profits, then she will go into debt, making all her life work and savings a waste. Therefore, Agatha was so firmly bargaining the price of the cards. Agatha knew that upon continuous use, the durability of the regular cards starts to decrease like the sharpness of the sword. So she will have to keep buying the card from the greedy profiteer, which would burn a huge hole in her profits if she manages to get some. So no matter what, Agatha could not compromise on these prices for the cards. She would be better off if she were to give up on this business venture. Agatha, I am not going to argue with you. If you feel my prices are high, then you can get the custom cards you need from some other card creationist. I did not plan to negotiate with Agatha because as the sole supplier of this type of card, I had that final say in it. It was my way or the highway. I know asking nearly $1 billion for an E-rank card may sound too much, but considering that the dollars weren't the major currency of this world and were only used by the mortals and low-realm card apprentices, the price wasn't that expensive. One has to know that low-rank cards created using rules and meanings cost more than this. Even though my cards did not have rule power in them, they were one of a kind in this world. So I felt that this price was justifiable. There was another reason why I was selling the cards for sky-high prices, and that was to let Agatha realize that no matter how much funds she has saved, it will not be enough for her to get her monster meat processing business up and running all by herself. Why you? Hearing my uncoded words, Agatha's brows frowned. She would have left in a fit of rage if she could get these cards made someplace else. Since this greedy profiteer was the only one who could create these cards, Agatha had no choice but to tolerate his antics and fight for her purpose. ABA, who knew little about the situation, could not help but frown at her friend, but she also felt that her friend was only doing business. So in the end, she decided to not take the side of either of them, her retainer or her friend. Wyatt, come on. I will be ordering more of these cards in the future regularly, and you can make more profits in time. Think about it, and give me reasonable prices for the cards. Agatha was the kind of person who, when set her mind on something, would only move on after giving her best, otherwise she cannot sleep at night. She did not like to quit, but she hated to quit without trying. Therefore, despite the stubbornness of the money-grabbing profiteer, she decided to reason with him and negotiate a reasonable price for the custom cards. She wasn't just going to give up just because of a failed negotiation. If she were that, she wouldn't have been able to achieve her current realm with her humble background. Agatha, please have some pride, friend. You are a semi-demigod, for God's sake. Don't make things difficult for an orphan high schooler like myself. I just spoke to make things difficult for Agatha. I wouldn't back off until I had achieved what I wanted. Come on, Wyatt. There must be something Agatha can do for you to reconsider the price of the cards. ABA did not plan to take a side, but still decided to help them reach the desired terms without involving violence or stressing their relationship. Hearing ABA, I looked at her, impressed. Someone was asking the right questions, and didn't ABA to be that person. Hearing ABA's words, Agatha was enlightened. She finally understood why the card creationist wasn't willing to negotiate and was being unreasonable, making things difficult for her. It seems the card creationist wanted something else from her. Agatha, who has already dealt with the card creationist, knew he was not short of money with the Southern Emperor for his sugar mama. She should have known better than to reason with him, with soul jades on the line. If not money, then what? Agatha recalled that she still owned the card creationist 2 favors. One was to act as his bodyguard while he attacked his rivals, and another was saved for the future. Thinking of this, Agatha realized that though the young card creationist was not interested in soul jades, she could offer her services to him. The thought of acting as a hired goon for a teenager made Agatha feel ashamed, but she knew that the only way she could get the multi-armed butcher cards for her business ventures from him was by promising him some favors. Reaching a quick conclusion, Agatha suddenly compared her situation to making a deal with the devil. Master Wyatt, as the princess said, if there is a way for you to lower the price of the cards, please state them. I will try my best to satisfy them. Hearing Agatha, ABA felt happy that she could be of some help. Well, how about instead of paying me with soul jades, you pay me shares in your business venture? The idea of having a semi-demigod bodyguard was tempting, but I already had Anna and her subordinates watching over my protection, so hiring Agatha would be a waste of resources. So instead I asked for shares in her company. Shares? Agatha blurted in confusion, but then she realized that the young card creationist was asking for a piece of her cake, which she hadn't even prepared yet. Agatha was angry. She had the right to be so, and could not help but feel that this profiteer had a big appetite to ask for shares in her company. Yes, paying with shares. This way you save a lot of your funds, as I am investing those cards in your business. I nodded and answered, looking straight at Agatha's eyes. Agatha was too furious after hearing the young card creationist's bold claim. In order not to ruin the negotiation, which has finally shown some progress, Agatha tried to control her anger and did not reply immediately. As Agatha's anger decreased, she felt that paying with shares instead of paying with soul jades was not a bad idea, because this way she will have way more funds in her hands left to make other arrangements for her company. And off chance her business venture was to fail, she wouldn't be the only one losing money. Therefore, she started considering the young card creationist's advice. But then Agatha realized that there was a huge trap in this method of payment: the valuation of her business. If the young card creationist was going to invest in her company by providing the multi-arm butcher cards, then he will definitely ask the shares equal to the price of his cards, which was okay, but the problem was her business hadn't even started yet. So how was she supposed to announce the valuation of a business that was just an idea, that was intangible? She could make a very high valuation for her business and give the young card creationist a few shares in exchange for his cards, but Agatha knew better than that. Having worked with the young card creationist, she knew better than to underestimate his capability and undermine his greed. As a greedy profiter, there was no way he would be happy with just a few shares in her company. Okay, Wyatt, I like your idea, but how do you plan to do this? Despite knowing the greed of the opposite party, Agatha decided to continue the negotiation to see where it led. Simple. I will provide you the cards along with free repair and maintenance services, in return for 80% of share in the company. Since I was providing for tools and their maintenance, there was nothing left for Agatha to do except for the location and management part. Therefore, I felt that asking for 80% shares in the company was justifiable. Hearing her friend's demands to her retainer, ABA held her head in disbelief. Even she felt that her friend was being greedy. Nope. You will get 30% of share. Any more than that, then I better put my time into doing something else which I can call mine. Agatha realized she still end up underestimating the greed of the profiter card creationist. If she were to give up 80% of her company's shares, then can she still call it her company? Agatha wanted to leave, but she held back because negotiation was where the real action was. Here you fight for what you want. If you don't reach, how do you know if you can get it or not? Therefore, despite the difference in their opinions, she put forward her offer. 30%? That seems fair to you? I am providing for tools and their maintenance. All you have to do is run the business, and you dare to ask for 70% shares. I said, the company is mine. I do not need to ask for 70% shares. I am offering you 30% share. Agatha frowned hearing the profiter card creationist's words, which made it sound that it was his company, not hers. Agatha, you seem to be under a wrong impression. You are not offering me anything. You are asking me, I said while glaring at Agatha, because without my cards there wouldn't be a company to begin with. I am under the wrong impression? Wyatt, let me hear it. What makes you feel that you are under the right impression? Please enlighten me. Agatha sneered as she said these words. The commotion between me and Agatha had already attracted all the ears in the warehouse, but since they did not know what actually Ronnie's origin card was, and what it was capable of, they did not understand why Agatha was going so far to negotiate with me. But they were smart enough to know that if a card was able to catch the attention of a semi-demigod, then the card must be worth it, so they couldn't help but become curious about Agatha's business venture. Especially Cole. As a black merchant, Cole was always ready to invest in a promising startup. Cole wasn't alone. For some reason, Asung too. Though she did not abuse her authority to help her family, she did use it to help her family make good investments. With her position in government, Asung gets in touch with a lot of privileged information, and she did not see any harm in using them to help her family make ends meet. In this world where corruption is rampant under unspoken jungle laws, what Asung did was normal. They all wanted to step in and ask what was going on, but also didn't want to get in the middle of the two and become casualties, so they waited for the right moment to make their entry. As for Anna and Anne, they felt that if their love was going to do any new business, then it should be with their family, not an outsider. They could tolerate Cole because he belonged to one of the vessel families under their family, but Agatha, she was an outsider. I had already felt the greedy gazes, but I ignored them because looking at Agatha's sneer at me, I shook my head and decided to enlighten her as she asked me to. Agatha, before we discuss the distribution of the shares, let us talk about what each of us brings to the table. That way it will be easier for us to agree on who gets how much. I said, looking at Agatha, who seemed to think that I was trying to take advantage of her. Why should I? The company is mine. Shouldn't that alone be the reason for you to understand that you don't give me shares? I am the one giving you shares. Agatha smirked as she said that. What company? Where is it? I asked Agatha, feeling she seemed to have forgotten that there was no company to begin with. By company, I don't literally mean a company, but the resources I am willing to put in, Agatha explained. What resources are you putting? I asked Agatha again, waiting for her to realize where I was going with it. Obviously the funds to start the company and my name, Agatha said with pride. By my name, she meant that nobody would come looking for trouble because she was a semi-demigod. Hearing Agatha, I sighed, realizing that she was too preoccupied with the thought that I was taking advantage of her to take a hint of what I was going to say. Funds and protection, is that it? I looked into Agatha's eyes and asked, what? Are you underestimating a semi-demigod and my capabilities? Or do you believe that starting company is as easy as making a few cards and selling them for a sky-high price? Agatha mocked. Agatha, look around you. In this room alone, there are 4 people who can give me funds and protection in exchange for my cards. 5 if you add your princess, I said to Agatha, while making sure that my voice was audible to the 5 people I spoke of. What are you getting at, Wyatt? Agatha asked while glaring at the profiter card creationist. Please have patience, we will get there. Before that, Agatha, please answer this. How many people can give you the card you need in exchange for your funds and protection? I spoke while a smile bloomed on my face, looking at speechless Agatha. Agatha's expression froze, and she grew silent, unable to answer as she understood what the young card creationist was trying to say. He couldn't be clearer. 1, if you are wondering. Besides me, nobody can create the custom card you are asking for. I gloated. Being humble in times like this was more effective, but gloating at Agatha, I felt satisfied. You need me, not the other way around. Without my cards, you can't start the business, but without your funds and name, I can get others who are willing to provide them to me to start the business. Honestly, you are not needed. These words played in Agatha's mind, even though they were not spoken to her by the young card creationist. But without him needing to say them to her, they were apparent to Agatha. Agatha had long since realized that for a successful business, one has to have a unique and in-demand product. Therefore, when saw Ronnie's 10,000 armed butcher card, Agatha felt that it was what she was looking for. The multi-armed card was indeed a unique and in-demand card, but she forgot that she did not own it. It was something she could get with enough money. If she can get it with money, then others too can get it with money. Having been enlightened, Agatha came to the realization, and looking at the young card creationist, she said, 51:49 split your way. But I have few conditions. Go ahead, I am listening. Hearing Agatha offers 51% of her business, I was impressed. Because it took great strength to do what Agatha just did. First, you will be the silent partner. All the decisions regarding the business will be made by me. Second, our company will be given the exclusive right to your multi-armed butcher cards. In return, you will own all the multi-armed butcher cards apart from your shares. But you can't claim your ownership of the multi-armed butcher cards unless our company falls. Agatha put forward her conditions, but she still did not to understand that she was not in control, or was it just her way of negotiating to try and hold on to whatever authority she had left regarding opening a monster meat processing plant with the multi-armed butcher cards at the crux? Nope, not happening. Hearing that Agatha was willing to give me majority shares in her business, I thought she understood that without me her dream of opening a monster meat processing plant would not work, but her conditions said otherwise. Agatha offering me majority shares was tempting, but her conditions made the deal sour. I give her the exclusive rights to use my cards, but she wasn't willing to give me any decision-making power in the business. Even though I held the majority shares, the balls of the company would still be Agatha's hands. I would have been willing to give Agatha full control of the reins like I did in the matters of silver milk powder with the Southern royal family, but Agatha was not strong enough. Without demigod Windsor backing her name wasn't worth much in the central region. She was a semi-demigod with a humble background. Unless she becomes a demigod herself, she will be always seen as a powerful tool by the top forces in the central region. What I am saying was Agatha's face wasn't big enough for her to demand exclusive rights to use my cards and not give me any decision-making power in the company. What is it that is not to your liking? Agatha asked. She wasn't surprised that the opposite party rejected her generous offer. After all, this was a negotiation. Each party present here was trying to fight for maximum benefits. Everything. But before I put forward my terms, let me make it clear my cards, my rules. Take it or leave it. I no longer plan to have Agatha lead the monster meat processing business. She has zero experience in this field and seems to be under the false impression that the world market gives a damn about her being a semi-demigod. With such an attitude, she and the business led by her will only become the juicy piece of meat for the wolves of the market. Therefore, I came up with a different business model for the monster meat processing business, the franchisee business model. I made this change seeing the reaction of Asong and Cole to Agatha's business venture. It is their interest in Agatha's business venture that made me realize that there were many people with money and power looking forward to investing in any new promising idea despite the risks. I am listening. Hearing the young card creationist's words, Agatha realized that her idea to open a monster meat processing plant with a multi-armed butcher card was not going to happen, but still she chose to listen to the young card creationist's terms because she felt no harm in investing if the terms were reasonable and could bring in her enough profits, as her current funds were eating dust and were only adding to her hefty income tax. If nothing else, by investing in this new business model, she planned to claim huge tax returns. Good. I have sent a demo contract specifying my business model and stating my terms to each one of you. If you are interested, please contact me for further discussions. I sent monster meat processing plant franchise contracts to Asong, Cole, and Agatha. As for the twins, I don't think the Southern royal family will be interested in running franchises, and neither did I dare to have the audacity to grant them franchises permit. Terms in the contract I forwarded to Agatha, and the rest were as follows. 1. The profits made by the franchise will be split in 60:40 split. 60% will be given to the parent company and 40% will be taken by the franchise group. 2. The parent company provides and maintains the multi-armed butcher cards needed to start and run the business. These cards belong to the parent company, so they will collect the cards back in case the said franchise group wasn't able to meet the minimum profits for half a year term. 3. Franchise group will get a limited exclusive right of the multi-armed butcher cards for a certain area. Within the specified range around the franchise group, except for the said franchise group, no other party will be allowed to use multi-armed butcher cards to maintain the stability of the customer traffic. 4. The franchise group will spearhead the business, but the parent company will conduct a mandatory inspection of the business every half year. If the franchise group was unable to meet the company's standards during the half-yearly mandatory inspection, the license of the said franchise group will be terminated. 5. After every half-year mandatory inspection, some changes, if necessary, will be recommended by the parent company to the franchise group. The franchise group doesn't need to implement those changes, but if they do implement the recommended changes, the franchise group will be compensated by the parent company for the implemented changes. 6. There are other small prohibitions that franchise groups will have to follow, such as the business name, model, brand, etc. In the end, the demo contract had the basic run-in-the-mill franchise and company relation and obligation terms. Aside from this, it also contained information on multi-armed butcher cards and the business model I planned for the monster meat processing company. The contract even contained a video clip of Ronnie using his 10,000 armed butcher card that I had the Hive AI extract from my memories. This will make it easy for Asong and Cole to understand the possibilities of the multi-armed butcher cards in the field of the monster meat processing industry. With this, any doubt they had about the business venture Agatha was pursuing will be answered with the video demonstration. Going through the contract, Asong and Cole finally knew why Agatha was so desperate to make this business venture despite the young card creationist's rude and humiliating remarks. Wyatt. Once again, you have opened my mind to a new world. I did not know puppet cards could be used like this. Ah-sung sighed as she watched the video of Ronnie using his 10,000 armed butcher origin card. She knew how much the monster meat processing costs. If the multi-armed butcher card were able to do what it promised, then it was going to revolutionize the world. Ah-sung always wanted to improve the diet of the common people. Unlike the rich families that could afford to eat monster meat 3 times a day, regular people could barely afford monster meat. This difference in nutrition shows in the people awakening as card apprentices. Almost all of the children of wealthy families can awaken as card apprentices before turning 19 years old, but the same was not true for the children from humble families. Researchers believe that this was mostly because of the difference in the diet, as the monster meat seems to help mortals gather more energy to practice active soul control. Therefore, improving the diet of regular people was one of the most important agendas. But making monster meat available to regular people was not possible because the monster meat was very expensive. And one of the main reasons that inflated the monster meat price was the meat processing fee. Though the fee charged for monster meat was very high, it was reasonable considering that it was a craft that was not easy to learn or execute, as each monster has a different process for processing its meat. And higher the monster grade, higher the realm required to process their meat. Not to mention how much monster meat can one card apprentice process in a day. Therefore, the prices of the monster meat processing were inflated, and there was nothing Ah-sung could do about it. But today, finally, Ah-sung had found the solution for the monster meat processing, the multi-armed butcher card. According to the card info mentioned in the contract forwarded by the young card creationist, the puppet hands of the card were able to memorize the monster meat processing of different monsters with ease and also process a bulk quantity of monster meat at a time. Not to mention it could use the waste remains to create packaging for the meat. Ah-sung did not know if this card info was real, but according to this card was very efficient. With these cards, she will be able to flood the market with monster meat and make it so that the expensive rates of the monster meat in the market will decrease considerably. One of the main reasons for the inflation in monster meat was the scarcity of monster meat in the market. But now, thanks to the multi-armed butcher card, which can process monsters in bulk, she will be able to produce processed monster meat at an incredible pace. The core problem wasn't that the market was lacking monster meat, but it was lacking processed monster meat. The card apprentice hunt monsters every day. There were always mountains of the monster corpse whose meat go bad because they were unable to process the monster meat in time. There are large freezing arrays and freezers to store monster corpses to prolong the life of the monster meat for an extended period, but storing the monster meat is not cheap. So card apprentices don't even bother storing low-grade monster crops, as the profits they can make from this low-grade monster meat would not cover the cost of the freezer storage and meat processing. So the market did not lack monster corpses, it only lacked an efficient and cheap method to harvest meat from all these monsters they were able to hunt. But now Ah-sung found that method in the form of the multi-armed butcher card. She believed that if this card was used to harvest meat from all the monsters hunted in the dungeons, then there will be no scarcity of processed monster meat in the market. Instead, it would saturate the monster meat market, decreasing the price of the monster meat to record low, where even the regular citizens could afford monster meat. Correction, they are not puppets, but machines. I corrected Ah-sung. Okay, my bad. By the way, Wyatt, have you considered donating this card recipe to the government? Ah-sung said suddenly. Hearing her, Agatha and Cole glared at her as if she was going to steal their family fortune. Ah-sung's idea was simple. She wanted to use the multi-armed butcher card for the welfare of regular people, but that would not be possible if she were to follow the profit split mentioned by the young card apprentice in the contract. Yes, they will be able to pump out more processed monster meat with the business model stated by the young card creationist, but this way the effect of the cards on the price of the monster meat in the market will be minimal. But if she were able to decrease the profit margin demanded by the young card creationist, then the prices of the processed monster meat that they will be pumping into the market will be decreased, and with a large quantity of cheaper processed monster meat in the market, she will finally be able to bring down the prices of the processed monster meat, where even the mortals can afford to enjoy the processed monster meat. After thinking about it, Ah-sung felt that this was not enough. As making processed monster meat cheaper was not enough, she had to drive the price lower so that mortals can enjoy monster meat in their daily meals. Only this way will she be able to provide for the children from humble families a fair shot at awaking as card apprentice by the age of 19. And to do this, she planned to have the young card creationist contribute the card recipe of the multi-armed butcher card for the good of humanity. Princess, tell me this isn't happening to me right now, Agatha said in disbelief. First, her business idea was stolen, and now her new source of income was asked to be donated for the good of humanity. As a semi-demigod with a humble background, Agatha had long since learned that life was not fair, and if one wanted to be fair, then there was no bigger idiot than them. So, she did not complain when she was embarrassed by a low-level card apprentice. She did not complain when her business idea was stolen, but now the one method she found worth investing in was asked to be donated for the good of humanity? Wasn't she a human? What about the good of Agatha? There, ABA, who had never needed to worry about earning money for her next meal, did not understand the pain of her retainer. She felt her retainer was overreacting over nothing. Therefore, she could not find the words to comfort her retainer. Me and my luck, Cole cursed. Cole had lived enough to know about himself thoroughly. He knew that if something good were to happen to him, then some bad would also tag along. Take Asung, for example. When he was offered Asung as his client, he felt that he could reach the stars in a single step by satisfying her request, but soon he realized that the single step that he had to climb made up the entire stairs itself. Let's not go that far. Let's take his family as an example. They did not want to have any relationship with him when his talent as a card apprentice was stagnant, but when he found his prowess in making money, his entire family was now leeching of his hard work. He wanted to cut them off, but he couldn't until he had paid off the sins of being born into this family of his. 100 years have passed, but he was still paying for his sin. Asung's words did come off as a shock to me, but before I could react to them, the others reacted faster than me, but they did not seem to have the guts to blame Asung and could only display their dissatisfaction. Shaking my head, I turned to Anna and, can she force me to hand over my card recipe? Well, no but yes, Anna replied ambiguously. Is it a no or yes? I asked, seeking a definite answer. Yes, but she will have to jump through a lot of hoops to achieve that. You see, in the past, the cost of the cards was inflated because of the card creationists' greed. Therefore, government and the royal families together had come up with a set of laws known as the Fair Pricing Act. By using that act, she can force you to make the card recipe of your multi-armed butcher card public and apply for a copyright. And explained in Anna's stead. Well, bummer. Then I will just set the price of the card recipe accordingly. It came as a shock to me that Asung can force me to make the card recipe of your multi-armed butcher card public and apply for copyright. This way my plan to become a franchiser had come to an end. But I decided that if and when I do apply for the copyright of the multi-armed butcher card, I will price it so high that it could cover the losses. But who am I kidding? There was now I could do that. The profits gained by one-time payment per card could never trump profits gained by the regular source of royalty per card. If Asung initiates the Fair Pricing Act on my card, then she will have royally screwed me over. You can't do that either. The authorities will decide the price of your card using the standard pricing system based on the ingredients used to create the card. Since your card recipe does not use any regulated ingredients or rule power in its creation, its price is going to be dirt cheap. And explained, not feeling the air around her. Her last few words had clearly turned her love's mood sour, as if someone stole his winning lottery ticket. But she did not notice, as she was too giddy, that her knowledge about the Fair Pricing Act was finally come to use. Hearing Anne's explanation, everyone in the warehouse looked at her young love with pity. Agatha and Cole had heard about the Fair Pricing Act, but they did not know much about the card pricing system used by the authorities. But after hearing from Anne that the price of the multi-armed butcher card recipe was going to be set at dirt cheap rates. Before, they were dissatisfied that they lost a good business opportunity, but now their dissatisfaction vanished and could not help but gloat thinking about the losses that the young card creationist would be suffering soon. Especially, Agatha felt that all her grievances with the young card creationist in her heart cleared up in a second. Hearing Anne's explanation, I could not help but glare at Asung, but soon shook my thinking that I should just stick with doing business with the Southern royal family. Though with them my profit margin would grow narrow, it would be better than selling the card recipe at a dirt cheap price. As if Asung could hear my inner contemplation, she said, Wyatt, don't think that Southern family can change anything. Your multi-armed butcher card falls directly under the necessity clause of the Fair Pricing Act. Even the royal family can't do a thing about it. What? I looked at Ah Sung in disbelief and turned to look at and to check if Ah Sung was telling the truth. In response, and just shook her head as if telling me that I could do nothing but hand over the card recipe to the authorities. Wyatt, don't blame me. This is for the good of humanity. Do you know with your card how many families will benefit? Ah Sung was going to preach to the young card creationist, hoping that he would directly hand over the card recipe and not force her to go through the proper channels. She would hate to do it to her friend, but was interrupted by him instead. Ah Sung cut the bullshit. And get it through your thick head, I ain't handing over the card recipe. Don't take me for a fool, all right. I have done my homework on the Fair Pricing Act too. As soon as I heard the name Fair Pricing Act, I had my super brain card collect all the information regarding this act and how people have tried to overcome it. After all, history was a good teacher of life. Brushing up on my civil rights, I realized Ah Sung cannot force me to give up my card recipe, and all she could do was prohibit me from selling or loaning the said card to others. But it did not prohibit me from using the card for my personal use. Personal use had a broader meaning in the Fair Pricing Act. It extended to all my families and employees, meaning that I could loan the said card to my family and employee. All the Fair Pricing Act did was stop me from selling the said card to others at an unfair price and loaning the card to others at an unfair price. It did not stop me from using it for my purpose. Though I will have to say goodbye to my dream of earning a constant stream of hefty royalties as a franchisor. But no worries, I can still open my very own monster meat processing plants in various parts of the world and use the multi-armed butcher card. If I look at it the other way, in a way, Ah Sung invoking the Fair Pricing Act will save me a lot of trouble. Because then nobody would dare to come to my doorsteps to make trouble asking for the multi-armed butcher card. Because the law prohibited them from using the multi-armed butcher card. But if they tried to test their luck, they would be punished accordingly. Why was there such a huge loophole in the Fair Pricing Act? I had secret sects, clans, cults, and families to thank for it. They had many valuable cards that could come in handy for the card apprentices in a dungeon raid or their day-to-day practice. There were rumors that secret sects, clans, cults, and families have cards that could give the card apprentice rare physique and traits upon extended use and practice. But the secret sects, clans, cults, and families were not willing to share their secrets with the world to maintain their supremacy. The secret sects, clans, cults, and families were strong because of the strong cards. If they were to share them with the world, then how could they maintain their supremacy? The secret sects, clans, cults, and families know that if they share their secret cards with the world, then it would not take long for their families to fall. Keeping the secret sects, clans, cults, and families aside, the four royal families themselves had many secret card recipes which could help regular card apprentices, but they were not willing to share for the same reason why the secret sects, clans, cults, and families wanted to keep their family cards a secret. But this does not mean that strong individuals will stop aiming at the secret sects, clans, cults, and families for their cards. Over the years, many powerful individuals have tried many ways to get their hands on the precious cards of the secret sects, clans, cults, and families through various illegal means. Therefore, to be stopped from being aimed by the rogue card apprentices, the secret sects, clans, cults, and families had made it so that any card that doesn't yield to the Fair Pricing Act cannot be used by individuals who were not related to the organization behind the said card, and in case anyone fails to follow through, they will be hunted by the authorities. At first glance, it looks like this clause of the Fair Pricing Act was in place to corner the secret sects, clans, cults, and families by stopping them from selling their secret cards, but it was also used to make sure that the secret cards of the secret sects, clans, cults, and families would remain within their secret sects, clans, cults, and families, and in case of any leak, the authorities will help them take care of it. Yeah, so basically this Fair Pricing Act mostly targeted an individual card creationist, but not an organization. Thankfully, I was not short of money and trustworthy people. So I could build an organization just to make sure that I can make maximum use of the multi-armed butcher card. The only thing worrying me was the necessity clause of the Fair Pricing Act. It stated that if a card would be deemed as a necessity for the good of humanity, then the government and the four royal families could vote to force the card creationist in question to give up the card recipe. According to Ah Sung, My card fell under the necessity clause of the Fair Pricing Act. Thankfully, I had brushed up on the necessity clause to know that Asung couldn't just claim a card under the necessity clause of the Fair Pricing Act. There were necessary procedures in place for this, which also required a hearing in which she and I will have to defend our agenda. Asung's agenda being that a multi-armed butcher card does fall under the necessity clause of the Fair Pricing Act, and mine being the opposite. So there was a lot of procedure involved for Asung to force me to hand over the recipe of the multi-armed butcher card, and it wasn't set in stones that Asung will get her way. You know what, Asung? Do what you gotta do, I said to Asung, and decided to head to the card lab and focus on using the space collapsibility soul pathways to create a card. The fine gold employees had already delivered the ingredients I asked for. Wyatt, it doesn't have to be like this, said Asung, heartbroken over the fact that she once again put the people over herself. She lost a loyal friend for the sake of the people, and this wasn't the first time. So it was easier for her to move on and do what would be the best for the future generation. But deep down in her heart, she hoped that her friend understood where she was coming from and would not hold any hard feelings toward her. But she knew better than to hold her breath on it. She had already seen how her duty towards the people had turned the best of her friends into her enemies. Asung had already made peace with it, believing that if that was the price she had to pay for her duty toward the people, then she was willing to pay it. As for the regrets that came with it, it didn't compare to the satisfaction to have done the right thing. Wait, that's it. How can guys leave like that? Let us talk about it, Agatha said, seeing the young card creationist leave. Though she gloated at his dilemma, she did not want to give up on the opportunity to make money. Even with just 40% of the profit, she will be making a killing by just investing a little money and time. She had never come across such a good deal and wasn't willing to let with a fight. As a card apprentice from a humble background, Agatha has worked the streets and knew how much money there was in the monster meat processing. Thanks to the dungeon, just in a single day, card apprentices killed tens of thousands of low-rank monsters just in a third-grade city like Sky Blossom City. But only 1/20th of that monster corpse gets processed to harvest its meat. If she had enough multi-armed butcher cards, she could easily monopolize the remaining 19/20th of the monster corpse of a large bargain. Because card apprentices would be willing to make a little money over the monsters they killed rather than them being cleaned up in the dungeon reset. Even if she only gets the exclusive rights for a district, then she could be said to be given a way to print money. That's what the multi-armed butcher cards they were money-printing machines. Even if she had to give up 60% of the profits, she would still be making what she was making now. Agatha wasn't the only one who was willing to let go of the golden goose that was right in front of them. Cole hurriedly backed up Agatha by adding, "Yes, Master Wyatt. Please don't be hasty. I think there is a middle ground we all can agree on." As a black merchant, Cole knew how the government and politicians running it seemed to work faster when it was about racking up benefits for the organization supporting them. Cole had no doubt in his mind that the young card apprentice didn't stand a chance in the hearing on whether the multi-armed card should fall under the necessity clause of the Fair Pricing Act. After that, soon in no time, the government and the royal families will vote to pass the motion. Even if the Southern royal family did not support the passing of the motion out of respect for their relationship with the young card creationist, it wouldn't make any difference, as the majority vote would still be to pass the motion. Once the motion gets passed, then all the big families and organizations will instantly get their personal army of card creationists to buy the multi-armed butcher card recipe for dirt cheap and start learning to create the multi-armed butcher card. Soon these organizations will begin to monopolize the processed meat market in the domain under their control. This way, though processed monster meat prices decrease to a record low, the ones to reap the most profit from this will be the big organizations and not the genius young card creationist who came up with the recipe for the multi-armed butcher card. As for him, he would have become the innocent but poor bystander that had watched the golden goose get stolen right in front of his eyes. Cole's cred as a black merchant did not allow him to sit by as the golden goose gets stolen. He had to make waves and protect his gold. Therefore, Cole planned to persuade Madame Asung and the young card creationist to calm down and meet at a middle ground where both of them get what they want and no third party makes fortune at their expense. The only problem was that Asung had nothing to gain from this compromise, but Cole noticed the pain in Asung's eyes as the young card creationist turned his back on her. As a black merchant, Cole had no complaints about playing with others' feelings. Making his calculation, Cole finally set his plan in motion. Hearing Cole, I paused, because I too knew that I had nothing to gain from this matter reaching the central capital. So I wanted to hear what this fatty had to say. Seeing the young card creationist pause, Cole sighed in relief and hurriedly monitored Asong's micro-expressions. As expected, she was willing to be reasonable to save her friendship with the young card creationist. Now that his plan was off to a good start, Cole decided to set up a field where the two of them could reason with each other. This was easy for Cole as this came with his job specification. Madam Asong, would you reconsider your decision if Master Wyatt were to decrease the profit margin such that the processed monster meat is affordable to mortals? Cole asked Asong. Hearing what Cole had to say, I shook my head and turned to head toward the card lab, thinking that I had overestimated Cole. If he hasn't realized the real problem here, then there was no point in wasting my time listening to him spout something stupid. Seeing the young card creationist leave before Asong could even answer, Cole panicked and immediately said, Master Wyatt, please be patient. You may change your mind after hearing what Madam Asong has to say. There is nothing to discuss here, don't waste my time. Saying that, I walked, but my words seemed to have irked Asong, who went out of her way to compromise out of the respect for friendship. Annoyed, Asong could not help but call out to me. Wyatt, is this how it is going to be now? Is this what our friendship meant to you? Hearing her classmate's words, Anna looked in doubt, thinking, it hasn't been even a day since you two met. BTCH, what friendship are you spouting about? At best, you two can be considered acquaintances. These Lutz and Heat, you give them an inch and they take a foot. Sigh. I blame myself for having such a tempting lover. Flies are bound to be attracted to him, I should have known. I stopped in my tracks and turned to look at Asong in disbelief. Friendship? Says the person who did not hesitate to lie to me for her convenience. She had no right to drag friendship into this. That was not taking the fact she wants to steal my work for her self-righteous agenda. Yes, Master Wyatt. Everybody here is a friend. Let us talk it out. Maybe there is a solution to this. We just need to be patient and calm. Seeing the young card creationist stop, Cole felt like Asong's words had a positive effect on him and decided to strike while the iron was hot. Okay, let's talk. Since you guys are bound to waste my time, let me make it quick by helping you people reach the end conclusion. Saying that, I glanced over at Asong, Agatha, and Cole, adding, you guys are looking at it wrong. The problem here is not the Asong but Fair Pricing Act. I am rather thankful to Asong for pointing it out to me. I did what? Being thanked by the young card creationist, Asong was dumbfounded. She felt with what she was going to do to him, he should hate her deep in his bones. But contrary to her expectation, the young card creationist not only did not hold any grudge towards her, instead he thanked her. What? Agatha did not understand why the young card creationist wasn't blaming Asong and instead thanked her. If it was her, she would have displayed her anger physically to the BTCH who was plotting to steal her golden goose. Sorry, you guys. What I mean by the problem being the Fair Pricing Act and not Asong is that even if Asong were to let go of this matter, someone else will use the Fair Pricing Act to get their hands on the multi-armed butcher card's recipe. My card is just that good. With the profits that it is bound to bring in, it will be coveted by various forces who will think of different ways to get their hands on the multi-armed butcher card recipe. And it will not be long before they realize they can use the Fair Pricing Act to legally get their hands on the recipe of the multi-armed butcher card. So, yeah, there is nothing to discuss here. This was one of the reasons I was calm despite all that was going on. Meanwhile, I could not help but reevaluate Asong as a politician, because if it were me in her place, I would have leaked the information about the multi-armed butcher card to other greedy politicians who would do the job for me. This way I would get what I wanted without having to break any strings in the process. But Asong did the total opposite. She not only straightforwardly told her plan, but was willing to be the bad guy for her self-righteous idea of serving the people. I don't remember any politician as stupid as her. No wonder the supreme leader was able to assassinate her. Now I don't mean those words, but that's me venting. I may be acting calm, but I was indeed a bit taken aback by Asong's cold-hearted move. I see. Hearing my explanation, Cole and Agatha nodded in understanding. Anybody could see that the multi-armed butcher cards were gooses that laid golden eggs. So if not Asong, then somebody else would use the Fair Pricing Act to get the multi-armed butcher card recipe public. So there was no point in discussing this further or blaming Asong. Does that mean we are good? Asong asked the young card creationist, even though the brilliant expression on her face clearly stated that she knew the answer. By good, if you mean you still owe me 10 A-rank rare and regulated card ingredients from the government treasury, then yes, I said, and then planned to leave. Hearing the young card creationist, Asong's expression froze, and soon they become heavy understanding meaning behind his words. Except for the 10 A-rank rare and regulated card ingredients from the government treasury, you owe me, we have nothing between us. The young card creationist couldn't be clearer. The friendship that she thought they had was no longer there, and what was left was a mere business transaction. Looking at Asong's expression, Anna felt an unknown satisfaction. She values their friendship, but not enough to share her love with her friend. If her lover had not made their relationship clear to her friend, Anna was planning to visit the central capital to remind her friend to keep a distance from her man. I planned to have Asong as my backer when I moved to the central academic region. Therefore, keeping in mind that the longer Asong lived the best for me, I created her an overpowered origin card, but now all that was for nothing, as I had realized that Asong was too stuck up in her self-righteous ways to be of any use to me. People like her were too afraid to use the power they had. She reminded me of the Democrats back home who sat by and watched the Republicans drag the democracy back to its infancy. By Democrats I mean, collectively, what they stand for and what they represent, but individually, I would not trust them. Some were dirtier than the carpet in an average Joe's house. I am trying to say that having Asong as a backer would do me more harm than good. I bet Miss Goody Goody Two Shoes has a line of haters. She was bound to have them with her stubborn self-righteousness. If I were to associate with her, then people who could do nothing to her would target me. But the source that put me in the spotlight in the first place would do nothing, as she is afraid of being blamed for abusing her power. I bet her family must be frustrated with her. After all, by supporting her they would only make more enemies than any materialistic gain she would offer to them. It would be in my interest to cut all ties with her. People like her do not only hold themselves to unexpectedly high standards, but also force them on others. I didn't need this. I am okay being a greedy profiteer as in this world with my talent. As long as I have enough money, I could achieve the peak in time. Resolving the problem named Asong, I walked into the card lab. Susan had already neatly staked all the ingredients for the creation of an enhanced space collapse card. Most of the ingredients here are mainly for the creation of a small space isolation array because I felt that using the space collapse ability to target an individual target was a waste of resources, and these resources would be better off if used to enhance the space collapse ability to target an array in the surroundings. The easiest way to destroy an array was to alter nature's soul pathways in the surroundings. So if I were able to collapse the space of the surroundings where the array was active, then, with the collapse of the space, I would have destroyed the soul pathways in that space. This was way simpler than the array hack card I was rooting to create. Well, I did try to create an array hack card, but the end result wasn't satisfactory. But if I were to use space collapse ability, then it was going to be a game changer. The space collapse ability I extracted from the deep sea Murex monster core had a limited range. It could only affect a single target, and not to mention its effects grew weaker with the realm difference between the user and target. For it to affect an entire array, I will have to make some enhancements to it. That was where the space isolation array came into the picture. The space isolation barrier array covering the cities can be considered the advanced form of the space isolation array, as they were created using the space isolation array as the base array. Similarly, I was planning to use the space isolation array as the base to enhance the space collapse ability I extracted from the deep sea Murex monster. The aim of enhancing the space collapse ability was to increase its range so that it could affect an entire specified area such that it can destroy nature's soul pathways in that array with the collapse of the space. The uses of this ability were wide. Apart from destroying arrays, I planned to make it strong enough to destroy field and trap cards. This way I did not have to worry about the enemy field and tarp cards. The Deep Sea Murex was a B-rank rare-grade monster, meaning that its space collapse ability was limited to rare-grade. That is, it was invincible in B-rank, but was barely able to affect A-rank. The space isolation array had taken care of the range of the space collapse ability, and now I had to think of something to make up for the power of the ability. The first thing that came to my mind was, what if I were to enhance the A-rank core used as the core of this space collapse array card with a Voltronian core? How do I enhance the A-rank array core using the Voltronian core? Here I will use the strong Voltronian soul pathways to replace and enhance the soul pathways of the space collapsibility extracted from the deep-sea murex. The best way to achieve this would be to mutate the soul pathway of the space collapsibility extracted from the deep-sea murex using the soul pathways of the Voltronian. This way, the soul pathways of the space collapsibility will become sturdier like the soul pathways of a Voltronian and will be able to display more power than an average deep-sea murex's space collapsibility ever could. So the plan was simply to mutate the space collapsibility soul pathways with the Voltronian soul pathways, and then enhance it with a space isolation array. This way, the space collapsibility will be able to gain the power and range it was lacking before the mutation and enhancement. Many advanced arrays make use of the space stabilization feature to make it so that nature's soul pathway remains constant throughout the life of the array. This stabilization feature was only to make sure that variables like temperature, wind, humidity, etc. do not show drastic changes which could affect the working of the array or even hinder it. Having mapped out the plan for the creation of a card using the space collapsibility, I took the core containing the soul pathway of the space collapsibility extracted from the B-rank deep-sea murex monster. But just as I was about to move the soul pathways of the ability to an A-rank core and rearrange it according to the Voltronian soul pathway to induce a mutation, my grimoire rang with a call. It was my new Calamity daughter gem Roy Blanc. Since he called this early in the morning, it must be important, so I decided to answer it, putting the card creation on hold. If it was some other Calamity daughter gem, I would not have cared, but it was the one I had assigned to do a mission in the circle, so I had to give it a priority. This better be important. I answered the call with an irritated voice. I was annoyed since I was in the middle of card creation. Boss, I am sorry for disturbing you, but it is indeed very urgent, Roy answered hurriedly. Get to the point, I said as Roy continued to apologize. Boss, I found out why the card apprentice from the Yin-Yang Harmony sect is holed up in his room. He is trying to break through to the card overlord realm. Roy immediately answered the reason for his call. This was indeed urgent. If the card apprentice from the Yin Harmony sect were to break through to the card overlord realm, then my Calamity daughter gem cannot be used to control him. This meant my plan of using him during the fight with the Circle Sun Blossom branch was not possible. Earlier you said he has been holed up in the room since he arrived at the circle. Why is it taking him so long to break through to the overlord realm? I asked Roy, not knowing the requirements to break through to the card overlord realm. Boss, I asked around, and it seems that it has something to do with the physique and traits of a card apprentice dash. Before Roy could finish his explanation, he was interrupted by his boss, who upon hearing physique and traits immediately asked, the card apprentice from the Yin-Yang Harmony sect has a physique or a trait? If the card apprentice from the Yin-Yang Harmony sect had a physique or a trait, then I had to add him to my Calamity daughter gem collection, as he would be the most capable Calamity daughter gem I had so far, as he was a Ray Master, card creationist, had an ego gem, and had comprehended the silent rule. Since he was a Ray Master, I would not be wrong to assume he was a card creationist. As expected of a disciple of a secret sect, he was very capable and multi-talented without a physique or a trait. I don't know about that, but I heard that there is a way for a card apprentice to awaken or acquire a supernatural physique or trait, or both, while breaking through to card overlord realm, Roy answered. What? A card lord can awaken or acquire a supernatural physique or trait, or both, while breaking through to card overlord realm. FCK, is that really possible? How? The information Roy just gave me blew my mind, but it helped me understand why Anna said that physique and traits were not such a big deal, and many soldiers in the Southern Watch had them. The card apprentice can acquire or awaken physique and traits in the higher realms. Who knew? The info should be true. But as to how it is possible, my source wasn't willing to talk much about it, and said that this was only applicable to the card lords who had formed their ego gem before breaking through to the higher realm. If you require it, then I can ask around. Roy narrated everything he had learned about acquiring or awakening physique and traits while breaking through to the card overlord realm. No need. I will get the information regarding that myself. You focus on the task I have given you. So, is there no other way for you to reach him? I planned to ask about acquiring or awakening physique and traits while breaking through to the card overlord realm to Anna and Anne. They should have a clear understanding of it, and they were a more trustworthy source than Roy's sources. No, boss. The security surrounding him is very tight, and I heard that the token allotted to me does not have the clearance to access the area where he is housed. Roy went on to explain that the token required to enter the desolate prison array had a different level of clearance, and his clearance level did not allow him to even roam near the house, where the disciple of the Yin-Yang Harmony sect was trying to make a breakthrough into Card Overlord realm. There has to be another way. He has to come out some time for his daily necessities and food, right? I asked Roy. Card apprentices in the Card Lord realm were still human. They still had mortal vulnerabilities like eating, pooping, and sleeping. So the disciple of the Yin-Yang Harmony sect had to leave his room sometime. Recruiting the disciple of the Yin-Yang Harmony sect under my control was important, as it would make it a lot easier for me to weed out the Circle Sun Blossom City branch. No, boss. I have thought of that, but he never comes out, because he has been assigned a personal maid who brings him food, cleans up after him, and takes care of all his wants. So he doesn't need to come out. Roy replied, based on his observation. Good. Why did you not say this earlier? Saw the Calamity Daughter gem I gave you into the Yin-Yang Harmony sect's disciple's personal maid. She will do what you couldn't. But boss, if I use the only Calamity Daughter gem with me on the maid, then how is she supposed to complete the mission? Roy asked in doubt. I will be visiting the Sun Blossom City today. Meet me and get the Calamity Daughter gem. I answered, saying that I planned to visit the Sun Blossom City with Ramikaga in the afternoon. I had already given a heads up to be prepared to leave for Sun Blossom City at my orders. Following my orders, Ramikaga was patiently waiting for my command in the Sky Blossom City, postponing all his other works. Sure thing, boss, Roy agreed. Make sure to sow the Calamity Daughter gem in the Yin-Yang Harmony sect's disciples' maid without any complication. I warned Roy to be careful during implanting the Calamity Daughter gem into the main. Don't worry, boss, I will contact you with good news, Roy answered enthusiastically, as his mission just got a whole lot easier. After all, compared to the Yin-Yang Harmony sect's disciple, his maid was an easier target. Hanging up on Roy, I got back to card creation using the space collapse ability. First, I transferred the soul pathways of the space collapse ability into an A-rank core, and then altered the soul pathways of the core and the ability according to the Viltronian soul pathway map, inducing a mutation, enhancing the soul pathways of the space collapse ability. With this, now the space collapse ability had turned from a B-rank ability to an A-rank ability. Next, I used the same A-rank core to set up a space isolation array. The purpose of the space isolation array was to privacy. It not only stops card apprentices outside the array from eavesdropping, but also from teleporting into the array. The same was true for the card apprentice inside the array. After setting up the space isolation array, I transferred the entire array to the core planning to use it to modify the range of the space collapse ability. Here was where the things would get tricked. Fusing an ability with an array, it was a very risky job. Unless one has through grapes of the soul pathways, they would not dare to attempt it, but this was as easy as drinking water for me, thanks to my soul pupils. With the help of the soul pupils, I determined how to fuse the space isolation array and the space collapse ability, such that they both would be able to enhance and complement each other's abilities with zero flaws. Coming up with a perfect soul pathway arrangement for the fusion of the two sets of soul pathways using the simulation of the Hive AI, I then proceeded to fuse the two sets of soul pathways accordingly. Though I had the help of soul pupils, the fact that the two sets of soul pathways were different did not change. I had to be careful while I made sure that the fusion of soul pathways went according to the plan, such I would be able to achieve the desired effects when I morphed this core into a card. With the fusion of the soul pathways taken care of, now all that was left was exciting the soul pathway related to the morphing of the core into a card. With that, card creation successful. Card name, Field Negator. Card type, Field Card. Card rank, A rank, Rare Grade. Card rate, 7 stars. Card durability, 97/100. Card effect, when activate, the Field Negator will negate all the active A rank and below field/trap cards within its range. After the field card, Field Navigator is active in an area with no A rank, and the below field/trap card can be activated in the said area. Additional effect, Space Isolation, Space Lock, Space Navigation, Space Collapse. Reading the card effect of the Field Negator card, I was disappointed as I was not able to get it to break past its rank limit. Though it was overpowered in A rank and below, it was of no use in the presence of A rank and higher cards. But all hope was not lost. I could increase the effect of the field negator card with the help of my array master enough for it to break past its limits. This only possible if I had the knowledge of the set array and knew its vulnerabilities to attack using the field negator card. Still, in the end, it was better than the array hack card I failed to create. Equipping the field negator card, I tried out other abilities such as space navigation. This ability was nothing special. It allowed me to navigate the space within its range, meant nothing in the field of field negator would be able to hide from me. A good ability, pity it was rendered redundant because of soul pupils, which did a way better job than it. Letting out a sigh, I walked out of the card lab only to find that the makeshift hall of the warehouse was in chaos. Seeing my arrival, Susan greeted me, but noticed my expression. Wyatt, what happened? Was the card creation not successful this time? No, it was, I said, shaking my head. Then why are you sulking? Anna left the crowded hall and walked next to me. The card did not have the effects I was hoping for, I said dejectedly. The field nature was op card to fight the people of Card Lord and Under, but I did not need it to deal with them. I was pretty much unparalleled under Card Overlord realm. Well, you can always try again. Hard work pays off. Hearing her young boss's response, Susan shook her head, thinking she was worried over nothing. What kind of card do you want? Tell this big sister I will get it for you, Anna said, giving Susan a side glance. Hearing Susan and Anna, I shook my head and walked past them. Walking past Susan and Anna, I looked at the Asong, her aide, talking seriously, and asked the duo, Susan and Anna, what is going on there, you guys? Nothing. They are trying to unlock the grimoire of the Een Widow, Anna replied. Hearing Anna, my brows frowned. With Asong's betrayal and the disappointing effects of the field negator, I almost forgot about demigod Redfall's soul and the soul status candle in his mother's grimoire. Revising my expression, I hoped that the dungeon seal was able to block the navigation of the soul status candle. Why aren't you there? Aren't you interested in the treasures the Een Widow stole from the Enyang sect treasury? I asked Anna, remembering Asong mentioned that the Enyang sect wanted Een Widow's grimoire because it contained the cards Een Widow stole from their treasury before being excommunicated from the sect. Those cards are useless to those that do not know the ways of the Enyang Harmony sect. At best, I can use them to exchange for some other riches from the Enyang Harmony sect. Anna spoke nonchalantly. So the sect has used probation to lock their cards from falling into outsiders' hands. No wonder they are so straightforward about this. I finally understood why the Enyang Harmony sect was willing to use legal means to get the Een Widow's grimoire from Anna. Because with probation on the cards, they were useless to Anna, and the only way Anna could get anything of them was to return them to the Enyang Harmony sect for a reward. Yeah, I am planning to destroy those cards just to get back at them for what they did to my uncle, Anna said menacingly. I did not know the history between the Enyang Harmony sect and the Heatsend family, but feeling Anna's baleful aura, I knew they weren't allies, that was for sure. Annoyed, Anna walked towards Asong and her aide, yelling, "What is taking so long? Why are you guys not able to open that old hag's grimoire yet? Anna, have patience. If anything goes wrong, everyone within the 100 meters of this area will be punished by the world's will for trying to deceive it," Asong said while watching her aide use the cultivated soul energies with the Een Widow's signature to open the grimoire. Well, excuse me. Did you just say that there is a chance of us being punished by the world's will? I asked, hearing Asong narrate that if caught trying to cheat the world's will, it will punish ever being within the 100 feet of the original crime. Yes, but don't worry. My aide is an expert in this, so you have nothing to worry about, Asong assured me. Are you hearing yourself? The aide of a politician is an expert in opening the dead card apprentice's grimoire. Those words, don't they rise flag in your mind? I said to Asong, and then added, I don't care if she is a specialist or not. Get that thing out of here. I don't want my people to be implicated because of your foolishness. Wyatt, don't make a big deal of it. She is almost done. Just as Asong said that, her aide looked at her and announced, done. See, I told you, you had nothing to worry about, said Asong, hearing her aide. I just stared at Asong and did not reply. Just then her aide summoned a candle and added, Madam, the candle is lit. That means demigod Redfall has been revived and is still alive. SHD, I don't know how many lives he has swallowed by now. We cannot delay any more. Hurry and track his location. Asong ordered her aide. Yes, madam. But the flame is not healthy, it keeps flickering as if it will blow off any moment. This means the soul represented by the flame is in danger of imminent death. I think something went wrong with demigod Redfall's rebirth. Asong's aide pointed out, looking at the flame of the soul status candle, which kept flickering even though there is no wind blowing in the warehouse. The aide interpreted that it showed the soul represented by soul status candle's flame was in imminent danger. Hearing her aide, the murderous look in Asong for demigod Redfall did not decrease. Instead, she chilled at her aide and said, "Stop wasting precious time and track him. Only after we captured him will we return to the capital." "Sorry, madam." Apologizing to Asong, the aide focused to track the location of the demigod Redfall. Meanwhile, I was panicking. In my head, I hoped that the dungeon seal was able to hide the location of the demigod Redfall's soul. If Asong can track back Redfall and the dungeon seal, then Courtney and Bloodette will be implicated. Though I trust Courtney to not speak of my involvement in this matter, I did not want to put my friend in that spot. So, I had decided to come clean and seek asylum in the Southern royal family if they were able to track the demigod Redfall's location to the dungeon seal. By coming clean, I did not mean to tell everything, but just reveal that I had captured demigod Redfall's soul and trapped it. As to whether they will believe me or not, that did not matter. Hopeful, it doesn't come to that. The aide focused on the soul status candle for a long time. Impatient, Asong snapped. "What is taking you so long?" The aide did not immediately answer. She made sure to get her facts straight before answering Asong. "Madam, something powerful is masking the location of demigod Redfall's soul. The soul status candle is unable to track his location." I sighed in relief hearing Asong's aide's words. I felt like a big rock was lifted off my chest. But the same was not true for the others who did not know what Redfall was up to after his rebirth. Especially Asong. Hearing her aide's answer, Asong was without words. She almost forgot to breathe. Capturing demigod Redfall was her top priority, and the only clue she had to track his location did not pan out. What I mean by something powerful is masking demigod Redfall's location. What can be more powerful than a soul status candle? It is the omnipotent item for a mother to track her child. Nobody ever has been able to escape its ability. Having regained her calm, Asong questioned her aide. What she said about the soul status candle's capability was all true. Nobody has ever been able to mask the tracking ability of the soul status candle like ever. The aide had tried everything she can think of and was also puzzled as to how demigod Redfall was able to escape the tracking of the soul status candle. Maybe it is because the soul status candle's tracking range is only limited to within this dimension. And pointed out, "Your Highness, are you trying to say demigod Redfall is hiding in a gate dungeon?" Asong's aide hurriedly interpreted what it meant. Yes, but not just any dungeon will work, because the soul status candle will still be able to sense the location through the gate connecting the dungeon and this world, unless this dungeon happens to be an SSS rank gate dungeon. Then it is possible to negate the tracking of the soul status candle. There was a case a few decades ago. Few daring criminals kidnapped a royal child and hid it in an SSS rank gate dungeon. Thankfully, Grandpa happened to return to the southern capital that day, otherwise we would not have been able to rescue the kidnapped royal progeny. And narrated what she knew about avoiding the tracking of the soul status candle. Wait, you think demigod Redfall is hiding in an SSS rank gate dungeon? Even a team of demigods would be afraid to use an SSS rank gate dungeon as their hideout. Forget the periodic dungeon refresh. There is no SSS rank gate dungeon within 1,000 miles of Sky Blossom City. That's just impossible. Asong did the math in her head and concluded that demigod Redfall wasn't hiding in an SSS rank gate dungeon, because not to mention the improbability of this scenario, if demigod Redfall was hiding in an SSS rank gate dungeon, that would be suicidal on his part. "Hey, don't yell at me. I am trying to help." And complained, not liking the on-edge Asong. "I am sorry. I can't just sit still knowing that there is a monster in the city going around devouring innocent souls. Last time, when we found out about demigod Redfall's crime, it was very late. I don't want to repeat the mistakes of my predecessors." Asong apologized to and add, "Reborn demigod Redfall by himself is very weak. Maybe Een Widow helped him somehow." "Hello. Een Widow died trying to find demigod Redfall," Anna pointed out. Anna remembered Een widow constantly begging Anna to return her son to her. Ah-sung was not thinking straight. Her mind was preoccupied with the destruction that Redfall had left behind before his death. She did not want it to happen again. Seeing Ah-sung lose her cool, I couldn't help but ask, what did demigod Redfall do? I know that he sacrificed people to improve his realm, but I never got details of what he did. There are lots of heinous crimes demigod Redfall has committed for his desire for power. I will not go into details, but this should be enough to help you understand demigod Redfall has no boundaries when it comes to his pursuit of power. He used his followers to give birth to kids, and then extracted their innate blood to enhance his talent. Those children were his flesh and blood, but he did not hesitate to swallow them for his desires. Thousands and 10,000 of his newborn babies. He used then to collect innate blood to create an elixir to enhance his talent. His monstrosity knew no bounds. Those newborns were just appetizers in his madness for power. Ah-sung painted a vivid picture of the madness that demigod Redfall was capable of. Wait, isn't it hard for demigods to produce children with mortals and lower realm card apprentices? Thinking past the vivid horror story Ah-sung just narrated, I asked her about the hole I found in her story. About that, he had gotten his hands on a certain card made from the Gentiles of the swarm devil broodnon. The creation of countless progenies regardless of the realm and species is one of the well-known abilities of swarm devil broodnon. Ah-sung answered, Wow, you seem to have done a lot of homework on this, I said, seeing how Ah-sung seemed to know everything about the Redfall case, even though she wasn't part of the team that prosecuted and hunted him down. Yes, I did a case study on this case because this case is the best example of what happens when beings with unimaginable power are left unchecked. I plan to make sure that such tragedy doesn't repeat itself. Ah-sung explained her interest in demigod Redfall. It seems she did not just have a bone to pick with Redfall, but everyone with the power to disturb the peace of the world. Hearing Ah-sung's answer, I came to an understanding that soon the central capital was going to have a lot of changes. Earlier Ah-sung did not have power, yet she still managed to make a lot of changes, and now with the origin card I created for her, it seems it will not be long before Ah-sung goes head-to-head with old demigods that control and shape this world from behind the scenes. Wait, how did Redfall get his hands on the card created using the Gentiles of the swarm devil broodnon? Does that mean Redfall has a connection with the demon worshippers? And asked after hearing Ah-sung explain how demigod Redfall was able to create countless progenies despite the restrictions of his realm. Wait, if I remember correctly, the ingredients extracted from the swarm devil broodnon were awarded to the Davies family for their contribution in purging the demon worshippers. Anna suddenly pointed out, By Davies family, you mean your runaway father's second family that you slaughtered as soon as you became the commander of the Southern Watch? Ah-sung asked. Yes, that one. You know I searched their treasury for those devil ingredients, but never found them, said Anna nonchalantly. So that clears it. Redfall got the card from the Davies family. That means this doesn't have anything to do with the demon worshippers. Ah-sung announced that she did not want to make this hunt for Reborn Redfall more complicated by adding demon worshippers to the mix. Not quite so. Anna spoke with a stressed expression. What do you mean? Ah-sung asked impatiently. Well, a couple of days ago I found out that the Davies family has a link with the demon worshippers, Anna answered. I thought you slaughtered every last one of the Davies. How can they still be present? Ah-sung asked in confusion. It's complicated, but all you have to know is that not my niece escaped the massacre with her mother's sacrifice. And recently I found out that she is working for the demon worshippers. But now that I think about all the recent incidents in the Sky Blossom City, it is starting to make sense. Anna said mysteriously. You don't mean to say demigod Redfall is hiding in the demon realm? And blurted following Anna's line of thought. Yes. I think the demon worshippers weren't here just to steal the dungeon relocation apparatus, but help demigod Redfall move to the demon realm. Anna enunciated. What are you guys talking about? Little details would help, said Ah-sung, hearing the discussion between Anna. You must have already read my report of demon worshippers attacking us a few days ago, right? Anna asked Ah-sung, who nodded. Yes, I did. Well, in that report I forgot to mention Ada Davies, not my niece. At that time I thought she had sought asylum in the demon worshippers, but now it seems that Davies' family was part of them. And apart from trying to steal the dungeon relocation apparatus, they seem to have helped Redfall escape to the demon realm. Most of this is my assumption. I don't have evidence to back it up, Anna explained. Demon Realm. If demigod Redfall has escaped there, then it can explain why the soul status candle is not able to track his location. Asung's aide seemed to agree with Anna's assumption. I, who was listening to them, felt like I dodged the bullet seeing everything unravel in my favor, especially them believing that demigod Redfall has escaped to the demon realm. Wait, this doesn't make sense. Even Ian Widow was not able to find her son, so she risked her for it. That was before the demon worshippers attacked the temporary base and the city, and suddenly pointed out. Are you saying that demigod Redfall did not escape to the demon realm? Then how do you explain the malfunctioning soul status candle? Anna questioned in. How sure are you that the soul status candle will work on someone who has been reborn? Anna asked. Hearing Anne's question, Asung turned to look at her aide, who answered, Madam, there are no records of such a scenario. I will have to contact the historian in the central capital for answers. FCK. Aside from a bunch of theories, we have nothing on demigod Redfall. We are right where we started. Asung cussed, which was so not like her, but that was how much she was frustrated right now. But Anna did not care for that, and instead pointed. Asung, language. After giving Anna an angry glance, Asung politely apologized. I am sorry, and added. Anna, why did you not mention Ada Davies in your report? Do you know how big of a deal it is? One of the families that participated in the purge of demon worshippers and were rewarded for it was a part of demon worshippers all along. This news will shake all 4 regions and the central region. Anna, what were you thinking? I told you already I thought she had sought asylum in the demon worshippers. I did not know the entire Davies family was part of it. And there is no evidence pointing to it. All of it is just an assumption at this point. Being questioned by on-edge Asung, Anna started to sound smarter. Assumption or not, this will raise a lot of questions. Hearing Anna, Asung got calmer, but soon realized evidence did not matter. Ada Davies working as a demon worshipper will raise a lot of questions about the old regime and the purge of demon worshippers. Frustrated, Asung looked at Anna and yelled, Anna, why can't you write a complete report? If your report contained all the information, the related authorities would have been informed. And just maybe they would have caught demigod Redfall by now and also handled the Ada Davies matter. FCK, don't make it sound like all of this is my fault. I wasn't the one who left a direct descendant of demigod Redfall alive. I wasn't the one who did not do a proper background check on the families participating in the purge of demon worshippers. Anna snapped, hearing Asung make it all her fault. Is this what plastic sisters are like? I thought to myself, seeing Anna and Asung at each other's throats. Anna and Asung had high ranks, and nobody in the warehouse could outrank them to stop them from reaching for each other's throats except for and who yelled, Stop it, both of you. Now is not the time to play the blame game. Anna assigned some soldiers to search the city and dungeons for the signs of demigod Redfall and demon worshippers. And Big Sis Asung, you contact the central capital and update them about the situation here. We need to find demigod Redfall's whereabouts before the tragedy repeats itself. You are not the boss of me. Snapping at Anna summoned her grimoire to do what and advised. As for Asung, she looked around the warehouse, politely apologized to everyone, and then thanked and for her reminder before summoning her grimoire to inform the related authorities. While and quelled the drama between Asung and Anna, I looked at Susan and said, Sazin, attending to these people all night must have been tiring. Take today off. No, I can't do that. If I leave, who will attend to the guests? And what if you need me? Susan asked, walking up to me. I will be leaving for the Sun Blossom City soon. As for these people, they can afford a hotel. You don't need to worry about them. I said without worrying that they could hear me. What? You're going out of town. When will you return? Susan asked immediately after hearing that I was planning to leave for Sun Blossom City today. By tomorrow evening at the latest. So you go home and take a good rest. Don't overwork yourself. I answered Susan and asked her to look after herself. How can I leave the guests in the warehouse unattended? Susan denied. Susan, go home and take good rest. That is an order. I ordered Susan. But Susan tried to argue, but I ignored her. Turning to look at Agatha, I said, Agatha, time for you to keep your promise. I will be leaving in the noon. Should I make travel arrangements for you, or will you just fly over? Don't make any travel arrangements for me. I will be traveling in your shadow with my card that allows me to hide in a target's shadow. I am telling you this because I want you to know I will be watching your every move. So if you feel the need to go to the little man's room, then hold it in. Agatha informed me about how she planned to fulfill her promise by hiding in my shadow. Wait, if Agatha leaves, then what about me? I can help too. I don't want to be stuck in the warehouse all alone by myself. ABA asked, hearing that everyone will be leaving and she will be all alone. Being ignored, Susan just went ahead and sat on the couch next to ABA. Seeing that Susan did not leave, I asked, "What are you doing? Didn't I ask you to take today off?" "You did," replied Susan nonchalantly. Hearing her response, I was puzzled and added, And I decided to spend my free time in the warehouse with my new friend," Susan answered while grabbing ABA's hand. "When did you become friends with that brat? All she does is boss around." I asked Susan in doubt. "Hey, who are you calling brat? You and I are practically the same age, and why can't Susan be my friend? And I don't boss around people," ABA complained, hearing me call her a brat. "ABA and I hit it off the other night when you were in the card lab. She is fun to hang around if you get to know her," Susan answered. "Did you forget our first encounter with her? She tried to kill us just because I called her a little girl." I reminded Susan of the first time we met ABA. Susan couldn't think of words to defend ABA's past actions. "I am sorry, I got carried away that day. It won't happen ever again." ABA apologized, giving Susan a chance to defend her new friend. See, she knows her mistake and has apologized. TSK. I clicked my tongue in dissatisfaction, and soon ABA spoke, looking at me. "Now your turn." "What?" I did not understand what ABA was saying, to which ABA explained. "Now you apologize to me for calling me short all those times." "Yeah, right. Not happening. You tried to kill me. When you failed, you went back and brought your semi-demigod bodyguard to kill me again. You tried to kill me twice. An apology just doesn't cut it." I scoffed at ABA for thinking that I would forget her trying to kill me twice. If not for the clown mask's memories of her future vision, I would not have compromised with her. "I thought we were friends. Why are you digging up the past?" ABA complained as if I was bullying her. "Me? You are the one who wanted me to apologize to you. Just be happy that I no longer plan to call you shorty, considering that you are a friend now." I explained, and then thought to myself, why am I engaging in this pointless argument? I have better things to do than this. Giving cummy ABA and Susan one last glance, I left muttering, "Whatever," but heard ABA complain to Susan, saying, "Why does he talk to me like that? I am his friend. Give him time. He will get used to the idea of having you around." Susan consoled ABA. Ignoring them, I decided to head out to meet with Rami and talk about our visit to Sun Blossom City, but was stopped by Anna, who complained, "I thought tonight we had our dinner date." I did say that, but sorry, something urgent just came up. Instead of a dinner date, let me make it up to you with a breakfast date right now, if you are okay with it, that is. Yesterday I promised Anna a dinner date, which we had to postpone for tonight because of Asong. But now, due to the circle business, I had no choice but to postpone the dinner date I promised to Anna again. But I decided to make up for it with a breakfast date right now. "Okay, since you are so considerate, I will take it. But you have to know you are missing a fantastic dinner date. I had all of it planned out." Our loss. We had agreed that Anna will be in charge of the venue and other plans for the dinner date. She did say that she was going all out, but it seems that fate will not have it for now. "Oh, maybe next time," I said, as I was also kind of looking forward to what Anna had in store. "Next time, so I can expect more of these dinner dates?" Anna asked with a satisfied smile on her face. "I am not promising anything, but sure," I replied. After Anna and I left the warehouse, ABA moaned in pain. "Ah, Susan, you are hurting me." "I am so sorry, ABA." Susan apologized, letting go of ABA's hand. Hearing the conversation between her young boss and the Southern Emperor, Susan's grip on ABA's hand had tightened unconsciously. Agatha looked at her princess with doubtful eyes. Considering Susan's realm, how could she hurt ABA, who has a higher realm of the two with a huge margin? "What? She may not look like it, but she is strong." ABA defend. "Once again, I am sorry, ABA. I don't know what got over me." "Your Highness," Rami greeted Anna, and then added, "Master Wyatt, I did not expect to meet you here. What a coincidence." After having our date, Anna and I were about to walk out of the Prestige Cafe, but ran into an acquaintance of mine, Rami Kaguya, at the entrance. For some reason, I did not feel that him running into us was a coincidence. Coincident or not, he was smart not to disturb our breakfast and wait till we were about to leave. If not, he would have left a bad impression on Anna, which he would come to regret. Mr. Rami, I was planning to visit you next. I greeted Rami back, but Anna just nodded. Considering her status, she was already giving Rami a lot of face by acknowledging his greeting. With the Southern Emperor next to the young card creationist, Rami didn't dare to appear too friendly or even speak casually with him. He did plan this coincidental meeting, but he did not expect the young card creationist to entertain him. He expected the card apprentice to leave, giving him a nod. The present scenario was not in the script he thought of. With the intimidating presence of Her Highness, Rami did not even dare to breathe loudly. It seems you have work to do. I will leave you to it then, said Anna, and then gave me a small kiss on my cheek, adding, I enjoyed the date. We should do this more often. Not waiting for me to answer her, she turned to look at Rami and complimented him before vanishing into the air. Good meeting you, Mr. Rami. Keep up the good work. Rami kept a calm expression on the surface, but in his mind, he kept chanting, Her Highness knows my name. She knows my name. Mr. Rami, how about we find somewhere comfortable to continue our discussion? I said, looking at Rami, who seemed to be lost in his thoughts. Ah, yes. Let me be the host. Rami awakened from his thoughts and insisted. Sure. I followed Rami back into the Prestige Cafe. Master Wyatt, what is it that you wanted to talk about? Rami asked the young card creationist. He felt that his decision to follow this young card creationist was right, especially when he heard the Southern Emperor call him by his name. As a small official in the Southern region, nothing could bring him great honor than the fact that the Southern Emperor knew his name. At that moment, he had decided to follow the young card creationist, no questions asked. I am planning to visit Sun Blossom City today. Can you make the required arrangement? I informed Rami about my plans. Sure, Master Wyatt. Just name the time, I will get it done. Rami did not ask why, but readily agreed to the card creationist's demand like a loyal servant. Good. I noticed how Rami was asking zero questions and couldn't help but nod in appreciation. If he continued as such, then this relationship could go a long way. And then I added, while I am there, I plan to meet the person in charge of the city array. Make that happen. No problem, Master Wyatt. Rami nodded in agreement. If everything goes as planned, I plan to attack the circle tonight. You remember the arrangements we discussed previously, right? I asked Rami, since he played an important part in my plan to erase the Circle Sun Blossom City branch from the face of this world. Yes, boss. Don't you worry. I will make sure that your people enter the city without any hindrance, and families and authorities of the city don't come to the aid of the circle. Rami clearly remembers the role he was assigned by the young card creationist. Though he wasn't on the front lines, his part was important. He planned to do it right to gain some points with the young card creationist. Good. I plan to be in the Sun Blossom City by noon. Is that possible? I asked Rami. Sure, boss. The transportation is ready. Let me handle the required documents, and then we can leave right away. Rami answered and ordered his aide to do the things accordingly. Calling Diana. Hello, boss. How may I be of your help? Diana answered the call. Get the container ships and your men ready. Tonight we turn the Circle Sun Blossom City branch to dust. I informed Diana about my plans for tonight. Finally, don't worry, boss. I have been preparing for this day for so long. Leave it to me. Dana replied enthusiastically. Good. Make sure the soldiers from all three organizations behave and don't get into trouble. Especially the adventurers from the TSR Guild. It just went through a huge merger. Guildmaster Van hadn't gotten enough time to discipline all of them, so it is going to be challenging. It hasn't been long since the TSR Guild was established, and most of its members were newly hired. It hasn't been long enough for new members to develop a sense of belonging to the guild, let alone loyalty. Don't worry, boss. I was worried about this too. So I did my own background check on them, and they all seem to be fine. I was planning to share this with Guildmaster Van today anyway. Diana never planned to share this with Van. She had other plans in mind long ago, but now she revealed her card to her boss because she did not feel the need to put her previous plan into motion. I see. I take it you got everything handled over here. Then meet you in the Sun Blossom City. I did not bother with Diana's little thoughts, as I was going to leave the entire Blossom District under her supervision anyway. It's good to see that she is already taking charge. Yes, boss, leave it to me. I will inform the others about your plan. Diana said enthusiastically. Boss, I sent the new Sin Squad to the Sun Blossom City with the item as per your instruction. Van answered his boss through a grimoire call. Okay. After Diana, I called Van updating him about my new schedule and asking him to send the new Sin squad to Sun Blossom City. Boss, you sure you don't need me to come with you? Van asked in concern for the safety of his young boss. No, Sin squad are best for these kinds of jobs. Besides, I need you here. Coordinate with Diana and prepare for the attack. I do not want any delay. Though our enemy's realm is below the card overlord realm, the circle's leaders are known to be slippery bastards. Therefore, make sure there is no flaw on our side. We need to slay this serpent tonight, no matter the cost. From Clown Mask's memories, I know how prepared the circle's leaders were. Even with a slight gap in the net, they will wiggle free. I am taking a lot of risk by attacking a branch of the circle, so I expect to have some worthy results at the end of this. What's more worthy than the head of the circle's leader? Sure, boss. I will make sure that my guild members behave and cooperate with the other two organizations. Van reluctantly agreed upon learning his boss's reasons and assured his boss that he will keep his guild members out of trouble. Good. With that, I hung up the grimoire call with Van and turned to look at my shadow. To the naked eye, nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary, but I just felt a vibration in the soul pathways surrounding my shadow. Therefore, I activated my soul pupils, only to find a cluster of soul pathways hidden in my shadow. This cluster of soul pathways resembled Agatha's soul pathway. Remembering what Agatha had reminded me about her card, I was not surprised. Date: April 3rd, 2321. Time: 9:09. Location: Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Agatha, who enjoying a hearty breakfast with her princess and the rest in the warehouse, suddenly felt an intimidating presence behind her. It was full of malice filled with murderous intent. Alerted, Agatha hurried to get into a defense position, making sure that her princess wasn't being targeted, only to her carefree voice. Good response speed. This should be enough for you to grab Wyatt and run in case of emergencies. Your Highness Southern Emperor, what is the meaning of this? Agatha questioned Anna. The intimidating presence filled with malice to kill that appeared behind Agatha was none other than Anna. After her lovely date with her young lover, she came here to make sure that her young love's bodyguard was up to the task. This was the first time her love was leaving the city, and considering that a lot of powerful people are after his life, Anna wanted to make sure that she could trust the life of her love in the hands of the bodyguard chosen by her love. By the looks of it, Agatha barely passed Anna's test. As I said, I was checking if you were worthy to be Wyatt's bodyguard. Anna repeated herself, and then added, what are you doing here when the target you are supposed to protect is already in the field? I will catch up with him when he plans to leave for Sun Blossom City. Besides, I haven't finished eating my breakfast yet, Agatha answered. Hearing Agatha's response, Anna suddenly let out huge killing intent directed at ABA. Feeling the ginormous killing intent concentrate on her, ABA had difficulty breathing. Seeing this, Agatha instantly came next to ABA, negated Anna's murderous intent, and hurriedly asked, Princess, are you okay? Cough, cough. I am okay, Agatha. ABA's face had turned pale but flushed with redness, and beads of sweat were dripping from her body, making her dress wet and stick to her skin. It was as if she had just walked out of a sauna. Anna, don't you think you are going overboard with this? Said Asong. Behind her 10 black cloaked figures, and her aide stood on guard. Anna's killing intent just now was so strong that they all were alerted and had to come out to guard their boss. To Asong's question, Anna only glared at her, and who was sitting next to Asong got up and walked up to Anna, adding, Big sis Asong, please stay out of this. And you too? Usually, you would be the voice of reason between you two. Asong was surprised to see and take Anna's side. Big sis, we have our reasons for this. Please stay out of this. And repeated herself with a sharp voice. Okay, but you two remember, that little girl calls me, and I won't stand by watching if you two bully her too much. Asong announced and got back to enjoying her breakfast. But the elven people behind her were not calm as Asong because they knew the terror of a devil slayer. Together, elven of them were not a match of a devil, let alone the Southern Emperor who slew a devil. Not to mention her twin, they both seemed to be of the same capability. At the thought of battling against 2 devil slayers, Asong's 10 bodyguards and aides could not help but gulp their saliva. They suddenly felt the generous pay given to them by the government was not easy to earn. Grandma, what do you mean by bullying me too much? Does that mean bullying me is okay? And what is considered too much bullying? How do you measure it? Hearing Asong, Aba looked at her in disbelief. Your Highness, Southern Emperor, have you forgotten the deal you had with my master? He will not be pleased when he hears about this. Agatha decided to use Demigod Windsor's name to calm the situation before it escalates. The deal has changed. Bring back Wyatt from his little adventure unharmed or else. Agatha, you are a smart woman. You don't need me to complete that sentence. The Southern royal family never released the information they collected from the clown mask. So the information about the upheaval caused by the three mischiefs in the future was not yet known to the government and the other three royal families. There were three important reasons behind the Southern royal family not sharing the information with the rest of the world leaders. 1. Currently, aside from Clown Mask, they had no other evidence of the tragedy that three mischiefs will unfold or the fact that the three mischiefs existed. 2. After knowing Matron's origin card ability, they did not know whom to trust in their own royal family, let alone the government and the other royal families. 3. They did not want to share Clown Mask and her foreknowledge of the future. This was very valuable info. Anybody would want to monopolize it. Since the world did not know about the three mischiefs, they had no idea that two of the three mischiefs have put a target on the back of the prodigy who created the silver milk powder. Without the Southern royal family telling them, there was no way for the world to know how important the creator of silver milk powder was and why Agatha needed to be thorough as the bodyguard of the creator of the silver milk powder. The means of the three mischiefs were not to be underestimated. With 2 out of 3 mischiefs after his life, the life of the creator of the silver milk powder was in imminent danger. Though where the creator of the silver milk powder was heading was still within the bounds of the southern region, with the abilities of Matron it was unclear who and when will turn into an enemy and try to assassinate the creator of the silver milk powder. With all this in mind, Anna planned to make sure that Agatha knew what was at stake without revealing any information. Hence, she did not hesitate to use ABA to make Agatha come to an understanding despite her deal with Demigod Windsor. Your Highness, Southern Emperor, is there anything I should know about? After calming herself, Agatha felt something amiss. Not just Anna and sudden change of attitude, but the fact that a low-level card apprentice would go as far as to hire a semi-demigod as his bodyguard. What would make him feel the need to do that? He would only do that if he knew that his life is in danger, considering that he went as far as to hire the biggest gun available for hire in the market. It meant that people after his life also owned big guns too. Finally, Agatha realized that this little favor was not as easy as it seemed. Therefore, she asked for the real picture to Anna. Slow but smart enough. Better than a musclehead, I guess. Seeing that Agatha finally caught on to their train of thoughts, Anna added, all you have to know is that there are a lot of powerful people who want Wyatt dead. Hearing Anna, the room went silent. Especially Susan, and even Asong stopped stuffing her face and looked at Anna with a serious face. Is it because of that? Susan's question broke the silence in the room, and all the eyes focused on her. Though Susan did not know what her young boss was up to all the time, she knew he had created a miraculous powder that was able to help her, a late bloomer, overcome the restriction of her realm and talent to sign a silver grimoire. Yes, and replied, thinking the less Susan knew the better. As for Anna, feeling the apprehension in Susan's eyes, she looked into Susan's fear-filled eyes and added, I promise as long as I am alive, I will not let any harm befall him. I trust you, Susan answered resolutely, as if she could see the conviction in Anna's eyes. You know what you have to do. Now get to work, Anna ordered Agatha. Don't worry, Princess. I will be right back. Assuring ABA, Agatha turned to look at Asong, and then doing a full 90-degree bow, she added, Madam Asong, I will leave the princess in your care. Asong nodded in response to Agatha's request. Just as Agatha was about to leave, Anna stopped her. Hold on a second. Yes. Agatha paused and took the cards handed by Anna. Taking the cards, Agatha glanced at them, and sudden shock greeted her. Then she, shuddering, said, Your Highness, this card, are you sure I can use it? Yes. I have removed the restriction on the card for the next 3 days time period, and only use it if necessary, otherwise it will lead to a political SHD storm, which I am trying to avoid by sending you as Wyatt's bodyguard. One of the cards given to Agatha by Anna was a royal family secret card. This could help Agatha in a desperate situation, but would also become evidence against the southern royal family, hinting that at hand in the attack against the foreign embassy in the southern region. I understand. Agatha responded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Since the situation could prompt the Southern royal family to lend an outsider their family's secret cards, then the situation was 10 times more serious and dangerous than she previously thought. I like your enthusiasm. But just to remind you what is at stake, let me tell you your princess and your life depend on this job. So don't you dare slack off. Anna warned Agatha one last time, before letting Agatha out of her sight. After Agatha left, Ah-sung turned to look at her guards and said, "Guard captain, send 2 of your people to help Agatha." "I am sorry, madam. I cannot do that. Our top priority is to protect you." The guard captain did not think twice before rejecting Ah-sung's order. "I appreciate that. But if Agatha fails to keep Wyatt safe, you guys will have to fight those 2 to bring me out of here, because I am not leaving here until I know that ABA is safe. Understood?" Ah-sung laid it out for her guard captain, helping him understand that it would be in his and his soldiers' best interest to help Agatha accomplish her mission. But seeing the guard captain still hesitated, Ah-sung interrupted him, and pointing at Anna and in duo she added, "With those 2 here, I don't think anyone can harm me." The guard captain wanted to say, "It is them I am worried about," but didn't and reluctantly agreed to Ah-sung's orders. Because he knew Ah-sung would not leave from here without making sure ABA was safe. Number 9 and 10. You guys help Miss Agatha with her mission. With the command of the guard captain, 2 figures covered in black cloaks vanished without even making a noise. Feeling all the eyes in the warehouse on him, guard captain coughed in embarrassment and added, "We are numbered based on our seniority. Though 9 and 10 are new and have a little experience, they are strong." After explaining to everyone in the warehouse not to underestimate the strength of guard numbers 9 and 10, the guard captain yelled, "Guards, back to your posts." With his command, the remaining 8 guards and Ah-sung's aide vanished into thin air. After the guards left, Ah-sung gave Anna and Duo a gentle smile, to which Anna responded saying, "I am not going to thank you since I am still not clear about your motive." "What else motive could I have? All I am trying to do is help my bratty niece and protect the future card creation prodigy," Ah-sung replied humbly. Susan did not know Ah-sung very well, but depending on what she saw so far, she felt Ah-sung's thoughts were very deep, but she did not care. All that mattered to her was Ah-sung came forward to help her young boss. "Madam Ah-sung, thank you. Wyatt will be very grateful when he hears that you lent 2 of your personal guards for his protection." "Miss Susan, don't sweat the small stuff. I too am a part of Wyatt's family." Ah-sung playfully dragged her word as she glanced at Anna and added, "Of course, as a client. Big sis, I appreciate your help, but don't play with fire. Wyatt is her reverse scale. I don't think I can hold her back if she erupts," and warned Ah-sung from trying to provoke Anna. And knew Ah-sung maybe be interested in her young love, but that was as far as it went, as Ah-sung's first and last priorities were the people, and Ah-sung had no room for relationships. So her words just now were purely only to provoke Anna, who did not appreciate her help and instead was suspicious about it. Fine, these silly arguments don't matter. With Wyatt's talent, he is bound to find his future in the central capital, especially with the central government, as its appreciation of talent is known throughout the 5 regions. This was Ah-sung's way of saying to Anna that, no matter what, the prodigy card creationist would be won by the government and not the southern region. To Ah-sung's provocation, Anna just scoffed in response, as she was pretty confident in the capabilities of her love and believed he did not need to join a faction. Even if he wanted to join a faction, he will join the Southern Royal Family faction over all other factions. Tisk, seeing that her words did not get the desired response from Anna, Ah-sung clicked her tongue in annoyance. Seeing this, and remembered why Anna and Ah-sung did not keep in touch despite their history at the university. Between Anna and Ah-sung's banter, Cole excused himself from the warehouse and retired to the Southern Watch temporary base in the city. But before returning to the warehouse, Cole made a quick stop in a secluded area outside the city and sent a grimoire message to unknown contact. Codename, Mama Pimp reporting. Subject, regarding priority task SOB. Request, contact the matron. Soon Cole received a reply. You have received a new message from unknown contact. Read, reject, discard, ignore, mark as read/delete. Read, Cole muttered. To codename Mama Pimp. Your request will be processed within 2 minutes. This conversation will soon be deleted. As soon as Cole read the message, The string of private conversations were deleted without any trace, while Cole patiently waited until his grimoire notified him of an incoming call. Unknown contact calling. Answer, reject, ignore reply. Codename Mama Pimp reporting. Cole answered the call immediately. Codename Mama Pimp. It has been a while since you called. I almost thought you were planning to defect. Sansa went through her memories and soon retrieved a complete biodata on codename Mama Pimp and couldn't help but laugh hearing the codename. In her defense, she gave Cole the codename Mama Pimp because, when asked, it was Cole who described himself as the black merchant who would sell his mother for the right price. Your slave wouldn't dare, Your Highness. I would rather die than betray the matron. Cole answered immediately, as he knew what awaited him if matron had the slightest doubt that he was going to defect. Death would be considered a boon in face of the torture Sansa's origin card was capable of. Codename Mama Pimp. You are not new to the organization. I don't think I have to remind you that even the thought of suicide is considered betrayal in our organization. Hearing Cole's answer, Sansa's voice turned sharp, and after a pause, she answered it. I am adding your name to the review list for the memory reconstruction program. Since it is your first offense, I will stop with this. Your Highness, this slave thanks you for your generosity. Hearing Sansa's verdict, Cole's face turned pale, but he did not dare to voice out his dissatisfaction, but be happy that Sansa did not directly add his name to the memory reconstruction program, but to the review list, as Cole was confident that he could successfully pass the review test and avoid getting his name added to the memory reconstruction program. Cole dreaded the memory reconstruction program more than death because he knew that in case one of the members of the organization showed suicidal behavior, their memories will be edited such that the said member no longer feels suicidal and depressed, but instead will start to enjoy life circumstances that previously drove him to consider embracing death to escape the clutches of the matron. And in extreme cases, instead of the addition of memories, total reconstruction of the memories will be considered depending on the value of the member as the pawn of the matron. What about the priority task SOB? Having shown Cole what a generous boss she was, Sansa asked him about the priority task SOB. I have made contact with the target. Cole replied, but before he could continue further, Sansa interrupted him asking, is he dead? Sorry, Your Highness. This slave's strength is not enough to kill the target, and he is under the Southern Emperor's constant observation. Cole answered, and prayed in his heart that his answer does not dissatisfy Sansa. Huh? What do you mean by your strength is not sufficient to kill the target? The target is a card soldier, and you are a card overlord. With your realm, you can slaughter an army of card soldiers, and now you want me to believe that you cannot handle a single card apprentice. Sansa was indeed enraged to hear Cole's answer, but she paused, giving Cole a chance to explain himself before she added more punishment under his codename. Your Highness, this humble Sal believes the target has a strong physique that could rival the physique of a peak card lord or an initial card overlord. And I have reason to believe that the target is not far from achieving ultimate comprehension and mastery in a certain blood rule meaning. If we add the broken ruins and other cards given to him by the royal family for his protection, I think his strength is enough to kill an initial stage card overlord. Cole has seen the tournament video of the target and thought he could complete the task, but meeting the target in person, he realized that the target has grown strong enough to threaten his life. So you mean to say the information on the target's strength was wrong? Sansa asked Cole if this was his final explanation. No, Your Highness. This Sal believes the information on the target's strength was correct a few days ago, but the information department failed to keep up with the progress of the target. Cole answered, so you are telling me that in the span of a few days the target gathered enough power to kill an initial stage card overlord with the realm of a card soldier? Sansa asked Cole in disbelief. Yes, Your Highness. The target has exceptional talent, and with the support of the resources from the Southern royal family, the target is growing at an exceptional rate. Cole concluded his explanation as to why he could not assassinate the target despite the huge realm difference in his favor. Sigh. That itch continues to haunt me from the afterlife. Mama Pimp, you better tell me you did not call me to report your failure. Sansa's voice turned shrill. No, Your Highness. I have other news, which may create a perfect opportunity for Your Highness to assassinate the target. Cole answered confidently as he felt that the information he had would not only get him back in Sansa's good grace, but also get him enough merit points to get the resources for him to directly break through to Card King realm. Before that, explain to me how the target was able to escape the Nether Witch's high-rank curse. As Anna warned her young love, Sansa had indeed contacted the Nether Witch to kill the target using high-rank curses, but the plan failed even before it could achieve fruition, leaving the matron dumbfounded. Your Highness, this salve has seen the target wearing the Heatsend family heirloom, the dummy ring, which can negate high-rank curses. Even SSS rank curse is not an exception. Cole remembers his uncle telling him stories about the dummy ring which every generation of matriarch gives to the patriarch of the Southern royal family, and once he saw the ring on the target's finger, he immediately recognized it as the dummy ring, and couldn't help but feel jealous. At that moment, he wanted to kill the target not because of the mission, but purely out of his jealousy. The fabled heirloom of the Southern royal family, I have heard of it. There are many romantic stories attached to that ring. I would have never guessed that the Southern Emperor would value the target so much. This only increases my urgency to send that son of a itch to meet his itch mother in the afterlife. So you were saying something earlier. Sansa was pissed that the son of her rival was faring well despite all her attempts to kill him. Her hate for her best friend was so deeply rooted that she previously wanted to kill the target just to stick it to her dead friend, but now it had grown into an obsession. Your Highness, the target is leaving the nest and is traveling to a nearby city without the protection of the Southern Emperor, Cole informed Sansa. How is that any different from the previous situation? As long as he doesn't leave the southern region, the paws of the organization will be cut by the Southern royal family even before it can reach the target. Sansa, who had high hopes for Cole's information, suddenly felt disappointed and even wanted to kill him, but decided to let him finish before she acts. Your Highness, this time it is different. The target is heading to the Sun Blossom City to destroy the branch of the Circle in the city to avenge his parents. And to avoid the political consequences, the Southern royal family has decided to stay out of this one. So while he is fighting the Circle in the Sun Blossom City, the Southern royal family will not come to his rescue until things get desperate. We can use this small opening to assassinate the target before the royal family has time to respond. Cole narrated the plan he thought had a higher chance of success. How accurate is this information? Are you sure there is no protection detail attached to the target? There is no way the Southern royal family will leave their goose that lays golden egg unattended to. You are right, Your Highness. The Southern royal family has made arrangements to ensure the safety of their golden egg-laying goose, Cole answered, agreeing with Sansa's doubts. So, what insurance has the Southern royal family prepared for the safety of their golden egg-laying goose? And how do they plan to avoid the political SHD storm that would follow? Sansa asked to be through before she made a plan to assassinate the target. The moment Sansa heard that the target was leaving the city to destroy a branch of the Circle and avenge his parents, she decided to make use of it to get rid of the nuisance down south, without getting her hands dirty using the Circle. The Circle had no choice but to act as the bullet in her gun because her contract with the Circle to kill the three from the Wyatt family had not been concluded yet. For now, she was focused on collecting as much information as possible to help the Circle be successful in their assassination attempt of the target this time around. Well, the Southern royal family does not need to worry about this leading back to them because the target himself has hired a semi-demigod to be his bodyguard, Cole answered and paused because he, himself, doubted what he just said. Mama Pimp, how accurate is your information? How can a low-life card soldier from a third-rate city hire a semi-demigod to be his bodyguard? Your information is not making any sense. If Cole had said that the Southern Emperor helped the target get a semi-demigod realm bodyguard, Susan would have believed him without any further questions. But Cole claimed that a card soldier from a third-rate city could hire a semi-demigod to be his bodyguard by himself, which sounded absurd and unbelievable to Sansa. I don't know how, but the target is acquainted with Aba Windsor, the only daughter of Demigod Windsor. The target somehow got one of Demigod Windsor's trusted retainers, Agatha Williams, to be his guard while he attacked the Sun Blossom City branch of the Circle to avenge his parents. And to ensure that Agatha doesn't abandon the target when things get heated, Southern Emperor has taken the only daughter of Demigod Windsor, Aba Windsor, as a hostage, which prompted legislator Ah Sung-young to lend two of her personal bodyguards to Agatha Williams to help her guard the target as he avenged his parents. Cole Wilson laid out almost everything he knew about the protection detail for the target. So you are telling not one, but 3 semi-demigods are protecting the target. How is this any different from before? I just how that the sneaky bastard from the circle has talents who can kill the target without alerting the target's semi-demigod guards. Sansa was not happy to hear that the target had 3 semi-demigod guards protecting him all the time, which was no different from before. Now that the target was on high alert, she cannot send her card emperor and semi-demigod minions to assassinate the target, as they would instead end up giving the Southern Emperor a reason to participate in the fight between the target and the Sun Blossom City branch of the Circle. This way she would end up helping the target instead of killing him. So her only hope was to pass on the information she has to the Circle so that they can make use of it to get rid of the nuisance once and for all, sending the SOB to meet his mom in the afterlife. Anything else, seeing that she, herself, could not do much with this information, Sansa was indeed disappointed, but was thorough as she did not want one missed information to ruin the whole assassination plotted by the people she hired. Yes, Your Highness, there is one more thing. The Southern Emperor has lent a few Heatsend family secret cards to Agatha to use in case of emergency. By the look of it, I guess that one of the secret cards lent to Agatha may be that card. Remembering the look on Agatha's face as she received the cards from Anna, Cole guessed that one of those cards should be the most coveted and taboo secret card of the Heatsend family. FCK, the Southern royal family seems to really care about the target. Sansa cussed hearing that the Heatsend family lent their most taboo secret card to Agatha just to ensure the safety of the target. Earlier, when Sansa heard that the Southern Emperor had given the Southern royal family's heirloom, the dummy ring, to the target, Sansa did not think much of it, as despite the romantic lore behind it, Sansa did not know the romantic significance of the ring to the Southern royal family. But her thought process changed once she heard that the Southern royal family lent an outsider their most coveted secret card. As long as the card creationist can map the soul pathway arrangement of the said card with enough time, they can duplicate the card recipe, though this process could take years or even centuries of research. But to card semi-demigods and demigods who have an unimaginable lifespan, centuries' worth of research was nothing if they stand to gain the recipe of one of the most powerful secret cards known to the world. If the Southern royal family was willing to risk the recipe of their most powerful secret cards for the target, then it can be seen that the Southern royal family considered the target more important than their secret card recipe, which has been protected and handed down for generations. Realizing this, Sansa felt like that world was conspiring against her. How could she not? The ant that she could stomp to death a few weeks ago was now backed by one of the royal families and showed more than enough potential to bite her to death. Therefore, Sansa could not help but feel the urgency to nip this nuisance in the bud. Good job, codename Mama Pimp. I will decide on your rewards once you get off the review list for the memory reconstruction program. Sansa wanted to wrap up the call with Cole and contact the sneaky bastard of the Circle, but was interrupted by Cole. Madam, I would like to update the status of legislator Ah Sung-young. What about her? Hearing Cole bring up another one of the high-priority targets, Sansa paused and asked Cole to go ahead and make the report. Legislator Ah Sung-young's ailments have been cured, and she can continue to practice her active soul control, Cole reported. What? When did that happen? No. Wait. How is that possible? Didn't all the well-known medical card creationists she visited say that there was no hope for a cure for her condition? Sansa asked in disbelief as she cannot believe her ears that Ah Sung-young's condition was cured. Ah Sung-young has been on the problem list of many powerful people for quite a while now, but they left her alone because they knew she would die soon, did not reach out of her lanes, and made them look good with her work. But now the situation has changed. Ah Sung was no longer going to die soon, but could also practice her active soul control. This meant the tumor in their plans that were going to take care of itself had become a problem once again. It was going to live longer and continue to grow stronger. Madam Legislator's condition got cure after the creation of her origin card, Cole informed. What? How is that possible? Wasn't her fate ingredient a bivalve shell? How can it be used to create a cure for her condition? And wasn't she hell-bent on not creating her origin card? What happened? With new news from Cole, Sansa started to believe that the world was indeed conspiring against her. Once she realized that her origin card could be the cure for her condition, Madam Legislator agreed to have her origin card created by the priority target SOB. Cole answered Sansa. If not for him personally witnessing it, Cole would not believe that Asung's condition was cured. What? Wyatt helped create Asung's origin card. Unbelievable. I agree Wyatt is capable of creating an origin card, but for it to also happen to be a cure to Asung's condition is just ridiculous. Tell this was a fluke. Sansa was having a hard time believing that a teenage card creationist achieved something seasoned diamond-grade card creationists couldn't. I am sorry, Mama, but the target seemed pretty confident that he could cure the conditions suffered by legislator Asung Young with her origin card even before he created her origin card. Cole recounted everything to Sansa truthfully. This is just unbelievable. Sansa was still stumped despite Cole repeatedly stressing that what he said was true. She finally understood that the Southern royal family had not gone senile to overestimate the target. They seemed to be more aware of where the limits of the target's capability lay. It seems she was the one who had underestimated the capabilities of the target because of his age, background, and her bad blood with him. Having learned her lesson, Sansa knew that the bite power of the ant that she was underestimating was growing considerably day by day, and soon it will grow strong enough to bite her to death. With this in her mind, the sense of urgency Sansa felt earlier now felt as if it was right behind her and was breathing down on her neck. At this moment, Sansa knew that she had to take drastic measures, or else it will be too late for her to do anything later. Thinking about it for a second, she commanded Cole, "I don't care how you do it, but set up a teleportation point near Sun Blossom City." "Yes, Your Highness." Cole complied, and before he could say more, Sansa hung up on him. Cole was pissed and wanted to cuss, but did not, as he had to pass the upcoming review test for whether or not he should undergo a memory reconstruction and modification program. Cole was right to be angry. As for the information he just provided to Sansa, he should be commended, but that BTCH withheld his reward, and he still had to undergo the review test for the memory reconstruction and modification program. But Cole could only swallow his anger as he had made a deal with Satan, and now he had to pay his due, despite how unfair they were. Cole had a talent for a black merchant, but in this world where jungle rules were unspoken law, how could a kid with no support whatsoever make it to the top, where he can support an entire warrior family? That was only possible because he had made a pact with Satan. Before Cole made it to the top, the Wilson family near gave their support to him. Instead, he was the black sheep of the family who had to run away from the family before they threw him out, so that he could still keep the Wilson family name. It wasn't the constant ridicule or the bullying that motivated Cole to leave the family and make something of himself, but the fear of losing the Wilson family name. The fate of the people who have lost their family name was worse than a runaway. Out in society, many people want to get back at the family, but couldn't, so they take out their anger on those that were abandoned by the family. If Cole could keep his family name, at least in fear of retaliation from the family, these people who had a bone to pick with the family but were too chicken would leave him alone. Otherwise, he would die a horrible death as soon as he entered society. Though the family name was enough to keep the vultures at bay, it couldn't provide him a job or food, and he lacked the strength and skills to get a job by himself. Due to a lack of opportunity, when he was dying of hunger in an unknown alley, it was then the organization reached out to him. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.